Ling Lan was dead. The moment she found herself hovering in the air looking down at the scene below her, she knew she was dead. She found that she could see through solid walls. She saw her parents crying outside the intensive care unit and the solemn expression on her younger brother's face. She also watched as he released a quiet sigh when no one was looking, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Ling Lan was not angered by this. She knew very well that she had been a burden upon her family for a whole 24 years, almost ruining their household, which was not very wealthy to begin with. If it were not for the fact that her disease was so bizarre that it was considered worthy of research, resulting in government support for her medication, she might have already passed away a full 10 years earlier due to the inability to afford treatment. However, despite the delay, she still could not escape death in the end. The only surprise to her was that humans really did have souls. She peered up into the distant darkness of the night sky and wondered fantastically. Perhaps there were beings such as Oxhead and Horseface one out in the world, or perhaps a Shinigami, like in the anime Bleach, who would suddenly spring out and drag her into the afterworld. Abruptly, she laughed, mocking herself for reading all kinds of useless books and comics while she had been bedridden. Shinigami were from Japan. Why would they show up in China? Oxhead and Horseface were much more likely to appear, and perhaps even a small ghost dressed in traditional clothing? Idiot. There are no such things as human souls. This is your spiritual self. If you don't come back soon, you will really disperse into the air and become part of this world's energy. A childish voice rang out beside Ling Lan's ear, its tone frantic and concerned. Before Ling Lan could respond, she felt herself drawn back by an overwhelming pull, and her consciousness started to fade. Right before she blacked out, she seemed to hear that same childish voice cry out joyfully, "I made it. I almost thought that my host would be lost for sure." At that very moment, the national first-rate military hospital Ling Lan was in was plunged into darkness. Soon after, the entire capital along with several neighboring provinces and cities also joined it in the dark. The impossible occurrence of such a wide-scale simultaneous blackout affecting the capital and several other province cities immediately prompted a commotion in the otherwise quiet night. Fortunately, the blackout did not last long, only lasting for 3 minutes. All the cities quickly returned to normal, leaving only the national power company in disarray. Within those 3 minutes, the electricity they had supplied to those involved cities had mysteriously disappeared, as if the power company had not provided any electricity to begin with. But in reality, as proven by their numerical data, they had released more than 1 trillion kilowatts in those 3 minutes, a greater amount than they ever had before. This matter was quickly handed over to the National Security Agency to investigate. After several months, the answer given to the public was that the computer systems used by the power company to track the electric supply had been broken into by hackers, who had then tampered with the data and stopped the power supply, resulting in the mass blackout. And just like that, the public outcry over the blackout drew to a close. However, the investigation results that were finally sealed into the nation's top-secret security files were as follows. Unexplainable phenomenon. The power disappeared into thin air, just as if it were an act of God. Star calendar year 4731. At the spaceport of planet Anta, all the warriors headed for the front lines were lined up to enter the regular battleships. Meanwhile, in front of the commanding mothership of the top-ranked official, a pair of lovers faced each other among the crowds of people saying goodbye, speaking in soft tones with their hands clasped. "Ling Xiao, you must come back alive," pleaded Lan Luofeng with teary eyes. Ling Xiao nodded. He had not expected that he would have to rush into battle after being married for only 2 months, but the enemy was relentless, and their nation wasn't faring very well, leaving him no choice but to take action. "I leave the household in your hands." Ling Xiao felt sorry for his newly wedded wife due to his imminent departure. Once he left, all the messy, bothersome issues in the family would fall upon this delicate woman before him. Could she hold off those greedy people? In his heart, he wasn't at all certain. With red-rimmed eyes, but a firm voice, Lan Luofeng said, "Don't worry, Ling Xiao. I will take good care of our household." She placed Ling Xiao's hand on her abdomen and said shyly, "In another 8 months or so, you are going to be a father." "We have a child? That's great." Blindsided by the happy news, Ling Xiao embraced his wife and twirled her around in circles, joyous laughter spilling from his mouth. Lan Luofeng held on to Ling Xiao anxiously, but did nothing to stop his celebratory actions. After a long while, Ling Xiao finally put Lan Luofeng down and hugged her close, saying, "Luofeng, thank you. What are you saying? I am your wife, and this is also a child I anticipate." Lan Luofeng smiled gently with her hand pressed against her abdomen, the joy in her heart overflowing. "I wanted to ask, what shall we name the child?" At her words, Ling Xiao started to consider it seriously. Looking at the mirrored joy on his wife's face, a spark of inspiration flared. "I have decided. Whether it is a boy or a girl, our child shall be called Ling Lan. The child is both yours and mine, and is worthy to bear both our surnames." Lan Luofeng was also an only child, so perhaps this name would give his wife some happiness. Sure enough, Lan Luofeng was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. "Yes, let's do as you say." The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, and Ling Xiao could do nothing but frantically help her wipe them away. At this time, the platform announced the call for final boarding. Lan Luofeng hurriedly composed herself, wiped away the rest of her tears, and said with a smile, "Ling Xiao, you must fulfill your promise to me. Ling Lan and I will wait for your return together." Ling Xiao nodded gravely. "I always fulfill my promises." With anticipation for his child in his heart, Ling Xiao left, boarding the commanding mothership under Lan Luofeng's teary gaze. Very quickly, the commanding mothership closed its doors and started up, and under the guidance of air control, it disengaged from the navigation frame of the port, slowly rose into the air, and pulled away from the star of Anta, leading innumerable battleships into deep space. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the people focused on the departure of the airships, a massive amount of energy was generated by the simultaneous powering up of the countless airships, causing this patch of space to waver and even fold in on itself in some places. An almost microscopic particle suddenly appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the star of Anta at the speed of light. Still mired in sadness, Lan Luofeng suddenly felt her abdomen grow hot and cold and couldn't help but scream out in shock, her hands drifting instinctively to cover her belly. This drew the concern of the chamberlain Ling Qin, who until now had been quietly standing watch like wallpaper in the background. "Young mistress, are you all right?" Lan Luofeng closed her eyes and carefully took stock of herself. Finding nothing wrong, she finally relaxed and replied, "Uncle Qin, I'm fine. I think I was just a little too emotional." At that, Ling Qin breathed out a sigh of relief. "Young mistress, since the young master has already left Anta, I think we should go home now. It's too chaotic here. I'm afraid it may be harmful to your health." Lan Luofeng was not a stubborn person, and she felt that Ling Qin's concerns had merit, so she nodded and said, "Lead the way, Uncle Qin." In short order, the two of them were seated in a hover car, speeding away from the spaceport towards home. Ling Lan once again regained consciousness, but this time there seemed to be something wrong with her eyes, so she could only rely on her sense of feeling. It felt as if she was contained in a sealed vat of warm water, surrounded by liquid on all sides. At times, the vat seemed to be moved by someone, and she would be bumped around. Could it be that she didn't die? Had she been placed into a nutrient solution by the hospital to take care of her body? Before she could figure things out, her consciousness faded, and she was enveloped by darkness once again. After an indeterminate amount of time, she woke up again, still within the warm liquid, and this time she was aware for a little longer than before. This time, she could hear some sounds, although they sounded muffled as if coming from several walls away, so she could not make anything out clearly. She really wanted to know what was happening to her, but being unable to move, she could only work on trying to decipher the sounds. Before she could make any progress, however, she lost consciousness again. Damn it, couldn't she just have a little more time? As Ling Lan lost awareness, she couldn't help but make this brief protest. As if Ling Lan's protest was heard, the time Ling Lan spent awake grew longer and longer, until one day, she found that she could move. After being trapped for so long, she naturally swung her fists and kicked out with all her might. But after only a few movements, she was entirely tired out and even felt sleepy again. This would not do. She could not keep being weak like this, or else how would she endure the inhuman pain when it came? Speaking of which, she hadn't felt pain in a long time. Could it be that the pain only came while she was unconscious? Ling Lan suddenly felt that being unconscious could also be a good thing. However, Ling Lan was not a girl who liked to avoid her troubles, or else she would not have had been able to live every day with excruciating pain for 24 years. She rallied her spirits and began to practice the set of health-bolstering qi cultivation exercises taught to her by an old Chinese doctor who had treated her when she had first entered the military hospital. Even though she still had not felt any qi form after over 10 years of practice, the pain in her body would lessen greatly after each session and become easier to endure. While this may well have been due to self-delusion or some sort of placebo effect, it had nevertheless provided her with motivation to continue practicing the exercises. She lost consciousness as she practiced, and when she awoke once again, an unknown period of time had passed. She moved her limbs and shifted around for a bit before stopping to get a sense of her own condition and was immediately dumbfounded. She could actually sense something which she had never felt before, something like qi. It was unreal, like something out of fantasy. Could it be that she was a talent blessed by the heavens, and her fake death had caused two of her extraordinary meridians, Ren and Du, to open up, turning her into a martial arts master? Ling Lan could not understand why she succeeded this time when hard training for over 10 years had had no effect. Still, being able to sense qi was a good thing. The old Chinese doctor had said that if she could achieve a sense of qi, her illness would have the possibility of being healed. For 24 years, she had wished for her illness to be cured so that she would no longer have to live every day in almost unbearable pain, feeling as if her entire body was being crushed. Ling Lan was ecstatic, and her enthusiasm for practice grew. She began practicing during her every waking moment, and this continued until she achieved a meditative state. Until now, she still had no clue that she had become a fetus, and that what had happened in her past life was no longer any of her concern, and that her worries were for naught. Lan Luofeng caressed her abdomen with a face full of worry. She was already 5 months into her pregnancy, but she had not felt any recent fetal movement from her baby. If it weren't for the fact that all the medical exams showed that her child was developing normally, she would surely have had a mental breakdown. Truthfully, she could take no more bad news. A month after her husband Ling Xiao had left for battle, news had come saying that there had been an accident when the fleet he was leading had entered a death tunnel to outflank the enemy camp, and that headquarters had lost all contact with his fleet. Later on, it was confirmed that the fleet had run into some energy disturbance in the depths of the Dead Star meteorite zone while passing through the death tunnel, and the entire fleet had been consumed by this devastating energy. There were no survivors. Every single member was lost, and no remains could be found. Before she could even fully absorb this terrible news, something even more distasteful had happened. A branch family member and generations apart from Ling Xiao had stepped up to inherit the honors and privileges gained by Ling Xiao's sacrifice. He had even had the gall to imply that he was doing her a great favor and would take care of her for the rest of her life. Lan Luofeng had thrown that disgusting man out immediately, but those horrid people had been unwilling to give up. They had brought a representative over from the federal government to discuss the matter. Lan Luofeng was not a weak person. She knew that crying would only result in Ling Xiao's sacrifice being taken advantage of by these despicable people. With no other choice, she made a prompt decision. In front of those hateful and despicable people, she proclaimed that Ling Xiao had a son who was currently in her belly, and that only his son had the right to inherit all of Ling Xiao's accolades. Bias actually existed in the Federation's inheritance law with regards to military benefits. Only male family members were allowed to inherit. This was why Lan Luofeng did not reveal she had a child from the beginning. Both she and the Chamberlain Ling Qin knew that the child in her belly was a girl, but under these circumstances, she could not retreat. Ling Qin was in agreement and fully supported her decision. They had already thought it through. The moment Ling Lan was born, they would arrange for another baby girl to be raised alongside Ling Lan to be her loyal guard, who would also marry Ling Lan publicly once they were adults. They would also think of a way to manage Ling Lan's other identity so that she would be able to appear in public as a girl as well. Of course, all this still required more detailed thought and consideration. Still, Lan Luofeng believed that by the time Ling Lan grew up, she would definitely have been able to come up with a solution that would give Ling Lan the best of both worlds. Lan Luofeng had only one unwavering thought, and that was that all of Ling Xiao and her possessions could only belong to Ling Lan. All those other bastards who crawled out from God knows where would not be allowed to take advantage of Ling Lan. She would not allow it. Never, no matter the cost. Of course, another reason for Lan Luofeng's confidence was the unwavering loyalty of the main household vassals of Ling Xiao. They closed ranks around the Ling family home and kept a close watch, leaving those greedy outsiders no chance to harm their young master. Furthermore, the Ling family also had their own personal hospital, which made it even more convenient for Lan Luofeng to hide the secret of Ling Lan's gender. Just like that, under this strict guard, the time for Lan Luofeng to give birth finally arrived. Naturally, the chosen place of birth was their personal hospital. No mistakes could be made at this final juncture. The doctors and nurses responsible for Lan Luofeng's delivery were family loyalists specially arranged by the Ling family. They would never ever expose this secret. Ling Lan was still practicing when cry after piercing cry disturbed her meditation, causing her to be very annoyed. At the same time, she could hear the sound of water flowing, and then her body was being repelled by some unknown force, and she was sliding downwards headfirst. In shock, she immediately spread open her legs to hold her position, stopping her body from sliding down any further. God damn it, why doesn't this child come out? The amniotic fluid has almost run dry. The delivering doctor and nurses were sweating buckets. Everything looked like it was going well, but the child just did not want to come out. It was looking more and more like a case of obstructed labor. If that was the case, then they would have to do a cesarean section. Under those circumstances, their little Mrs. Secret could not be guaranteed since too many people would have to be involved, highly increasing the likelihood of the secret being leaked. Lan Luofeng gritted her teeth and petted her distended belly, saying, "Dear, stop tormenting Mummy. Come out quickly to meet me. Even if you are angry at Mummy for making you live an abnormal life, you still need to come out to yell at me, right?" All right, Lan Luofeng's IQ had dropped into the negatives due to the pain, so what she said should not be taken seriously. Which mother wants her child to yell at herself? But Lan Luofeng's words were heard by Ling Lan, and combined with what she just felt, along with her condition a while back, Ling Lan abruptly realized she had become a fetus. No wonder she had been unable to move for such a long time. However, didn't she die? Was she reincarnated? Why didn't she drink mengpa soup? Were the memories of her past life too deeply ingrained? The gentle and mellifluous voice of her current mother proved that this was not her mother from her past life, so that ruled out the possibility of rebirth. Oh geez, you still have the spare time to think about reincarnation and rebirth? Your mother is about to suffer from obstructed labor because of you. Draw back your legs now. A childish voice rang out in her mind in a panicked tone, reminding her of what she was supposed to do right now. Ling Lan listened and drew back her legs. Then she heard a soul-wrenching scream, and a surge of energy pushed her body out. Instantly, she could sense the presence of light. Before she could do anything, she felt fingers digging into her mouth, making her feel like puking. She couldn't help but open her mouth to protest, and then she heard her own screeching calls. That's right, calls. Ling Lan would never admit that those were wails. That would be too embarrassing. "Mistress, the young miss is healthy." The Ling family doctor finally gave a sigh of relief. With both mother and child safe, their duty was done. All smiles, she brought the now stubbornly silent Ling Lan over to Lan Luofeng's side. Lan Luofeng opened her tired eyes and caressed her child lovingly. Then her expression tightened. Resolutely, she said, "Tell Uncle Qin both young Master Ling Lan and I are fine." "Yes, mistress." The doctor stifled his smile and donned a similarly serious expression. The birth of the young miss. No, the young master did not mean the end of the matter. To fully protect the privileges left behind by Major General Ling Xiao, there were still many hard battles to be fought. Properly cleaned up, Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan were moved to a deluxe hospital room where Ling Qin had already set up a specialized instrument used to assess the various body stats and potential of infants. "Mistress, allow me to examine the young master's condition." In truth, Ling Qin was a little disappointed that the child was a girl. Even if Major General Ling Zhao's premium military benefits were successfully inherited by the young miss, the Ling family would have no chance within this generation to obtain the strongest ultimate weapon, which represented the Federation, just like the one Major General Ling Xiao had. The Iron Mecha. The Federation's law allowing only male relatives to inherit military honors and benefits, though seemingly biased, did in fact have some basis. Among all the functioning Iron Mechas, there was not a single one with a female operator. The requirements to be an Iron Mecha operator were extremely high. Not only did you need to have immense spiritual power, you also needed a strong and sturdy body. This was because the Iron Mechas were operated by a combination of willpower and body movement, which worked together to realize many extremely dangerous and complicated attacks and combat techniques. Depending on the power behind these movements, a fraction of the energy was reflected back to the operator. Without a strong body, an operator could be injured just by executing a single basic move. The natural physical difference between men and women may not be noticeable with regular mecha, but it was glaringly obvious when it came to Iron Mecha. There wasn't a single woman who could withstand that sort of recoil, even if she had trained up a muscular body. With regards to operating the Iron Mecha, the natural physical gap between the genders could not be eliminated by hard work. Then let's talk about those inherited military benefits. Those benefits actually referred to valuable resources being cultivated by the nation. The nation would invest vast amounts of money and manpower to nurture the designated inheritors of those military benefits. The grand goal was that these carefully cultivated candidates would be able to operate an Iron Mecha someday and become an ultimate weapon in service of the country. Therefore, women who could not operate Iron Mecha had been directly cast aside by the Federation. As those politicians would say, they could not waste taxpayers' money, right? And so this outright biased law which discriminated against women was officially ratified without facing any opposition from the general public. Naturally, the present Ling Lan knew nothing of this. Right after her first 2 grand cries at her birth, she had jumped straight into training, because at the very moment she had entered the world, she had found that her sense of qi had heightened even further, giving her an almost roiling sensation. Even if she had no idea what was happening, she instinctively knew that this was a golden opportunity that should not be missed, and so immediately entered a meditative state without regard to where she was. Of course, Ling Lan was only so bold because she was an infant. Besides sleeping and eating and sleeping, she basically had nothing else to do. Even if she entered a training trance, outside observers would just assume she was sleeping and would not be particularly worried. More importantly, from the words she had heard her mother speak at her birth, she knew that her mother in this life would make sure she was well protected, which gave her the reassurance to just let go and focus on training. Lan Luofeng carefully passed Ling Lan over into Ling Qin's arms and watched as Ling Qin slowly placed Ling Lan into a transparent elliptical compartment. The moment Ling Qin withdrew his arms, the transparent compartment sealed itself and beams of alternating green and red light swept across Ling Lan's body. Suddenly, the transparent compartment emitted a piercing warning whistle. What's going on? Lan Luofeng sat up hurriedly in her bed. Her face, which was already pale due to her recent delivery, turned even paler in her fright and worry over her child. Ling Qin was just as taken aback by this unexpected warning whistle. However, before Ling Qin could rush over to check, the warning whistle went silent, and the assessment resumed as normal. Everyone was still alarmed and uncertain, but they did not dare to stop the assessment of Ling Lan, and so continued to wait patiently. Ling Lan was utterly oblivious to all of this. At that moment, a childish voice in her mind was crowing gleefully. Luckily, I have quick reflexes, or else my host's secret would have been revealed. When I greet the host later, I must get her to praise me well. Finally, the assessment device started to report its findings. Assessment data. Physical fitness. S. Rank. Spiritual power. Tier 2. Potential. S. Rank. Assessment overview. Excellent. Focused cultivation recommended. Ling Qin was astounded by these results. In disbelief, he rushed over to take a closer look at the copy of the results printed out by the machine. The results were clearly printed out in black and white, proving that he had not misheard. S. Rank physical fitness was rare even among male infants, appearing at a rate of 1 or 2 in 1,000. Of course, this wasn't the most extreme case, for Ling Lan's father, Ling Xiao, had been a gifted genius born with a physical fitness of SS rank, which occurred at a rate of 1 in several 10,000. Ling Qin suspected that Ling Lan's good physical fitness must have been inherited from her father. Even more surprising, Ling Lan possessed natural tier 2 spiritual power. This meant that Ling Lan would have a natural advantage in mental training, a situation which only occurred at a rate of 1 in several 10,000 individuals. Deeply moved, Ling Qin shivered. Even Ling Lan's father, the Major General Ling Xiao, had only possessed tier 1 spiritual power at birth. Rank potential, the same basic assessment as Major General Ling Xiao. Major General Ling Xiao was the operator of an ion mecha. Does that mean that their young Miss Ling Lan might also be able to operate an ion mecha? An ion mecha operator. Ling Qin's shivers intensified at the thought, and he almost burst into tears. Could it be that the Ling family would produce the first female ion mecha operator? If that happened, it would truly be a slap in the face to all those Federalists. Although Lan Luofeng was also shocked by the results of Ling Lan's assessment, she was at heart a mother, and her first thought was how she could protect her child. Solemnly, she said, "Uncle Qin, Ling Lan's assessment results must be sealed. If Ling Lan's assessment were to be made public, the nation would certainly suggest taking her in for intensive cultivation. If Ling Lan were a boy, Lan Luofeng would have been fine with that. However, Ling Lan was a girl, and Lan Luofeng would not see her daughter suffer that life. Also, if the nation were to decide to send over specialized trainers instead, the secret of Ling Lan's gender would also be easily exposed. Thus, Lan Luofeng was determined that Ling Lan's assessment be sealed. Actually, even before Ling Lan was born, Lan Luofeng had already decided that she would let Ling Lan live as she pleased. She did not really want Ling Lan to follow in her father's footsteps and become part of the military. Lan Luofeng knew very well that as long as Ling Lan did not commit any major crime such as treason, she would be able to live off of the premium military benefits earned by Ling Zhao's sacrifice the way she wanted without worry. Even if Ling Lan wanted to live like a rich wastrel, Lan Luofeng would not object. Lan Luofeng looked upon Ling Lan in the device with loving yet remorseful eyes and thought, "Sorry, baby Ling Lan, for making you live an abnormal life. It's because you are Ling Zhao's daughter, and I will not permit anyone other than you to enjoy the privileges your father's sacrifice have gained. But you are also my daughter, and I love you, so I selfishly do not wish for you to bear the burdens of the Ling family. In the future, I won't go out of my way to raise you in any specific way. You will be free to choose whichever path you'd like. Even if you end up being a wastrel, Mummy will always support you." It must be admitted that Lan Luofeng had the makings of an irrationally protective mother. If Ling Lan were to wish for the destruction of the Ling family in the future, Lan Luofeng may even help draw up the plans with full enthusiasm. Ling Lan was putting a lot of effort into training this time around. Her whole body felt so comfortable, as if it were soaking in a hot spring, making her unwilling to end her training session. Unfortunately, some unidentified creature would not leave her alone and kept nattering on and on by her ear. She suddenly realized something she could never figure out before, the deeper meaning behind the Monkey King Wukong's words in the grand epic journey to the west. It's as if there's a fly buzzing about every day. Sorry, not just one, but a swarm of flies around you, buzzing. It really makes you want to scream for help. Right now, she wished that she could do as Wukong did and grab hold of the fly, squeeze it until its insides burst out, and then use its own intestines to strangle it. Until its entire tongue stuck out. And then she would flip her hand and dump it on the floor. Phew. And the whole world would be peaceful again. Of course, Ling Lan could only fantasize about this because this fly was living in her head, so there was no way for her to bring it to justice. Finally, Ling Lan could not take it anymore and was forced to end her session and wake up. Furious, she yelled at it internally. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" As if frightened by her forceful roar, the childish voice only responded after a long while. Warily, it said, "Mecha Learning Device number 44444444 from the Mechanical Kingdom of the Mandora Star System. Also your contracted long-term companion." Ling Lan was stunned. Could it be that every child in this world she was reincarnated into was equipped with a similar learning device? It looked like the technology of this world was very impressive. She wondered if there was a huge difference compared to her original world. As if sensing Ling Lan's question, the childish voice rang out in her mind once again. its tone dismissive. How could this world have such a progressive learning device such as myself? Also, you may have forgotten, but it was I who put you back in one piece when your spiritual self almost dispersed after your physical body died. Ling Lan abruptly remembered the voice she had heard when she had died in her past life. Her expression changed dramatically. What in the world happened? The childlike voice replied. Your previous body could not support your powerful spiritual power, and so thoroughly collapsed. Luckily for you, a once-in-a-blue-moon wormhole happened to open up right then. I managed to gather your diffusing spiritual energy at the final moment and took the opportunity to absorb some local energy to carry your spiritual self through the wormhole to this advanced world 10,000 years in the future. How does that work? Ling Lan was very curious. What did this have to do with her luck? The childlike voice sniffed. If we had remained in your original world, even if I had taken your spiritual self and let you be reborn there, you would still have died in the end. The weak physical bodies of the babies there would never have been able to support your immense spiritual self. As if sensing that it hadn't explained clearly enough, the childlike voice added, even an adult's body wouldn't have worked. The result would have been a replica of your previous body. Ling Lan shuddered. She did not want to experience that pain, of all her organs failing and breaking apart, then healing only to break apart again, ever again. At that thought, Ling Lan asked worriedly, and there's no worry of that now? The childlike voice sounded pleased with itself as it responded. That's right. 10,000 years later, spiritual power has been successfully uncovered and developed. Now, the bodies of babies are strong even in their mother's wombs, and some may even be able to withstand Tier 3 or Tier 4 spiritual power from birth. So long as you take a little care, you won't die. Hearing this, Ling Lan relaxed. Being able to live on was all she was asking for. However, what the childlike voice said next made Ling Lan's heart leap into her throat once again. That being said, I still have to help you restrain your spiritual power, or else your current body will still be unable to take it. Then, will there be any danger? The learning device sounded so young. Was it really reliable? Ling Lan couldn't help but worry. I can only guarantee you 2 years without worry. If you don't work hard to increase your body's resilience within this time frame, you will still end up dead as a doornail. The childlike voice revealed hints of schadenfreude, causing Ling Lan to feel threatened and angry at the same time. Since they had already traversed through time and space, couldn't this fellow have chosen a better world that would have eliminated this problem completely? The childish voice sounded put out at her thoughts. No one knows where a wormhole will lead to. I already said that you were lucky. If we had arrived at a world worse than your own, you'd already be dead as a doornail. Ling Lan felt a little sheepish after hearing this. She was only alive because of this fellow after all. She really shouldn't repay its kindness with ingratitude. Wait a minute. Ling Lan recalled that even though she had been physically weak before the age of 3, constantly sick and bedridden, her body had still been far from breaking down. It was only after age 3 that her body's condition suddenly deteriorated drastically. Could it be that? Ling Lan's expression grew cold. Is there anything else you haven't told me? The childlike voice sensed that the truth it wanted to hide had been discovered by its host, and so helplessly decided to confess. I'm also not sure. I just know that when I woke up, I was already contracted to you. I have tested your spiritual power before. In your world, your spiritual power was much, much higher than the average person's, registering at Tier 2. Perhaps that is why I was able to be bound to you. Of course, my awakening caused your spiritual power to directly jump up a level, and the bodies of your world then were incapable of sustaining Tier 3 spiritual power. At long last, Ling Lan had found the true culprit behind her death. Her emotions were jumbled, and she had no idea how she was supposed to react. Seeing this, the childlike voice panicked, saying sadly, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm not sure myself how we met. I thought I could only exist within the Mandora star system. Even now, it still had no clue how it had gotten to that primitive planet. Ling Lan was a person who could not abide tears. She could not bear to see anyone cry, not even herself. The cause lay with her illness. Though they tried to hide it, her parents had pretty much been in tears every day, she had noticed, but had no way of consoling them, and she hated that sense of helplessness. Thus, crying is forbidden became one of Ling Lan's life principles. one which she carried with her to this world as well. All right, stop it. I'm not blaming you. All I can say is that this was all fate. Ling Lan gave up, deciding to let bygones be bygones. Although this self-titled mecha learning device had cost her her life in the past world, it had also given her another life, making them even. Besides that, her parents in her past life would still have her younger brother to take care of them in their old age. Without the burden of caring for her, their lives should be much easier and also much happier. Considering this, Ling Lan decided to let things go. Perhaps the suffering she endured in her previous life had given her peerless inner strength. Very quickly, Ling Lan had thrown off the fetters of her past life, and her heart felt all the lighter for it. Now that her doubts and worries had been addressed, she soon remembered that she had been pestered to wakefulness by this learning device. What did it want? It was hard to imagine that they had chattered on for almost half a day without even touching on the matter. Ling Lan's sweat dropped. Could it be that her concentration and thought processes had been weakened since she had become a baby again? Putting that thought aside for now, Ling Lan asked, "So, what did you wake me up for exactly?" The learning device was just rejoicing over the fact that Ling Lan did not blame it when it registered Ling Lan's question. Its joy disappeared, and it explained hurriedly, "You've been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights for no apparent reason. Your mother has been crying so much that she hasn't been able to keep any food down due to worry. They've decided that if you still haven't woken up by tomorrow, they'll send you to the hospital. From what I could gather, admitting you to a hospital will cause them a lot of trouble. I felt that something wasn't right about the situation, so I rushed to wake you up." A jolt ran through Ling Lan. She could not be admitted. Who knew if the technology here would be able to sense this fellow hiding within her mind? If it were discovered, she would most certainly end up as a lab rat. She must make sure this didn't happen. For her own safety and personal freedom, Ling Lan decided not to fight it any longer. She allowed her throat to open up and started bawling, signaling to the people watching over her that she was awake. Frankly, Ling Lan had only intended to make a little noise, maybe a gurgle or a soft whine, but the sound that poured out of her throat was alarmingly loud. The childish voice almost shut down in fear. Hesitantly, it asked, was it necessary to cry so tragically? Taken aback herself by the volume and emotion in her own cry, Ling Lan responded sheepishly, "Can't help it. My body's starving." Losing to her own body's needs, Ling Lan felt that all hope was lost. There went her angelic baby image. Truth be told, she had really wanted to be an angelic baby, well-behaved and adorable, becoming the apple of her new parents' eyes. But it looks like that plan had gone up in smoke. Because no matter how you look, a baby who would cry in such a frightening manner couldn't be described as angelic in any way. Ling Lan's energetic cries woke the person resting right beside her. Lan Luofeng sprang up and pulled her daughter into her arms, looking her over with joyful, yet shocked and fearful, eyes. Her daughter had finally woken up, but she was crying so piteously. Could there be something wrong with her? The doctor on call rushed over from the room next door. After a detailed examination, it was determined that Ling Lan was just really hungry. Lan Luofeng looked down at Ling Lan suckling at her breast and felt her heart slowly settle back into her chest. After drinking her fill, flushed with wine, milk, Ling Lan finally had the strength to take a good look at the world around her for the first time. She was in a large bedroom, so large that Ling Lan could not see the entirety of the bedroom just by turning her small head around. The furnishings of the room were light and tasteful. No bold or garish colors were present. One of the first things Ling Lan noticed was that the bed she and her mom was lying on seemed very wide. Putting aside the space they had claimed, there was still more than enough space for her to roll around several times. That is, of course, if she could roll. There were no bedside cabinets installed at the head of the bed, as was the fashion in her previous world. Instead, there were several metallic-looking objects near the corners of the room. The design of the objects was rather strange, giving Ling Lan the impression of robots. Within Ling Lan's range of sight, she could see no wardrobes or any other furniture of the like. That is to say, there was no other furniture she could see besides the bed. Ling Lan did not think much of this. This is 10,000 years later after all. Who knows how the world has developed? As long as she continued to live, she would surely find all the answers she needed. There was no hurry at all. There was another person in the room, an elderly lady, who stood watch beside her mother. Ling Lan glanced at her curiously and found that she had a kind but serious face and seemed to be very attentive to her mother's needs. She was probably not an elder in the family, but rather a long-time servant of the household. Seeing this, Ling Lan was glad. This meant that the family she had been born into was rather well off, so she wouldn't have to worry much about daily living. In her previous world, she had to bear so much frustration and hardship due to the lack of money caused by her illness. She was glad that she could avoid all that in this world. At this point, Ling Lan was still blissfully unaware that being the child of a well-off family could sometimes bring about even greater frustration and hardship. Of course, that is a story for another time, so we shall not talk about it for now. After finishing her observation of her surroundings, Ling Lan turned her gaze upon her mother lying beside her, who had a soft smile on her face as she held Ling Lan's tiny hand. Her mother was a great beauty. Even as a female, Ling Lan was enthralled just staring at her. Ling Lan was very pleased by this. No one wants to be plain after all. Her mother's beauty meant that she would also grow up to be beautiful. Even if she didn't end up a great beauty like her mother, she would still be attractive enough to turn heads. Right then, a middle-aged man, roughly between the ages of 40 and 50, walked over to the bed. It was the Chamberlain Ling Qin. He stood respectfully by the bed as he addressed Lan Luofeng. "Mistress, everything has been handled with both the government and the military. In a month, the Federation will officially dispense young Master Ling Lan's right to inherit." Ling Qin's tone was solemn. If it were at all possible, he would rather see his master, the mainstay of the family, alive to guard the mistress and the young miss. Not this, where the young miss would be forced to lead an abnormal life. Young Master Ling Lan? Ling Lan heard her name, and her spirits perked up in response. So this world had a boy who shared her name? Speaking of which, she still didn't know what her current name was. After hearing what Ling Qin had to say, Lan Luofeng's eyes turned red, and crystalline tears fell. Ling Xiao would definitely be happy about this. Lan Luofeng's reaction sent the old servant beside her into a fluster, and she only managed to calm Lan Luofeng down after some difficulty. Lan Luofeng wiped away her tears. She knew she had to control her sadness. She could not let herself fall. All that remained of Ling Xiao and her baby Ling Lan needed her protection. Even if Ling Lan were to successfully inherit everything of Ling Xiao's, there were still many dangers lying in wait for her as she grew up. Lan Luofeng knew she could not let down her guard. Lan Luofeng bent over to kiss Ling Lan on the cheek. "Ling Lan, my child, Mummy is sorry. From now on, you are the young master of the Ling family. You can only be the young master of the Ling family." The guilt Lan Luofeng felt for forcing this upon her daughter was undeniable. However, the determination in her eyes was also immovable. Lan Luofeng's words sent Ling Lan into a tailspin. "Young Master Ling Lan? Me? FCK. I was reincarnated into this world as a boy. No. I must have heard wrong." Perhaps Lan Luofeng had pushed herself to the limit over the last 2 days fretting over Ling Lan, for she fell asleep soon after she finished speaking. Meanwhile, when the old servant turned away to do some other chores, Ling Lan subtly moved a small hand downwards to explore between her legs. "It's flat." Ling Lan's heart calmed immediately. "Luckily I'm still a girl," she thought. Without that extra appendage down there, she wouldn't have to live the strange life of being neither man nor woman and worry about her mind being a mess. Of course, Ling Lan was also very happy that she could still go by the name Ling Lan. She had been called by that name for over 20 years after all. It would have been a little hard to accept if she had to suddenly change her name. However, her happiness did not last long before it was driven away by a wave of anxiety. If the phrase, young master, had the same meaning as it did in her original world in the past, then she was in some pretty deep trouble. There must be some unavoidable reason why she would have to dress and present herself as a man. The guilt in her mother's eyes was clear. Despite that, her mother still chose this path. This could only mean that the situation was already so bad that Ling Lan had no other choice but to be a man to salvage the situation. Very quickly, a month had gone by, and it was time for the Federation to officially announce the inheritance. During this month, Ling Lan did not do anything besides eat or sleep. Of course, Ling Lan's sleep was actually a training trance. That said, Ling Lan was much smarter about it now. She assigned Little for the task of waking her up whenever it was time to eat. She had no intention of misjudging her training time again. She did not want to be dragged to the hospital for a checkup after all, and risk exposing her secret and the existence of Little for only to become a lab rat. Who is Little for, you ask? Who else could it be but that little fellow who claimed to be a mecha learning device? 2 weeks ago, under its guidance, Ling Lan had managed to pull together a mental network after around 10 days of experimentation. Using it, she had explored her mindscape and managed to find the main body of the learning device deep within it. She had then successfully unlocked the virtual learning space of the device. In the future, it would be much more convenient for her to meet the learning device. She would just have to will it, and her consciousness would be brought into the virtual learning space. Ling Lan still remembered how she had almost spewed blood when she first saw Little Four's virtual body. In truth, Little Four's appearance was very charming. It looked like a little boy of only 3 to 4 years old, with a bright and innocent smile on his face. In the words of modern-day slang, extremely mo1, Ling Lan couldn't help but find it adorable. The only problem was, the little fellow had been too excited, and had flounced up to her completely naked, but jiggling. And so tragedy befell poor Little Four. He had been immediately scooped up and spanked soundly, until his white and bouncy little behind had been imprinted with the shape of Ling Lan's palms. Damn it, why did he have to show her his DCK? Although his DCK was so small that it could almost be ignored, but it was still a DCK, wasn't it? How could he do that to a pure and innocent maiden like her? Of course, although the spanking relieved Ling Lan's embarrassed anger, the little boy became angry in turn. In protest, he hid away in the depths of her mind and refused to come out again. At first, Ling Lan did not take it to heart, but when the situation showed no signs of improving after 2 days, Ling Lan gave in. She needed the little fellow to help wake her up after all. Resigned, Ling Lan patiently cajoled the little fellow out and promised to never resort to this sort of domestic violence ever again. Only then did the little boy return to his bouncy, happy self. The two started talking a bit more, and when Ling Lan asked how she should address him, the boy's response annoyed Ling Lan once again. This little rascal actually wanted her to call him Master For. He didn't even have any body hair yet, and he wanted this older sister to call him Master? Even though Ling Lan had promised to never again use domestic violence, she still had other tricks up her sleeve. Under the full force of her logical, illogical, rational, irrational arguments, the little fellow agreed, without question, to be called Little Four. Victory. Ling Lan was uncharacteristically proud of herself for this. However, when she found out later why Little Four had first wanted her to call him Master Four, she found herself speechless. Little Four explained that it had found that the title Master was extremely popular in books, TV, and the internet back on Earth, and since his designation had so many fours, what else could he be called but Master Four? Ling Lan felt that she had been mistaken. She should never have tried to probe the motivations of a machine. Doing so was an insult to her intelligence. Once Ling Lan had managed to establish a connection with Little Four, she could freely access the virtual learning environment. Besides that, within this month, she had also picked up from the conversations between her mother and the Chamberlain Ling Qin that her father of this world had died on the battlefield, which is why she had to inherit her father's military benefits by posing as a man. Ling Lan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that sexism existed everywhere. Gender equality had been a struggle back on Earth, and now, 10,000 years in the future, when humanity had already expanded beyond the solar system, gender oppression was still thriving. The current Ling Lan had no clue what the military benefits were referring to. Although she could get the eager Little Four to look it up for her, she ultimately decided to take things one step at a time. There was still much she didn't know about this era, and it was probably wiser to take her time growing up to slowly understand the world around her instead of taking a shortcut. Ling Lan was a very patient and tolerant person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live over 20 years suffering the inhuman pain of her body breaking down. This tolerance of hers was definitely far above the average person. Initially, she had been worried about the 2-year time limit that Little Four had mentioned. However, after some research, Little Four found that the Qi exercises she had been doing were an extremely effective way to increase physical fitness. According to Little Four's estimations, even if she did nothing else but practice those exercises for just 10 hours every day, she would still be able to easily resolve the danger she would have faced in 2 years' time. And so, now that she knew her life was not on a timer, Ling Lan did not intend to hurry through life. She was still very young and did not want to stand out as a genius. Taking things a step at a time would be the safest and surest way to live. Ling Lan understood very well, after all, that the tree that grows above the tree line gets toppled by the wind too. Living freely was the most important thing. Soon, it was time for the Federation to hand over the inheritance documents. On that day, Ling Lan could clearly sense the sorrow and distress emanating from her mother. Once the document was handed over, her father Ling Zhao's death would officially be announced to the public, and her mother would no longer be able to avoid the reality of his death. Early that morning, Ling Lan sensed a disturbance in the typically peaceful household. However, since she was in the bedroom, she could not tell what was happening. However, she was soon picked up by a servant and brought downstairs. As they moved down the stairway, Ling Lan could see the glorious lights hanging from the ceiling, their edges brushing the sides of several tall columns. Yep, assessment complete. This was a grand and luxurious hall. Her family was indeed of the upper echelon. Before Ling Lan could observe her fill, she had already been transferred into her mother's arms. Lan Luofeng's somber mood improved considerably as she observed Ling Lan and her curious and roving eyes. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had left her this beautiful baby, giving her the strength to oppose those greedy wretches. She grasped at her daughter's little hand and calmly announced, "This is Ling Xiao's son Ling Lan. Only he shall inherit all that belongs to Ling Xiao." At that moment, an old but strident voice spoke up. "We need to ensure that Major General Ling Xiao's sacrifice is not in vain. We are not denying young Master Ling Lan's right to inherit, but only wish that the Ling family would choose the most outstanding child to inherit Major General Ling Xiao's premium military benefits, so that Major General Ling Xiao's unfinished duties can be taken up by the most suitable candidate." Lan Luofeng turned a sharp gaze towards the old speaker. About 70 years old, he still stood proud and tall. He was the grand elder of the Ling branch family, Ling Suren, and even Ling Xiao had had to address him respectfully while he was still alive. He was also the one appointed by the branch family to protest Ling Lan's inheritance of Ling Xiao's possessions. Ling Lan could feel Lan Luofeng's chest trembling as she tried to suppress her anger at Ling Suren's words. Honestly, she had never met such a shameless person. Look at the way he spun words to justify taking away a child's right to inherit from his birth father. If his words were to be believed, what was the point of military men risking their lives to protect their country? When they died, did it mean that it was open season on their unprotected families? Ling Lan pulled at her mother's fingers and gurgled. Darn it! If only she were bigger, she would certainly spit upon that person's body to shame him for his shamelessness. Ling Lan's actions soothed Lan Luofeng's heaving emotions. She knew that there were representatives from the federal government and the military present as well. She would not ruin Ling Lan's inheritance ceremony due to a rash moment of anger. Suppressing her anger, Lan Luofeng asked coldly, "What are your intentions, Uncle Ren?" Ling Suren's eyes narrowed, but he still revealed his plan in the end. Among the children of the Ling family, age 3 and below, let us select the one with the best qualities and potential to inherit. From birth to the age of 3 was the critical period for cultivation and molding. After this time frame, the effects of cultivation would be greatly diminished, and cultivation would only become less and less effective with the passage of time. Lan Luofeng scoffed. Do you really think that any of the Ling family children would be able to hold a candle to Ling Xiao's own child? Let me remind you that Ling Xiao was an ion mecha operator. In the Federation, genetics decided everything. Very rarely did one see cases where a commoner would suddenly show extraordinary talent or physical qualities. The transmission of quality traits had to be gradually nurtured and built up from generation to generation. The Ling family managed to produce Ling Xiao. We can certainly produce another, said Ling Suren, his tone ironclad with certainty. He could speak with such confidence because he already had a child with stats very similar to Ling Xiao within his grasp. This was why he was willing to go so far as to forego civility to obtain Ling Xiao's military benefits. The Ling family must produce another Ling Xiao to maintain their foothold on the planet of Doha. Although the Federation currently touted the ideology of equality on the surface, in truth, There was a distinct social strata working behind the scenes which decided which planet you could live on. The planet of Doha was a premium planet and was also the capital planet of the Federation. Those who lived on Doha were either high officials with both power and authority, military bigwigs, or those supremely wealthy noble families with long histories and great influence. The Ling family was originally a small family who could only settle on a third-rate planet. However, they had managed to move to Doha due to the efforts of Ling Zhao's father, Ling Sujing. Ling Sujing had been an ace pilot, but unfortunately did not manage to become an ultimate weapon of the nation, an ion mecha operator. Still, his abilities were such that no one below the level of an ion mecha operator could rival him. On the battlefield, he had managed to cut down many of the top enemy pilots, accumulating many battle honors in his lifetime. In the end, the military had decided to reward his exploits by allowing Ling Sujing to bring his family to live on Doha, acknowledging his role as a new war hero. To convince Ling Sujing to bring the entire Ling family to Doha, and not just his own nuclear family, the Ling family head and elders of that time made a vow. The Ling family would view Ling Sujing as the legitimate heir, and all the resources of the family would be his to command. On top of that, the position of family head would also be inherited by Ling Sujing's descendants from then on. On his end, Ling Sujing had felt that he needed his family's support to establish himself on Doha, and so had agreed to move the entire Ling family. This decision of Ling Sujing's had brought endless trouble to Ling Xiao, and now had even opened the way for the side family to try and steal Ling Lan's inheritance. If Ling Sujing only knew how he had invited wolves in with his kind gesture, he might be turning in his grave. After living on Doha and enjoying its benefits for several decades, the Ling family had no intention of going back to how things were before. They knew very well that in 20 years, after focused cultivation from the country, if Ling Zhao's designated inheritor could not meet the minimum requirements set by the country, the Ling family would lose everything they had gained since coming to Doha. They would have to go back to being a middle-class family. No, perhaps even be reduced to becoming a lower-class family. This would greatly affect the Ling family income, as well as limit the romantic connections and career paths of the younger generations of the Ling family. No, they would not allow it to happen. Ling Surin did not give Lan Luofeng any chance to speak, but instead signaled for a woman who was carrying a 1-year-old child to step forward. He pointed at the child and said, "This is the candidate that the Ling family has chosen. If young Master Lan's body stats exceeds his, then we shall have no objection to young Master Lan inheriting." He turned to glance at the military representative. I'm sure the military also wishes for the best talent for cultivation and would not want to blindly take someone in based on blood. The military representative just smiled slightly and said nothing, giving no indication of their stance one way or another. Ling Surin had not expected outright vocal support from the military anyway. All he needed was this sort of ambiguous acceptance. He once again turned to Lan Luofeng, this time with a trace of self-satisfaction in his eyes. Lan Luofeng smiled a small mocking smile. It looked like her decision to seal Ling Lan's assessment results was just another weakness to exploit from the perspective of the Ling family. Fortunately, Chamberlain Ling Qin had predicted this move from them and had already made the appropriate arrangements. You dare to covet Ling Zhao's military privileges? Lan Luofeng swept her gaze around the room. Among the visitors, there were quite a few bystanders enjoying the show, but there were also some who looked genuinely concerned for her. This trial was not without its benefits. She could finally discern the true colors of some of the people around her. Although Major General Ling Xiao is dead, his orphan child should not be allowed to be bullied by his own family clan. I'm sure that the military would have something to say about this. The military representative chose to ignore what Lan Luofeng was implying, saying with a smile, "Madam Ling, please be assured. Putting Major General Ling Zhao's military benefits aside, Ling Lan will not lose out on any benefits accorded to the children of martyrs. The military will not let a hero's child be bullied." Although what the military representative had to say sounded pretty, the connotation was that the military benefits would go to the candidate that best suited the military's purposes. Lan Luofeng glanced at the government official, but he merely smiled without adding a word to the discussion. It seemed like he was content to just observe the proceedings without interfering. "Oh, Ling Xiao, This is the military you dedicated your life to, the country you gave your life to protect. Did you ever dream that they would betray your trust and abandon your flesh and blood for their own interests? Are you regretting your choice now in the afterlife? Lan Luofeng could not suppress the contempt she felt any longer. She said, "So this is the government. So this is the military. I finally understand." Perhaps sensing the deep mockery behind Lan Luofeng's words, the smiles on the two representatives' faces froze. If that's how it is, I, Lan Luofeng, would like a promise from the government and the military. Regardless of whether my child Ling Lan inherits his father Ling Zhao's military privileges, he shall be emancipated from the Ling family, and shall no longer be connected to the Ling family in any way. The two representatives looked at each other, but it was the military representative who spoke up in the end. "What do you mean?" Lan Luofeng smiled chillingly. "If Ling Lan inherits, all the other Ling family members must immediately leave Doha and go back to where they came from. If Ling Lan does not inherit, Ling Lan and I shall leave Doha instead. No matter what the outcome, the both of us shall no longer be part of the Ling family." For a long while, Lan Luofeng had already intended to settle things with the Ling family. If she could clear this forever with one stroke, her efforts in securing this situation would be well worth it. Ling Suren's face twisted in anger. "Lan Luofeng, have you gone mad? Why, Uncle Ren, are you afraid? Afraid that the child you chose will not be able to beat Ling Lan?" Lan Luofeng was all smiles as she faced Ling Suren, one of her hands lightly covering Ling Lan's tiny chubby fingers. This was probably what a mother's strength referred to. Lan Luofeng had never felt as steady as she was now. Ling Suren was speechless. Although he had been full of confidence just a while back, Lan Luofeng's aggressive manner had shaken him, and doubt started to creep into his mind. He was afraid to take the risk. As if sensing Ling Suren's hesitation, another Ling family elder who was standing beside him whispered, "Beware a bluff." Hearing this, Ling Suren centered himself. That's right, Lan Luofeng must be bluffing out of desperation. If Ling Lan's body stats and potential were really that impressive, why would Lan Luofeng seal away the records? After all, the higher Ling Lan's potential, the more secure his inheritance. A smart person would never seal away those records, but would instead shout it from the rooftops to drive away other challengers. The more Ling Suren thought about it, the surer he was of his suspicions. Gaining confidence, he sneered, saying, "Since Mrs. Ling Xiao has so decided, we, the Ling family, shall not force you both to stay. The whereabouts and future actions of Ling Lan shall be none of our business. If Ling Lan inherits, the Ling family will have to move out of Doha within a month's time. Uncle Ren, I hope you will not blame me for my ruthlessness when that happens." Lan Luofeng raised a brow as her eyes flicked towards the two representatives, reminding Ling Suren that both the government and the military would be witness to this agreement. There would be no way for the Ling family to renege on their word. Facing such an aggressive Lan Luofeng, Ling Suren exploded in anger. "And if Ling Lan doesn't inherit, can I also request that you both leave Doha within a month?" Lan Luofeng smiled icily. "I wouldn't ask this if I wasn't willing to do it myself. Could it be that the Ling family is too afraid to take this risk? Are you even more cowardly than a woman like me? Of course, if you are willing to give up on the inheritance, I can be merciful and let you all continue to remain in Doha." Lan Luofeng's offer served two purposes. One, by taking a step back, she could force Ling Suren to state his decision clearly, so the Ling family would have no way to feign ignorance later. Two, she also wanted to give the Ling family one last chance. If they could control their greed, they would still be able to remain in Doha for another 20-odd years, which Lan Luofeng believed would be more than enough time for them to cultivate an outstanding operator of their own and secure their position in Doha. However, Lan Luofeng's words only served to cement Ling Suren's suspicions that this was just a desperate gambit on her part. Thus, without any reservations, he sneered coldly in response. "Since you are so stubborn, all right, the Ling family agrees to your terms. As you said, if Ling Lan inherits, the Ling family shall leave Doha. If the child we chose inherits, then Ling Lan will have to leave Doha. He shall never be able to enter Doha within his lifetime, and shall not be allowed to enter any military system of the nation. These stipulations would utterly destroy any chance of Ling Lan gaining rank, and would prevent an adult Ling Lan from ever returning in the name of vengeance. Hearing this, Lan Luofeng felt hatred grow within her heart. It had been foolish of her to feel sorry for them, to try and give them a way out. What the Ling family suggested was utterly ruthless. If Ling Lan had truly been a boy, the Ling family's requests would have ruined his future, forcing him to toil away his life in the working class. The little mercy she had felt for them was now completely snuffed out, and her eyes were cold as she said, "Very well, as you wish." Lan Luofeng called for a servant to prepare an assessment device, but was stopped by Ling Surin. He turned to the military representative. The military must have brought an assessment device over for this visit. "If you please." Lan Luofeng let him do as he liked. She had no intention of tampering with the device to begin with, and even if she had, she would not be so foolish as to do it in front of the military representative. The military representative did not refuse Ling Surin's request. This fit in nicely with their goals after all. In terms of getting accurate data, the military's assessment devices were naturally much more reliable than the ones available for public use. In short order, a top-of-the-line assessment device had been brought in by military troops. Meanwhile, in her mother's arms, Ling Lan was frantically going over the situation with little Four. "Will they be able to determine my gender? Or discover your existence?" asked Ling Lan anxiously. If either of those secrets were discovered, she would have to leave this place with her mother, and although she did not know what the outside world was like, the impression she got from Ling Surin and Lan Luofeng's conversation was that life outside could not compare to life here. Moreover, although Ling Lan was not afraid of suffering, she felt that she should naturally inherit her father's premium military benefits as her father's child. Why should a wild child who sprang out of nowhere get to inherit what belonged to her by right? That's right, Ling Lan was still thinking based on the logic she had developed on Earth 10,000 years ago. Inheritance by blood was clear-cut back then, so she really could not understand this current situation. As such, she refused to give up. She would definitely be the one to inherit Ling Zhao's premium military benefits. Little Four's tone was full of disdain. As if a device which has yet to develop artificial intelligence would be able to thwart me? Don't worry. Even if it could assess gender, I can change the data to reflect that you are male. Ling Lan was struck by Little Four's cocky tone. "Little Four, do you have the ability to change the assessment results as you like?" Little Four became exceedingly smug. "Of course. When you were first assessed, if I hadn't covered for you, your spiritual power would have exploded that assessment device." Exploded? Why did that word sound so ominous to Ling Lan? Before Ling Lan could ponder on it any further, she heard the military representative ask, "Who's first?" Lan Luofeng tightened her arms around Ling Lan, face expressionless as she said, "Let the Ling family's child be tested first." Ling Surin assumed that Lan Luofeng was just intending to delay the inevitable and did not want to waste words arguing with her. He nodded and motioned for the woman by his side to place the child in her arms into the assessment device. Soon, the child's results were presented. Physical fitness, S rank. Spiritual power, Tier 1. Potential, A+ rank. Assessment overview, excellent. Heavy cultivation recommended. Seeing these results, the military representative's entire bearing changed. This child was definitely worthy of heavy cultivation by the military. A child with A+ rank potential had a certain chance of becoming an ion mecha operator, albeit a small one, but having any degree of probability was better than none. Ling Surin was very satisfied with the military representative's reaction. As he had expected, this child was an undeniable lure for the military. However, he showed none of this satisfaction on his face but turned calmly to face Lan Luofeng and said, "Mrs. Ling Xiao, there is still time. If you take back your words now and surrender the inheritance, the Ling family shall raise Ling Lan with the utmost care." Pretending to be a good Samaritan after going to all this trouble to rob a child of his inheritance? In his dreams, Lan Luofeng said mockingly, "That won't be necessary. I just hope all of you will move speedily when leaving Doha." So saying, she walked over to the assessment device and carefully placed Ling Lan inside it. By this time, Ling Lan and Little Four had come to an agreement to maintain the original assessment results. At first, Little Four had still been a little worried that the other child's results might be better than Ling Lan's, and had struggled over how he could secretly increase Ling Lan's stats. But after seeing these results, Little Four was reassured. Just like that, Ling Lan's sealed results were revealed. Physical fitness, S rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, S rank. Assessment overview, excellent. All-out cultivation recommended. In the end, Little Four had still not been able to resist tweaking the results a little. The original recommendation of focused cultivation was upgraded to all-out cultivation. Little Four was extremely pleased with himself. Take that. All-out was way better than heavy. In reality, even if Little Four had not changed anything, the results would still be the same. The moment these results were presented, the representatives from both the military and the government decided unanimously that Ling Zhao's premium military benefits would be inherited by Ling Lan. The decisiveness of the two representatives was primarily due to the assessment of Ling Lan's potential. Although the other stats were also important, those stats could be improved later on, while potential was innate and had a direct correlation with a child's room for growth. Although the gap between an A+ rank and an S rank seemed negligible, in the long run, the difference would reveal itself to be extremely significant. An S rank had a 5 to 10% higher chance of becoming an ion mecha operator. Based on this point alone, Ling Lan truly deserved all-out cultivation from the military. Lan Luofeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Although she had confidence in Ling Lan, she still couldn't help but feel a little unsettled before the results were confirmed. By this time, Ling Suren could not help but know that he had fallen into Lan Luofeng's trap. His face flushed with anger, and he sorely wished that he could slice Lan Luofeng up into little pieces. On the other hand, Lan Luofeng faced him fearlessly. The Ling family would never have the guts to make a move with the two official representatives here. Lan Luofeng said shortly, Ling Suren, you know the way out. Since she had already decided to cut all ties with the Ling family, there was no point in forcing herself to make nice with them anymore. Let us go. Seeing the disdain on most of the visitors' faces, Ling Suren knew that they had overstayed their welcome. There was no reason to linger, so he took his men and left. Another 5 months went by, and like any other infant, the 6-month-old Ling Lan could finally flip over and had started her evolution into a crawling creature. Ling Lan felt that her tongue was still uncooperative though, only allowing her to utter lone syllables. Even so, her mother Lan Luofeng was overjoyed. Compared to other children, Ling Lan was already very articulate, and Lan Luofeng felt as if she could almost understand what Ling Lan wanted to say. Ling Lan was almost moved to tears. She could finally make it known to her mother when she needed to go to the restroom. During this time frame, despite her best efforts, she had had trouble communicating with her mother who was on a different wavelength, resulting in several unfortunate accidents, causing her no end of embarrassment for having wet the bed again after 27 years of life. Well, alright, let's just put aside all those shameful matters that happened in the past 6 months. There were too many to mention, and Ling Lan did not want to think about them anymore. She had decided that she would wipe this period of life from her memories. This day, the moment she woke up, Ling Lan felt something different in the air. Chamberlain Ling Qin's expression was tight, and her mom had dressed her with special care, helping her put on special underpants that would hide her secret from any angle. Ling Lan felt that the underpants were really quite comfortable. Well, if she could ignore the 2 soft spherical pseudo-testicles inside. Not long after, several strangers in British military uniforms suddenly descended upon the Ling household. Ling Lan observed the men in shock. She did not know if all soldiers who returned from war had the same imposing presence, but Ling Lan could keenly sense the honed edges hidden under those uniforms. This was most certainly a troop of combat-savvy, blood-soaked, veteran soldiers. Ling Lan put on a blank face and pretended to play by herself, but she kept her ears wide open. She was extremely thankful that the family she was born into 10,000 years later was still Chinese, and that the language being spoken was still Mandarin. This allowed her to skip having to learn a new language and meant she could gather information from others' conversation even as a baby. When the troops introduced themselves to her mother, Ling Lan finally understood. They were here to deliver the premium military benefits Ling Lan had inherited and would continue to do so every 6 months from now on. This was also the day that Ling Lan found out what the premium military benefits actually were. A large part of those benefits were gene-stimulating agents which were used to raise potential and body stats. There were 4 grades of gene-stimulating agents available on the market, from grade 1 to grade 4. Grade 4 agents were the worst, while grade 1 agents were the best. This grading was based on the purity of the gene-stimulating agent. Grade 4 stimulating agents had a purity of 30%, grade 3 had 45%, grade 2 60%, and grade 1 75%. The higher the purity of the stimulating agent, the less harm it did to the body. It would allow the user to absorb most of the agent, and hence receive a higher boost to his potential and body stats. Therefore, the more agent a child's body could absorb, the better his development would be, building up the solid foundations necessary for potential ion mecha operators. However, these gene-stimulating agents were horrifyingly expensive. Let's put it this way. A commoner's hard-earned life savings may only be enough to afford 1 bottle of the lowest grade gene-stimulating agent. To get an agent just 1 grade higher, the price would have to be multiplied by 10. As you can imagine, grade 1 gene-stimulating agents could only be afforded by those with either great power or great wealth, while the rest of the common people could only look on in envy. Of course, this didn't mean that there was no chance at all for commoners to receive better resources. Every newborn child could be assessed at a public assessment center and receive one of 6 rankings from the assessment. Those assessed as F rank would not receive any aid from the government until their bodies were unable to absorb any more agent. D rank babies could receive 2 bottles of grade 4 gene-stimulating agent per year. E ranks could receive 2 bottles of grade 3 agent per year, and B ranks could receive 2 bottles of grade 2 agent per year. Meanwhile, A rank babies had 2 options. They could accept 2 bottles of grade 1 agent per year and grow up freely, or enter the military and receive organized military training and receive an endless supply of grade 1 agent. However, with the latter choice, the child would have to spend his entire life serving the military. S rank babies would be immediately taken away for specialized training by the military, but the possibility of that happening was extremely low. As mentioned previously, this formidable ranking very rarely appeared among commoner children. In a nutshell, genetics decided everything. Meanwhile, someone like Ling Lan who inherited premium military benefits was entitled to the premium-grade gene-stimulating agents kept for central military use. These agents were even purer than the agents available on the market, almost reaching 90% purity. This was the best the military could do at the moment, since research on agents had hit a plateau. True 90% purity was just out of reach, but no one had been able to make the final step. This time around, the military had sent over a whole 10 tubes of premium-grade agent. Because these 10 tubes were worth cities, the military had no choice but to send out some of their ace mechas as an escort. Very quickly, Ling Lan had been stripped down to her special underpants. One of the men who seemed like a military doctor took out a long syringe with a sharp needle from a box he was carrying, and then used it to draw out the gene-stimulating agent from one of the tubes. Ling Lan turned a blind eye to all of this. That was all she could do, which 6-month-old baby knew to be afraid. At this moment, Ling Lan was grateful for her experience with needles. During her past illness, she had been injected so many times every day that she had become numb to the sight of needles, which was why she could face these injections so calmly now. The syringe was rapidly plunged into her arm. The military doctor was very skilled. Ling Lan only felt a slight sting and an itch as the needle went in, very much like a mosquito bite. The military doctor pushed the agent into Ling Lan's arm gradually, his demeanor stern as he observed Ling Lan's reactions. Some babies were incompatible with the agent, and there were also some babies who had been shown to have allergic reactions. In short, the greatest care must be taken when giving a baby their first shot of gene-stimulating agent to avoid any accidents. Before Ling Lan could sense any difference, Little For had already rushed to the forefront of her mind without any warning. I sense something delicious. It's a taste I know well. No, that's not right. Something's different. Yuck, what is this trash? Why does it have impurities? This affects the taste too much. Little For was very unhappy. It felt that it had been tricked. Hearing Little For's voice, Ling Lan hurriedly closed her eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, right? She would live to regret it if anyone noticed anything strange from her eyes. Ling Lan said huffily, "Why did you come out?" Little For felt wronged. It had thought that the great thing in its memories had appeared, only to be presented with this knockoff. It said sadly, "I thought something great had appeared, but it's just a knockoff. There are so many impurities inside. If left uncleaned, your body will be harmed." Hearing that it was harmful, Ling Lan asked anxiously, "Little Four, can you clean it for me?" Little Four perked up immediately at her words and said smugly, "Of course I can. Who do you think I am? I am the smartest king mecha learning device from the Mandora star system. I can help my contractor do many things, such as expel any harmful substances from the body." Ling Lan chose to ignore Little Four's self-aggrandizement, asking in confusion, "If this thing is harmful to the body, then why do the people here want to inject it into babies? This is actually a great thing which can improve your body stats and potential. It's just that the technology here seems to be unable to achieve 100% purity, which is why there are impurities remaining which will harm the body. However, even so, the benefits still outweigh the costs. The only thing is that this agent cannot be absorbed indefinitely, because once the impurities have accumulated in the body to a certain degree, the body will lose the ability to absorb any more agent," explained Little Four. Ling Lan was relieved. As long as the outcome was good, and there was no danger to her health, she would still be able to accept it. Besides, Little Four had already promised to clear out those impurities. Very quickly, the first tube of agent had been absorbed by Ling Lan, and the military doctor started injecting the second, and then the third. By the time the military doctor picked up the 8th tube, his forehead was beaded with sweat, and his hands, which had remained steady so far, actually trembled a little. The military doctor could not be faulted for losing his composure. Even the very rare SS rank babies could only absorb up to 7 tubes of premium-grade agent. This time around, the military had brought over 10 tubes merely as a show of respect toward Major General Ling Zhao's inheritor. The military had believed that no matter how outstanding Major General Ling Zhao's inheritor was, 6 tubes would have been more than enough. But Ling Lan just had to be an oddball who showed no signs of absorption satiation even at the 8th tube. The 8th tube of agent was injected into Ling Lan, and the process was as smooth as ever. When a body started to become satiated, it could be felt in the injection process. If the process was unhindered, that meant that the body could still continue to absorb more agent. But if the process seemed impeded, this indicated that the body was nearing satiation. If the agent could no longer be injected, then it meant that the body was already satiated and could no longer absorb any additional agent. Watching as Ling Lan successfully absorbed the 8th tube of agent, the military doctor's calm expression finally changed. With his back towards Lan Luofeng and Ling Qin, he threw a meaningful glance at his assistant beside him, signaling him to go contact their superiors. The military doctor felt that he had done it subtly enough, but his actions had unfortunately still been captured by Ling Lan. Of course, the military doctor didn't think to worry about Ling Lan, for how much could a 6-month-old babe understand? What he didn't know was that an oddball such as Ling Lan existed in the world, an oddball who could think like an adult from birth. Seeing the military doctor's actions, Ling Lan knew that something wasn't right. Afraid that her absorption rate may be a little overboard, Ling Lan hurriedly asked Little Four, "Little Four, something doesn't seem right. It looks like we may be absorbing too much agent. Why don't we stop here?" Having had a taste of the agent, Little Four was unwilling to just stop. He reassured Ling Lan, "Don't worry. Didn't they bring over 10 tubes? Since they brought so many, they must have expected that you would be able to absorb that much." Little Four felt that his logic was impeccable. Ling Lan was still doubtful. "Are you sure? What if they just wanted to be prepared? Maybe only demonic babies can absorb that much. We have just started out. It wouldn't hurt to keep a lower profile." Ling Lan assumed correctly, but what she didn't know was that unfortunately, even if they stopped now, it was already too late. Little Four was still unwilling to just give up. This agent was good stuff. It would help get rid of the hidden danger threatening his host. So after some thought, he decided to focus on the present and think about the other things later, and said, "I will arrange some cover-up during the 10th tube and make it look like your body is getting satiated. So even if your absorption rate is a little out of the ordinary, it still shouldn't arouse any suspicion. At the most, you'll only get a little more attention as you grow up, and we can pull back the rate gradually in future so that the impact of this first time is lessened." Before Ling Lan could argue, Little Four continued. You should know, absorbing these 10 tubes of agent will not only greatly multiply the efficiency of your training, but will also eliminate your hidden trouble once and for all, so you will never have to worry about your spiritual power overwhelming your physical body ever again. Huh? Didn't you say that my chi exercises would resolve the issue in 2 years anyway? What are you hiding from me? Ling Lan finally sensed that Little Four was not telling her the full story. Little Four froze, realizing that it had slipped up, and finally admitted, what I meant was that if your spiritual power does not increase, your problems would be solved in 2 years. But you must understand, even if you don't train it, your spiritual power will still increase as you grow older. Ling Lan was exasperated. How could you not tell me this? Don't you know how dangerous this is? Little Four looked up towards the heavens and mused with an innocent look on its face. I didn't tell you? It must have slipped my mind. Ling Lan sorely wished that she could grab the little rascal and give him a good spanking. Sadly, she had already promised never to use domestic violence, so she could only put away her twitching palms. Suspiciously, she wondered, had the little rascal foreseen this day, and so had made her promise from the start to avoid violence? She took several deep breaths to calm herself down before asking, tell me honestly, in these 6 months, how much has my spiritual power grown? Even if she were to die, Ling Lan wanted to know how she died, so she wouldn't end up as a befuddled ghost. Actually, it's only grown this much. Little Four indicated with his short and stubby fingers how truly little Ling Lan's spiritual power had grown. Since it's only that much, does that mean there is no danger? Ling Lan asked with a sneer, now holding very little faith in the deceitful little rascal. Little Four wilted and said uneasily, if it weren't for the agents this time, you would have fallen greatly ill in 2 years' time. However, as long as you continued your chi exercises, I estimated that you would have completely recovered after 3 more years of practice. But now that we have this agent, all the hidden problems are solved, so there will no longer be any trouble. Having said that, he grinned cheekily, satisfaction plainly written on its face. It did not seem to be concerned about how badly things could have gone if they hadn't received the agent. Seeing this, Ling Lan gave up in resignation. If she tried to argue seriously with the little rascal, she would just drive herself mad. Still, she gave a stern warning to Little Four. No matter what happened from now on, he must tell her everything. She wanted no more of these half-truths. Little Four was quick to agree, but whether he would really live up to his word Ling Lan couldn't tell. Honestly, Ling Lan felt that something was off with Little Four. Even though he claimed to be her contracted long-term companion, she did not have the authority to access the Learning Spaces study programs on her own. That is, if Little Four did not allow it, she would not be able to open the mental doors that represented those courses in her mindscape. If Ling Lan were someone else, she might have fretted over this, or may even suspect the learning device of having ulterior motives. However, Ling Lan was very tolerant. If she couldn't open it, then she couldn't open it. There was no need to push. It was nice enough to have someone to shoot the breeze with when she was bored. At heart, Ling Lan did not have any ambitions to lord over other people. All she wanted to do was live, safely, freely, and painlessly. In short order, the assistant had returned from giving his report. He nodded lightly at the military doctor, indicating that he should continue with the injections. Having received approval from the superiors, the military doctor continued injecting without worry. He had honestly been taken aback by Ling Lan's insane absorption rate, but had also been troubled over how he could account for the excess injections used to his superiors. Finally, at the 10th tube, the military doctor finally felt more and more resistance as he continued to push the plunger. In the end, he could no longer inject any more agent when there were only a few drops left in the barrel. Only then did the military doctor pull out the needle, secretly dabbing away the sweat on his forehead. Luckily, this child had been satisfied with this 10th shot, letting them complete their mission successfully. A child who could absorb 10 tubes of agent was not unheard of, but it was definitely very uncommon. The military people did not linger, leaving after a brisk farewell, leaving behind a bewildered Lan Luofeng and a slightly knowing Ling Qing. Ling Lan's gaze tracked the soldiers as they left, and she finally relaxed. And then, she registered a heavy weight in her bladder. She was dismayed. She hadn't even had much milk to drink since her mom knew that she would be given agent to absorb. So why did she have the uncontrollable urge to pee? As if sensing Ling Lan's distress, Little Four said sheepishly, I was afraid the military people would notice, so I didn't dare to expel the impurities through your sweat glands, but instead directed them to your bladder. In other words, with all the impurities gathered there, it would be even more surprising if she didn't need to pee. Ling Lan didn't even have the chance to yell for her mother before she tragically wet the bed once again. Little Four, you're dead meat, wailed Ling Lan. God damn it. It had taken so long for her to regain some sense of dignity and appeal to others as a lovable and angelic baby. But those joyous days had barely begun before they were ruined by this inconsiderate Little Four. Ling Lan was saddened once again, especially when she heard her mum smack her bum lightly, teasing her for wetting the bed again. She felt the world around her grow dim in despair. That afternoon, on the planet of Doha, in the chief's office in the logistics headquarters of the 1st Military Regiment of the Federation, a young officer was reporting to the chief of Central Logistics on the urgent news delivered today. Chief, it has been confirmed that there is nothing wrong with Dr. Mu's report. The reports of the 6 mecha pilot escorts match up with his report perfectly, reported the young officer, flipping through the notes in his hands as he stood respectfully facing his seated superior. Behind the desk, flipping through another set of notes, sat an energetic middle-aged general. He nodded as he listened, before asking, How many people know about this? The young officer paused for a moment, stunned by the unexpected question, but he quickly recovered and answered, Chief, this matter was handled by me personally. Other than my assistant and I, and those directly involved, no one else in the military is aware of the details. Very good. Designate the information on Major General Ling Zhao's inheritor as S-Class. Those below the rank of general are not allowed to access it. Also, put out a gag order for those who already know of the matter. As for the follow-up on that inheritor, let the same group of men be in charge of it. Yes, Chief. The young officer saluted and left the office with his orders. Alone in the now empty office, the middle-aged general sighed softly. Ling Zhao, this is all I can do for your child. Hopefully he doesn't attract the attention of anyone else in the military. Ling Lan was very lucky. Completely unbeknownst to her, a certain someone had taken special care to protect her so that she would not be controlled by the military and be forced to become a fighting machine. What this gave her was time, precious time to grow up and enjoy her childhood. However, at this moment, Ling Lan had no thought to spare for how the military wanted to treat her. Although she had been worried that her unusual absorption rate would attract the military's attention, after 10 peaceful days of nothing happening, she had put it out of her mind and moved on to do other things. She had always been an optimistic girl, which was why she had managed to survive 24 years of unbearable pain with her sanity intact. Of course, another reason why Ling Lan had put away her concerns about the military so quickly was the fact her attention had been drawn away by some wonderful news. Early this morning, Little Four had announced, with great aplomb, that she was now qualified to access the learning mindspace. In Little Four's mindspace, a spacious circular hall was Ling Lan's entry point. Surrounding her were a circle of tightly sealed doors. Ling Lan had tried to open some of them, but every single one had been shut tight and would not budge no matter what she did. After Little Four had had his fun watching her make a fool of herself, he had explained that the doors would not open until she met specific learning requirements. As for the details of those requirements, Little Four refused to say and had given her no hint at all. However, Ling Lan still had a good guess that the requirements had to do with her physical fitness, as Little Four had reminded her more than once to work hard on her training. Knowing that this was not up to chance, Ling Lan suppressed her burgeoning curiosity and settled down to focus on her regular training. This would not only aid her in her quest to eliminate the hidden threat to her health, but it might also provide her with the key to accessing the materials hidden behind the doors of Little Four's learning space. In truth, Ling Lan was only approaching this matter with such urgency because she was completely bored out of her mind. Every day she just lay in bed, eating and sleeping and eating, or else she was playing on her own. These days as a baby were just too boring to endure. Even when she had been bedridden in her past life, she had at least been able to go online and surf the net to relieve her boredom, or perhaps even read some novels or whatnot. Of course, the other reason why Ling Lan was feeling suffocated was that her mom was being extra vigilant in fears that her secret would be exposed. Her mom did not even dare to take her outside, much less take her visiting. As a result, Ling Lan had unfortunately spent the 7 months since she had been born in only 3 places: this bedroom, the grand hall, and the balcony, giving her no chance to truly observe this strange new world. Just when Ling Lan thought that she was going to go crazy from boredom, Little Four showed up with the good news, making her so happy she could cry. And so Ling Lan was on her best behavior today. After being fed by her mother, she did not fuss to be taken outside as usual, but instead quickly went to sleep, which was in fact entering into the mind space created by Little Four. This time, when Ling Lan entered the mind space, she noticed that the space had changed a little since she had last been there. This little change was a great source of joy to Ling Lan. Among the many tightly sealed doors, one door was shining with an eye-catching red light. On the surface of the door, 2 large Chinese words could be seen: physical skills. By her side, Little Four explained, "I have updated the language system so that it now uses your current writing system and verbal language, so you won't have any trouble understanding it." Ling Lan was so touched by this that she pulled Little Four over and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek in gratitude. Little Four blushed, turning completely red and starting to mumble bashfully, "Don't think you can win me over by being nice. I, Little Four, am an upstanding being. I will never go against my principles no matter what." "Oh, Little Four, as you're saying this, can you not wriggle your butt around? And while we're at it, the corners of your lips are quirked a little too high, aren't they?" His words had no credibility whatsoever. Ling Lan did not notice Little Four's mumbling. All her attention had been taken up by the door before her. She slowly walked up to the door and gave it a good shove, and the door swung open. Ling Lan did not hesitate. She walked right in, and the open door slammed shut behind her. Suddenly, the room went dark. Ling Lan was shocked by this sudden turn of events and shouted out, "Little Four, where are you?" Little Four's voice did not ring out through the darkness. All was silent around her, and the room was as dark as before. The eerie combination of darkness and silence caused Ling Lan's heart to pound violently, but she fought the instinctual terror and stood still, deciding to wait it out. She had faith that Little Four would never harm her. Ling Lan did not know how long she waited, for in the dark silence, time stretched endlessly, making the wait feel much longer than it really was. After a while, the cloistered darkness made Ling Lan recall her time as a fetus, and her rapid heartbeat started slowing gradually until it returned to normal. She shut her eyes and tried to remember how it felt to be within her mother's body, and was suffused with a tranquil calmness. Her fear and anxiety faded, and she entered a semi-conscious, semi-dreamlike state. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Lan abruptly sensed that the dark world around her had become awash with light. She squinted at the sudden brightness and slowly surfaced from the depths of her inner calm. As her eyesight adjusted to the light, Ling Lan found that she was standing in an open square. The area was as large as a football field, no, even larger. Ling Lan felt very small in this wide expanse of space. Right then, a slightly mechanical voice spoke tonelessly from behind her. "Psychological resilience, SSS, rank. Highest level of physical skill training authorized." Apparently, the beginning was just another test. The system had been evaluating her psychological resilience based on her reaction. If she had reacted too badly, the system would have kicked her out and made her try again another time. On the other hand, if she did well enough to pass, the system would assign a ranking based on her score, which would be used to determine what level of training she'd be subjected to. Of course, even if Ling Lan's performance was terrible, the system would still have allowed her to start learning the most basic level of physical skill training eventually, but her training would have been inevitably delayed. It should be noted that the earlier a contractor can learn the skills available in the mind space, the better, which is why the Mandora star system chose to have newborn babes bound to these learning devices. Still, what the child can accomplish in the end is also dependent on his innate qualities. A heaven-blessed genius would be able to achieve much more by completing the courses provided by the learning system, becoming more and more outstanding, while a mediocre talent may just while away in mediocrity. If the learning system is activated too late, the difference in levels would be impossible to bridge. Undeniably, Ling Lan had the great advantage of having 2 lives' worth of experience. netting her the highest psychological resilience ranking of SSS from the system at first try. But we should also remember to shed a tear for Ling Lan. True to its name, the highest level of physical skill training was not an easy course to master. It looked like Ling Lan would soon be living a miserable life of being tormented by the system. Ling Lan spun her head around to look for the source of the sudden voice and saw a uniformed male soldier standing there, eyes cold as he observed her. Don't ask Ling Lan how she knew the man was a soldier. It was a gut feeling. Ling Lan felt as if he were an unsheathed sword, sharp and precise, and she found it difficult to breathe just from being under the pressure of his gaze. Ling Lan gulped silently and tried to remain calm as she asked, "Will you be teaching me physical skills?" Ling Lan was extremely interested in learning these skills. In her previous life, she had been mostly confined to a bed, but now that she had a healthy body, she wanted to learn as much as could so that this great body of hers was not wasted. The man remained expressionless, replying flatly, "No, I am just here to introduce the skill paths you may choose." Ling Lan exhaled in relief, yet couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although facing the man was extremely stressful, like a mountain pressing upon her making it hard to breathe, this also meant that he was very formidable. If he had been her teacher, she would certainly have benefited greatly. The man paid no mind to Ling Lan's conflicted feelings, but continued by introducing himself. "You may call me Number One." Number One? Was that a code name? Could it be that in this learning space, all the instructors had no names, but only went by code names? Was it because names were unnecessary? Or was there some other reason? Number One continued, "As follows, I will introduce the options you have under the highest level of physical skills training. There are 3 sets: the offensive series, the balanced series, and the defensive series." Ling Lan listened very attentively as this choice would affect her entire life. She could not afford to be careless. The offensive series, as its name implies, will cover the physical skills necessary in building a foundation for forceful offensive attacks. The balanced series will cover foundational physical skills suitable for a mixture of offense and defense, while the defensive series will focus on defense. Each contractor may only choose one set to practice. Number One seemed satisfied with Ling Lan's serious attitude as he further explained, "These 3 foundation physical skill sets cannot be practiced simultaneously, or else the body will be greatly damaged." Ling Lan was startled. She had indeed been considering the ambitious idea of learning more than one set, and she had not expected Number One to see through her intentions and warn her. Gratefully, she said, "Thank you, Instructor Number One." Although Number One had said that he would not be her instructor, Ling Lan sincerely felt that Number One was strong enough to be anyone's instructor, and thus deserved the title. Number One seemed a little taken aback by Ling Lan's manner of address, but quickly brushed it off. In his usual flat tone, he asked, "Which set will you pick?" Ling Lan considered the 3 sets. Honestly, Ling Lan was drawn towards the balanced series, since it covered both offense and defense. This meant that the set had no obvious weaknesses, while the other 2 sets had very distinct advantages and disadvantages. Ling Lan did not plan to become a master practitioner, but only wanted to strengthen her body. Just as she was about to answer, a flash of inspiration caused her to say instead, "Instructor Number One, I would like to hear your recommendation. Which set would work best for me?" Number One's gaze turned sharp. His focused gaze was like a dagger flying straight at her, but Ling Lan's face still held a neutral smile, as if she felt none of Number One's rage. The 2 of them stared at each other. The pressure coming from Number One grew heavier and heavier. Though Ling Lan still looked calm on the surface, she was already quaking in her bones. She desperately encouraged herself to hang in there, telling herself that she just needed to hold on a little bit longer. Finally, Ling Lan prevailed. Number One dialed back his killer gaze, and an almost indiscernible smile flitted across his face. Ling Lan's heart settled. She knew she had made the right choice. As expected, Number One gave her his recommendation. "I recommend you choose the defensive series." In truth, the presence of Number One was not so simple as to just introduce the sets to the contractors. He was actually another one of the examiners. From his very first sentence, he had begun misleading the contractors, giving contractors the false impression that they were free to choose any of the 3 physical skill sets he described. Of course, once a contractor had chosen, Number One would also allow said contractor to practice that set of physical skills. The problem was, had the contractor really chosen the set that was suitable for him? In the first place, the learning devices had been designed to nurture excellence in outstanding talents. Although this lucky shot in the dark method of choosing could still result in several prodigies, it did not fit in with the original intentions of the learning devices. As such, the only valid explanation was that this was all still a test which assessed the observational skills and logical reasoning of the contractors. Anyone with a little smarts would have noticed. Did a simple introduction of the physical skill sets really require the presence of such a formidable instructor as number one? This was obviously illogical. Naturally, Linglan wasn't that smart. She had not noticed this little logical flaw, but had in fact been truly fooled. However, she was very clear on one point, and that was that number one was very strong. Moreover, she believed that no one knew the pros and cons of the three physical skill sets better than number one. And since there was such an impressive instructor right in front of her, wouldn't it be a waste not to ask him for some advice? Thus, Linglan decided to ask number one at that crucial moment. In this almost accidental manner, Linglan stumbled her way past another test. It had to be said that Linglan was really very lucky. Since number one had given his recommendation, Linglan naturally did not presume to think she could choose any better, and she quickly selected the defensive series of physical skills to learn. Once Linglan verbally acknowledged her selection of the defensive series, the scenery in front of Linglan's eyes changed. At this point, number one had disappeared, and the person in front of her was now a delicate-looking female soldier. The soldier smiled and said, "Hello. For this period of time, I shall be responsible for your training. You may call me number 9. This self-proclaimed number 9 female soldier had a rather slim figure and did not possess the strong aura and thick sense of bloodshed that number 1 did. Her strength was of a more introverted type. The description still as a statue, movement as a wild hare, one described her perfectly. Linglan believed that, in a fight, this female warrior would probably be able to defeat a hulking brute with just one move. She called out respectfully, "Instructor number 9, please take care of me." Number 9 did not say anything more, but immediately started doing several stretching exercises, indicating for Linglan to repeat them after her. Linglan found that although these few moves seemed easy, they were actually not. They stretched each part of the human body to its extreme, with the clear purpose of increasing the body's flexibility. These moves had some similarity with the popular yoga from 10,000 years ago, giving Linglan a strange sense of déjà vu. This set of moves had a total of 9 stances. After number 9 performed them 3 times, she noticed that Linglan had memorized all of them. Without giving Linglan any chance for questions, she sent Linglan's consciousness back to the main study hall with a flick of her finger. Linglan was struck dizzy by the unexpected blow. She wrapped her hands around her head and squatted, staying still as she waited for the dizziness to pass. As it slowly faded, she found that little 4, who had been out here waiting for all this time, had worried himself sick over her. He was spinning in circles around her, trying to see if she was all right. "I'm fine, little 4. Just a little tired. I need to go out and rest a little." Linglan squeezed out a smile with some effort to reassure little 4. She felt as if her spiritual and mental energy had been drained, and was so tired that she just really wanted to sleep. She quickly said goodbye to little 4, returned to her physical body, and fell into a deep sleep, for real this time. Dead to the world, Linglan did not know that the anxious little 4 secretly used his energy to help Linglan activate her qi circulation. He did so over and over again until her qi started circulating on its own. Only then did little 4 stop and keep away his energy. After doing this, little 4's image in the learning space became much dimmer. Recently, Lan Luofeng had been mired in a conflicted sense of joy. These days, her baby was no longer visiting the Sandman every time she wasn't eating. However, before she could be happy about that for long, her conflict began. Her baby had somehow become fascinated with a strange curled position. Now, there was nothing wrong with the curled position, but whenever she saw her baby's 2 little feet used as bolsters hugged between her little hands against her little head, Lan Luofeng couldn't help but twitch internally and feel a phantom pain in her bones. This position was definitely not something her old bones could achieve. If it wasn't for the fact that Linglan was smiling like an idiot the whole time, so she knew that the position was not difficult at all for babies. She really would have rescued those little feet from those plump little hands. Luckily, Ling Lan did not know what Lan Luofeng was thinking about, or else she would have burst out in tears. This position was not as easy as her mom thought it was. Even for a baby's body, getting into this position was not an easy feat. Sadder still, this was just the easiest first stance. The following 8 stances were even more difficult, with each consecutive stance being harder than the stance before it. Right now, Ling Lan really had no idea whether she could really complete learning the 9 stances within a year. She recalled instructor number 9's warning. If she could not master the 9 stances in a year, there would be punishment. Of course, to balance it out, if she finished learning the stances within the time limit, there would be a reward. The earlier she finished before the deadline, the better the reward. In the mind space, Ling Lan had felt that doing the 9 stances was pretty easy, and so had been surprised when instructor number 9 had given her a 1-year deadline. She had arrogantly believed then that she would be able to accomplish the task within a month. Now, she finally realized that she had underestimated the courses of the learning space. They were truly insane. Actually, the difficulty was not in getting into the position itself, but rather in achieving perfect accuracy. Each and every muscular curvature and angle must be pinpoint precise. These few days, Ling Lan had been practicing the first stance over and over again, but she still hadn't been able to achieve the most accurate position in one move. Rather, she had to slowly tweak her position to get it right. This did not fulfill her instructor's expectations, which was to get into the most accurate position within 1 second. However, Ling Lan was not anxious. She continued her routine of practicing the curled position with her physical body when awake, and practicing with her spiritual self in the mind space when asleep. Although practicing in the mind space had no direct impact on her body, it allowed her to hone her intuition. In other words, it gave her the ability to assess whether she had achieved the ideal position within a split second. Where there's a will, there's a way. After over 2 months, just as she was about to turn 9 months old, she managed to achieve the state where her body would react the second her will moved. Within the blink of an eye, she could get into the ideal position. This officially marked Ling Lan's mastery of the first stance. Just as Ling Lan was about to happily begin practicing the second stance, some wonderful news brought a halt to Ling Lan's practice. Her mother had finally decided to be charitable and take her out for a day of shopping. In reality, rich and noble families with deep foundations like the Ling family would usually have a chamberlain to handle everything within the household. As the mistress, Lan Luofeng had no need whatsoever to go out to purchase anything personally. However, Lan Luofeng felt that since Ling Lan had already started to recognize people and notice objects, it was necessary for her to go out so she could explore more of her surroundings. Although Chamberlain Ling Qin felt that the outing was still a little too premature, he would never go against Lan Luofeng's decisions, and so had quickly made the appropriate arrangements. As a result, Ling Lan stepped out of the house for the first time to see what the world 10,000 years later was like. Over the grand hall and out the door, Ling Lan was immediately greeted by a refreshing scent. A large expanse of grass appeared before her eyes. That's right. Outside the front door wasn't a marble staircase as Ling Lan half expected, or even a wide and solid cement road. Instead, there was a whole field of verdant grass stretching out into the distance. Ling Lan actually couldn't see the end of it, which just went to show how large the field really was. How large really was her family home. Ling Lan didn't even have time to get over her awe before a car flew in from a distance. That's right, flew. This thing was like a car, yet unlike a car. Its design was very much like the roadsters of Ling Lan's time. There was no one inside the vehicle, and the 2 seats were such that one was in front of the other. There was no steering wheel, and there were no such things as wheels below it, just a flat surface. Could this be an unmanned car or plane? Please forgive Ling Lan for her uncertain phrasing. She was unsure what to call the vehicle, although she was instinctively leaning towards it being a car. That thing was hovering in the air, about 3 meters off the ground. But as it got closer to Ling Lan's group, the vehicle descended lower and lower. By the time it stopped in front of Ling Lan, its height had dropped to just 50 centimeters above the ground, a convenient height for embarking and disembarking. The car doors opened automatically, greatly surprising an unprepared Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng and Ling Qin's attention was currently not on Ling Lan, however, so they did not notice Ling Lan's strange change of expression. "Mistress, please get into the car," said Ling Qin respectfully. Into the car? Bingo. 10,000 years later, the common transportation vehicle was still the car, so Ling Lan did not have to worry that she would say something wrong by accident in the future. Holding Ling Lan in her arms, Lan Luofeng moved directly to the back seat, while Ling Qin sat in the front seat. Ling Qin ordered, "Ling 071, enter fully sealed mode." A synthesized voice rang out immediately in response. Order acknowledged by Ling 07. Following this, the four doors swung shut and a transparent cover appeared to close over the previously open top section, turning the vehicle into a fully sealed car. At this very moment, within the mind space, a napping little four was jolted awake. It felt like a brother was close by. The synthesized voice soon rang out again. "Please select your destination." This time Ling Qin did not answer, but turned back to look inquiringly at Lan Luofeng. After some thought, for safety reasons, Lan Luofeng decided to go to a classic commercial building which only catered to qualified members. After receiving the destination, the transport vehicle Ling 07 was soon off. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the car was hovering, but there was almost no sense of movement. If it weren't for the fact that the scenery outside was speeding by, Ling Lan would have thought that she was only enclosed in a small room. The car gradually arrived at the busy city center, giving Ling Lan the first glimpse of traffic. Ling Lan saw many other similar cars driving around theirs. At first, she had thought that all the cars drove at the same height, but in reality, this was not the case. On the same vertical axis, Ling Lan saw four different cars flying in the same direction at different heights, moving together at the same pace. Ling Lan was awed yet puzzled by this. She wondered how these cars calibrated their heights. Were they not afraid of accidents happening? Her doubt was quickly cleared up, however, when Ling 07 said, "Hover car on a collision course detected. Current distance, 3 kilometers. Adjustment signal sent." It looked like the hover cars operated under a central program and also had to possess a certain level of intelligence, enough for them to discover problems preemptively and to take preventive action to avoid collisions. As expected, Ling 07's next words showed that the two cars had arrived at an agreement. "Descending 1 meter. Time for descent will be in 3 seconds. Please watch out." In 3 seconds, their hover car really descended 1 meter, while the approaching hover car ascended by over a meter. Just like that, the two cars brushed by each other, and the distance between the two cars when they had shifted tracks. Well, Ling Lan's little heart had skipped a beat. That was too goddamn close. Had there even been 10 centimeters between the two cars? However, looking at the calm and unconcerned faces of her mother and Chamberlain Ling Qin, Ling Lan knew that this distance must be pretty normal here. It looked like she still had some adapting to do. When the hover car entered a sprawling city, Ling Lan could see towering skyscrapers and other tall buildings all around her, making her feel like she was truly in a future world. Almost every level of every building had parking spaces, and Ling Lan saw numerous hover cars hanging by the various levels of the tall buildings as they traveled. The sight made her think of Christmas trees, decorated with baubles, uniquely interesting. It couldn't be helped since those hover cars came in all colors of the rainbow, vibrant and eye-catching. Very quickly, Ling Lan had arrived at her destination. Ling 07 paused for a moment in mid-air as it requested landing approval from their target building. The response came quickly, telling them to park at area B number 77-9. The hover car started circling the building until it arrived at a particular section. Then, it started rising, up and up for an unknown number of levels, before finally touching down on an empty landing spot. After Ling 07 had finished parking properly, the car doors once again swung open on their own. As Lan Luofeng stepped out of the car, bending over slightly in the process, Ling Lan got a glimpse of the floor beneath her mother's feet. And then, tragedy. The floor was entirely transparent. One could see everything below it. And just like that, Ling Lan grew dizzy and lightheaded. Damn it, so she was afraid of heights. Since she had been bedridden from a young age, for most of her life, she had never known she had this fatal weakness. Ling Lan could almost cry. She was starting to think that coming to the future was a terrible thing. On the way here from home, She had noticed that almost all the buildings in this world basically consisted of 100 levels or more. Furthermore, the main mode of transportation here seemed to be the hover car, which could freely travel up to several hundred meters into the air. All this just proved that she would never be able to escape from heights in this life. Ling Lan was tormented. How was she supposed to live? Ignorant of Ling Lan's plight, Lan Luofeng brought her into the building and walked into a transparent viewing elevator. As for what happened next, not surprisingly, Ling Lan fainted dramatically. Fell asleep. Well, at least that's what her mum Lan Luofeng believed, totally missing the tears clinging to Ling Lan's eyelashes. Now, even if she did notice them, she would have just thought that those tears were the result of her baby's sleepiness. Look, don't they just make her eyes sparkle in such an adorable way? Ling Lan did not know how long she had slept, before she was woken up by a screeching sound. Opening her still somewhat blurry eyes, she saw a rampaging female dragon spitting out indiscriminate fire. Lan Luofeng, you think you still have the right to show up here? The yelling woman was still quite pretty, but that affected peacock-like attitude was rather unbecoming, making her lose all sense of class. Ling Lan categorized her as an unsavory character with one glance. She had no tolerance for anyone who scorned her mother. Still, Ling Lan was a little curious. Till now, she had not seen a single ugly person. Everyone had at least looked decent. Ling Lan guessed that this future world was probably technologically advanced enough that a person's features could be calibrated while within the womb? Ling Lan, what do you think fetuses are? Programs or machines? Calibrated indeed. Ling Lan only found out later that, quite simply, although it did have something to do with technology as Ling Lan had guessed, the changes weren't made before birth, but after. Anyone whose appearance did not fit within certain beauty parameters could choose to use beauty correction agents to fix their appearance. Although that sounded impressive, it was basically the same principle as cosmetic surgery, just more technologically advanced so everything could be handled via injections without the need to go under a knife. Of course, this did not preclude the existence of extremists who, for the sake of greater beauty beyond regular parameters, would push aside the agents and opt directly for the knife. Lan Luofeng said nothing in reply to the seething woman, but merely cast a cold glance at her, before ignoring her completely to head towards an empty VIP room with her daughter in her arms. Lan Luofeng's clear dismissal made the woman even angrier. She grabbed hold of Lan Luofeng by the shoulder and was just about to speak when Lan Luofeng hissed at her, "Let go." Before the woman could do so, Chamberlain Ling Qin had rushed over from a few steps away to administer a light flick of his finger. With a shout of pain, the woman was pushed back a step and naturally lost her grip. Interest flashed in Ling Lan's eyes. She hadn't expected that the outwardly gentle and understated Chamberlain Ling Qin was such a skilled fighter. That almost imperceptible small movement had been caught by Ling Lan's bright eyes. "Mistress, please go ahead into the VIP room with the young master. There are too many riffraff here, they shouldn't disturb you." Without any expression on his face, Ling Qin stepped in between that woman and Lan Luofeng. If he hadn't been a bit too far away from Lan Luofeng back then, this woman wouldn't have had a chance to lay a hand on his mistress. Ling Qin was annoyed at himself. It was all because of his negligence that the woman had managed to get close to the mistress and the young master. If she had had any evil intentions, at the thought, Ling Qin felt a cold sweat break out along his back in belated fear. In truth, Ling Qin was being too hard on himself. If someone had truly had intentions to harm Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan, an expert of his caliber would definitely have sensed it and taken the appropriate defensive measures. He had only been taken by surprise because he hadn't sensed any killing intent from the surrounding people. Furthermore, this VIP section was specially set aside for women, so the surrounding people were all either noble women or women from rich and powerful families, leading Ling Qin to subconsciously slow his steps. "All right, Uncle Qin." Lan Luofeng had no interest in arguing with the woman and making a public spectacle. Ever since Ling Xiao had died and she had broken ties with the Ling family, Lan Luofeng had known that she would be ostracized by some of the noble women's circles. Over the years, though the Ling family hadn't conducted much proper business, they had been rather proactive in arranging marriage alliances with the various elite and noble families. While they did not manage to connect with the main descendants of those families, they still managed to build some significant contacts among the lesser branches of those families. That woman who had grabbed Lan Luofeng was one of those Ling family marriage prospects. Her family had agreed to the marriage alliance because they had been interested in the power accumulated by Ling Sujing and Ling Xiao in the army, and were hoping that the Ling family would be able to help them with that power. However, following Major General Ling Zhao's sudden death, the Ling family had failed in their power struggle with Lan Luofeng and had been forced to leave Doha, leaving her plans in ruins. The main cause of all this was Lan Luofeng's clever trap, which is why her resentment had flared at the sight of Lan Luofeng, causing her to rush up like a mad dog to vent her frustrations. Lan Luofeng was not at all surprised by this turn of events. However, Lan Luofeng didn't care. She had never had any aspirations for power to begin with. If it weren't for the fact that she had wanted to show her baby the world outdoors, she would have just happily stayed home without a thought for the outside world. As such, why would she care if others ostracized her or scorned her? It cannot be denied that Lan Luofeng was a proud woman. While Ling Xiao had been around, she had still been willing to make an effort to mingle with these noble women. But now, she had no mood for it. Ling Xiao's death had robbed her of half her soul, while the remaining half had become dedicated to the raising of Ling Lan and the defense of Ling Xiao's hard-earned premium military benefits. Lan Luofeng ignored the whispers that broke out after that scene and walked into one of the unoccupied VIP rooms. At the same time, a waiting VIP service staff entered after her to provide her services. Ling Lan sighed. The damnable class system still existed 10,000 years later despite efforts to remove it. Looked like equality among all human beings really only worked in theory. In the VIP room, Ling Lan was having her horizons expanded. She would never have imagined that in this world 10,000 years later, one would no longer have to look for items in a store personally, but could just sit comfortably in a VIP room and select categories of items to look at from an ultra-wide screen in the room. These items would be presented to you in 3D imaging, along with a detailed introduction. If a customer was particularly interested in an item, they could click on it to get even more information. Lan Luofeng perused the items with her full attention. She was basically only looking at items for Ling Lan, and very quickly, item after item had been delivered to the VIP room to await Lan Luofeng's final decision. Infant musical bed. This item is elliptical in shape. There are two freely interchangeable modes, half-sealed transparency mode and fully sealed transparency mode. While the infant is sleeping on the bed, it can automatically select the appropriate music based on the infant's brain waves to encourage sleep. Besides that, this bed comes equipped with its own internet network and can download the latest music in the Federation on its own, saving parents the trouble. Its own internet network? Automatic downloading and updating? The idle Ling Lan had just been about to fall asleep when these words poured into her ears, waking her up immediately. It should be known that she had been pestered half to death by Little Four recently. Every day, he would whine and plead with her to find a chance for him to go online. In his words, "The one who has control over information shall triumph." Of course, Little Four was just saying it for the sake of saying it. Ling Lan and Little Four had no real enemies on the surface after all. The reason for Little Four's urgency was that he needed to understand more about this world so he could better serve his host, lest he make any serious mistakes out of ignorance. Take the incident of the gene-stimulating agent, for example. It was precisely because Little Four had no clue about the absorption rate of infants in this world that the results had been so shocking, almost causing immense trouble for Ling Lan. If a mysterious benefactor hadn't stepped in to seal the information, Ling Lan might have already been snatched away by the military to become a war machine. Of course, the mentally adult Ling Lan would not have been so easily brainwashed and could have chosen to run away and hide. However, that would spell the end of her freedom, unless there came a day when she was strong enough to break free from the shackles of the country. Whenever Little Four and Ling Lan thought back on the incident, they would break out in a cold sweat. Even now, they dared not drop their guard. A large part of the reason why Ling Lan took over 2 months to master the first stance was that she hadn't dared to put full effort into her training. She was constantly worried there were spies around, so she didn't want to do anything else out of the ordinary to arouse their suspicion. Today, such great news just happened to fall into her lap. A way for her to access the internet, and in such a subtle manner too. It was an infant bed after all. Who would suspect an infant sleeping on the bed to be secretly accessing the internet? Hee hee, brother, you must be crazy. Please seek treatment immediately. Everyone would look at you as if you were an idiot, a fool, a madman, and then throw down that line and walk away. Ling Lan was overjoyed. This bed was just made for her. Only she could use this infant bed to its full capacity and not let its functions collect dust. Ling Lan clambered up decisively and started babbling excitedly while pointing at the infant bed. She was telling her mother that this bed was hers. Lan Luofeng was on the same wavelength as Ling Lan this time. With some surprise, she said, "Does Ling Lan want this bed? Could it be that Ling Lan likes music? All right, since Ling Lan likes it, Mummy will buy it." Okay, Lan Luofeng was obviously a doting mother. Anything her child wanted, she would get. Fortunately, Ling Lan was a mentally mature person on the inside, or else she would certainly be spoiled rotten under Lan Luofeng's unreserved affection. Ling Lan got what she wanted, so her mood was great. She went to look for Little Four to gloat. Little Four, Little Four. Little Four seemed to be in a strange mood, for he didn't respond at all to Ling Lan's calls, but was drawing circles on the ground with a sad look on his face. Ling Lan was exasperated and immediately greeted his head with a fist. "You rascal, what are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Little Four remained sullenly silent. Under normal circumstances, Little Four would have jumped up by now and would be loudly complaining about Ling Lan's domestic abuse. Ling Lan was miffed and at a bit of a loss. She proceeded to pinch and pull at Little Four's face with all her might, hoping that Little Four would return to his senses. This time, there was finally some effect. Listlessly, Little Four smacked her hand away and asked with a long face, "What's up?" Ling Lan asked concernedly, "Did something happen?" Little Four expelled a heavy breath and said, "I have been played by this world." The words had barely left Little Four's mouth when the furious Ling Lan gave him a solid kick in the ass, sending him flying. "Damn it, are you kidding me?" This kick chased away Little Four's strange mood and replaced it with anger. He threw himself at Ling Lan, grabbing hold of her thigh and yelling, "You promised you wouldn't use violence. You're still hitting me. I want to complain. Complain. Complain my foot. I still need to ask you why you tricked me. Looking like you were gonna die, letting me worry." For some reason, Ling Lan just couldn't control the anger burning within her. She knew very well that Little Four might have just been playing a prank. This was something she would have easily brushed off with a laugh in the past. Why couldn't she do that now? Ling Lan didn't know that this was an explosion caused by the buildup of negative emotions in her heart. Although Ling Lan had consoled herself all this time after the gene-stimulating agent incident that everything was fine, Ling Lan had actually been unable to truly be at ease. She had been frightened that her secret would be exposed to the military, that she would become an experiment and end up torn between life and death. These sorts of negative emotions had been hiding deep in Ling Lan's heart all this time. If she didn't have a chance to release them, they would have had a negative impact on Ling Lan someday in the future. It should be said that Ling Lan was very lucky. Ling Lan's mood had brightened considerably due to this outing, a vast difference from her usual calm and forced tolerance. The torments of her previous illness may have given Ling Lan unbelievably strong tolerance and resilience, but that was also where the problem arose. Tolerance was a double-edged sword. Being overly tolerant was harmful to both body and mind. Of course, just this sudden upswing to happiness would not have been enough to set off Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan had become extremely excited by the internet-equipped infant bed, and when she had sought Little Four out to share this news with him, his hopeless demeanor had pushed Ling Lan from the heights of happiness to the lows of anxiety. This sudden and dramatic shift in strongly opposing emotions caused Ling Lan's perfect tolerance to crack. As a result, the deeply hidden negative emotions exploded, leading to Ling Lan's uncharacteristic kick and subsequent rampage. The two of them wrestled in the mind space until they both ran out of energy and flopped to the ground. Ling Lan lay there, panting heavily. She hadn't expected to fight with a little kid, but her heart now felt amazingly light, as if her soul had been cleansed. Ling Lan chuckled, saying, "Little Four, I'm sorry. I lost control." Little Four rolled around the floor once sheepishly, before rolling over to Ling Lan's side. "It's okay. After fighting with you, I feel much better. I was really very unhappy before." "How so?" When we were in the hover car earlier and Ling07 spoke, I had thought that this world had someone like me. I was so happy. Since leaving Mandora, I have never met another of my kind. I was so lonely. But, after secretly talking to Ling07, I found that Ling07 is not the kin I'm looking for. Although he is very similar, but it's just different, not the same. Do you understand what I'm saying? Little Four asked, somewhat incoherently, his face full of hope. He couldn't be blamed for his confusion. His mental intelligence was at the level of a 5 to 6-year-old child at the moment. Ling Lan replied jokingly, just like a human and a monkey. Little Four's eyes brightened and he nodded vigorously, saying, yeah, just like that. Ling Lan patted Little Four's head affectionately. Little Four, you forget, I am also a solitary existence in this world. Since you are also alone, and I am also alone, let us continue walking forward as companions. Little Four was puzzled. You are my host. Of course I will continue to be bound to you in contract and never leave. Ling Lan pulled Little Four into an embrace, saying softly, that's not what I'm saying. I mean like family, like siblings, like the best of friends. Let's entrust our backs to each other and become each other's most trusted person. Ling Lan was willing to put her faith in Little Four, for Little Four was the one who had accompanied her through the end of her last life, and he was also the one who had given her this new life. All these experiences had made Ling Lan accept Little Four, viewing him as a younger brother. Ling Lan was determined to compensate for the regrets of the past life with her new life, and so she wanted a healthy body, freedom, and space, and also a friend she could talk to about anything. A younger brother who trusted her, who she could also trust in return. Laying in Ling Lan's arms, Little Four was a little lost. He could not understand. His core dictated that he must be loyal to his host. So why did Ling Lan say they should become each other's most trustworthy person? Did they not already have that sort of relationship? This was the first time Little Four was thinking with his full processing power. Even if his core chip became overheated, even if his processes started to slow, he still wanted the answer to this question. Because of this, he knew what it was to want for the first time. He did not want to see Ling Lan disappointed. Even though he knew this was against regulations, he wanted to be selfish just this once. It was now 2 months after the fight, and during this time, Little Four had managed to infiltrate this world's internet through the bed's equipped network. Under Little Four's clarifications, Ling Lan had learned that the virtual net here was already very developed, fully able to stand as a secondary world on its own. Ling Lan highly suspected that her mom was able to confine herself at home, most likely because of the existence of this virtual network, allowing her to do whatever she wanted to without needing to step foot out of her home. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about her identity and could choose to live freely. From the information he gleaned on the internet, Little Four had discovered the true value of the gene-stimulating agents and had also found out the typical absorption rate of the infants here. After Ling Lan was informed, she thought back to her first session with Fear. They had overdid it with the absorption of the agent that time after all. Fortunately, throughout history, there were still a few babies who had absorbed even more agent than her, so at least she wasn't breaking any records. The two of them conferred, coming to a decision that no matter how many tubes of agent the military brought next month, they would only absorb 10. Actually, Ling Lan didn't even want to absorb 10 tubes. She only wanted to absorb about 6 or 7 tubes, an amount which would match up with her original assessment results. However, Little Four was firmly against it, because from the information he had gathered, as they grew, the number of tubes an average baby absorbed would only increase rather than decrease after their first time. Only after they had matured would the number gradually fall and taper off, ending when they could finally no longer absorb any. Since Ling Lan had already absorbed 10 tubes her first time, it would make no sense for the number to decrease the second time. Rather than risk looking even more abnormal, she might as well continue absorbing 10 tubes. After all, that number had already been established the first time, so it wouldn't be any more surprising to the military. Furthermore, Ling Lan's body really needed that agent. Little Four had found that ever since Ling Lan started training in physical skills, her spiritual power had started growing at an even more rapid pace. Little Four was worried that Ling Lan's body growth would not be able to keep up with the growth of her spiritual power. After some internal debate, Ling Lan decided to accept Little Four's suggestion. Meanwhile, to better support Ling Lan, Little Four was struggling over how to earn money on the internet. This was because he had discovered suppliers for the agent on the net, and although the impurities in those agents were much higher than the ones provided by the military, that was not a problem for Little Four, who could clear away those impurities as easily as he could eat a carrot. Well, he couldn't really eat human food, so. Alright, let's just assume it's a virtual carrot. The point is, it was very easy for him. For this grand ambition, Little Four had even secretly created a bank account by hacking into the system of the center of the Federation Banking Alliance. Naturally, bypassing the defenses of the system was like child's play to him, as easy as eating a virtual carrot. To ensure the security of the account, without any approval, he had set the account's level to SSS. It wasn't that he didn't want to set it higher, but only one 5S account existed at the moment, which was the account of the Prime Minister of the Federation, so Little Four knew he couldn't go that far. Ling Lan observed as Little Four did all this and finally understood how amazing Little Four actually was. In the virtual world, Little Four was a god. However, no matter how amazing Little Four was, he still had no clue how to go about earning money, and so could only turn to Ling Lan for advice. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was also clueless about this. Think about it. Her previous life was pretty much spent on a sickbed. Other than learning about the world and getting information from the internet, she had basically spent the rest of her time reading novels and comics. If she had known this day would come, she would have spent that time learning how to do business and looking up financial information instead. Thump, thump, thump. Ling Lan was startled by the sudden sounds beside her. Lifting her head, she was stunned by the pile of books that had appeared in the great hall of the mind space. Ling Lan picked up a random book from the pile. The cover read. Looking at the titles of the other books in the pile, Ling Lan's face turned black. Little Four looked at her with a face begging for praise, so proud of himself as if he had done a great thing. Ling Lan said through gritted teeth, "Why did you bring out so many financial books? And where did you get these?" Little Four said smugly, "Weren't you thinking about how you wanted to read more about these things? Luckily, while you were in your previous body, I had downloaded and stored all the books I could get from the internet there. No matter what you want, I have it." Ling Lan blew up. "You think if I finish reading these I can become a business expert overnight? I think you're dreaming. What good can books do?" Little Four drooped. "Are they useless?" "Of course they are. It's all theory. It's not that easy in the real world. The most these books can do is just provide some entertainment," said Ling Lan, resigned. She knew very well that she had no talent in this area. Little Four was very disappointed. With low spirits, he said, "So they are only for human entertainment. Looks like I've wasted my time. To get all these books, I have spent so much time." Seeing this, Ling Lan felt sorry for Little Four and quickly reassured him, No, there could still be some precious books in your collection. And some people who want these books may never be able to get them anymore." A flash of inspiration rushed through Ling Lan's mind, but remained just out of her grasp. Little Four sighed. "In your previous world, all these books were freely available on the internet. Who wouldn't be able to get them? Stop trying to make me feel better." "My previous world? 10,000 years ago." Ling Lan finally caught hold of that spark. Excitedly, she said, "Little Four, I have figured out how we can earn money." Little Four asked excitedly, "What is it?" Ling Lan laughed and said, "After these 10,000 years, even if there are cloud drives and other sorts of storage methods, I don't think all books would have been preserved till now. Why don't you go look and see if there are any requests for old books on the internet?" Little Four was a little hesitant. Even if there were such requests, there wouldn't be many, which would only result in chump change. For his purpose of buying Ling Lan more gene-stimulating agent, he would need a lot more money. The more the better, so this little amount would not even be a drop in the ocean. Exasperated, Ling Lan flicked Little Four's forehead, saying, "Don't look down on this little bit of money. We just need to get started and collect some seed money first before looking for other ways to earn money. Otherwise, even if an opportunity appears, we won't be able to do anything." With this, Little Four understood and abruptly felt the weight on his shoulders grow exponentially. He stood up tall and thumped his chest, saying, "You can count on me." Looking at his seriously adorable, believing you will not regret it face, Ling Lan couldn't help but snicker in her heart. She found herself thankful once again that she had Little Four at her side, who was willing to work hard for her benefit. After some discussion, the two of them decided that Little Four would be fully responsible for all matters on the virtual network. That said, safety was the top priority. They'd rather take things slow and gradually accumulate their seed money, as long as they could keep things as covert as possible. Honestly, they really didn't need to rush. Even if they could buy the gene-stimulating agents right now, who would be able to use them? Little Four was a virtual being, while Ling Lan was still a baby who could not even crawl properly yet. After passing on the follow-up tasks to Little Four, Ling Lan happily went to bed without giving any further thought to the matter. Left alone, a fired-up Little Four rushed into the virtual world and started doing as Ling Lan said, slowly accumulating cash. Ling Lan was someone capable of putting her full trust in others, so she did not pay any further attention to the matter after entrusting Little Four with it, not even asking for a progress report. Little Four was touched by this show of trust. Oh, how much faith did his lord have in him? So he decided he must do his best to serve her until his death. A while back, Little Four had consumed several 100,000 words of the entire romance of the Three Kingdoms when fulfilling the request of a client. After that, he had become obsessed, and this was reflected in his method of addressing Ling Lan. Instead of the original host, he now called her Lord. Every time Ling Lan heard that form of address, her head would throb. Why did this silly child love cosplay so much? It had to be said that Little Four was really very innocent. He had no idea that Ling Lan's show of trust was actually just blithe unconcern. In Ling Lan's opinion, while it would be great if they could earn money, it was also fine even if they didn't manage to earn any. After all, Little Four was the one who was gung-ho about it, and it was a zero-cost business, so it really didn't matter whether the results were good or bad. She was just glad to see Little Four in high spirits, no longer looking as lonely as he was before. All right, to be honest, Ling Lan had assigned this task to Little Four as a way to distract him and cheer him up, and poor Little Four had fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Time passed by quickly, and Ling Lan finally became a toddler capable of moving about on 2 feet. During this time, she had received one more round of agent injections, and as discussed, they stopped absorbing at the 10th tube like before. As for the military people, it was the same group as before, and they seemed to have come mentally prepared this time, remaining calm throughout the whole procedure. In fact, they were even gaining the mistaken impression that absorbing 10 tubes was a completely natural phenomenon, not deserving of any surprise whatsoever. It had to be said that the military was certainly made up of extraordinarily mentally resilient and adaptable people. One day, during Ling Lan's 16th month of life, she was practicing her bendy poses as usual, diligently going through all 9 stances one at a time. She had actually managed to learn all 9 stances by the time she was just a little over 15 months old, and since then, she had made sure to practice all 9 stances in order every day. Of course, there were still inconsistencies and mistakes, but Ling Lan would correct them as she progressed, gradually converting the 9 stances into basic instinct. This time, when Ling Lan completed the 9th stance, she suddenly felt a surge of heat run through her body. It was so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan in pleasure. This was something that had never happened before. Although she would also feel slightly warm and her body would be loose and comfortable after finishing the 9 stances, she had never felt this sort of euphoric floaty feeling before. Ling Lan laid comfortably on her bed, still basking in the echoes of contentment, when she abruptly found that her consciousness had been drawn into the learning mind space. Before this, she had always chosen to enter actively. This passive access was new. Before Ling Lan could protest the learning space's high-handedness, an aloof man had appeared out of thin air right in front of her. Ling Lan jerked in surprise, but immediately straightened up to say, "Hello, Instructor Number 1. She definitely must not let this formidable man notice her annoyance. Ling Lan intuitively knew that if she angered him, she would lose a layer of skin even if she didn't die. Firstly, congratulations on your perfect completion of the foundation chapter of the Advanced Physical Skills course, said Number 1. His face as emotionless and tone as cold as ever. Despite that, for some reason, Ling Lan just felt that Instructor Number 1 was actually in a very good mood. Now you shall receive your reward, continued Number 1. Ling Lan felt excitement stir within her. What kind of reward would Instructor Number 1 give? At this moment, an extremely mechanical voice piped up beside Ling Lan's ear. Reward. First item. Time remaining from deadline. 49 days. Awards 49 honor points. Second item. Assessment results. Perfect. Awards 100 honor points. Total of all items. 149 honor points. Please confirm receipt. Facing number 1 this time. Ling Lan finally realized that the mechanical voice she had heard before had not come from number 1, but seemed to be the voice of the learning spaces system. Ling Lan chuckled dryly. Hindsight is truly 2020. She only noticed now that although number 1's voice was very cold, it was also crisp and clear, with none of the mechanical inflections of the system's voice. It was a shame that instructor number 1 had appeared behind her that first time, causing her to mistakenly attribute the mechanical voice to him. Instructor number 1's voice rang out once more. Now I shall explain the usage of honor points. Other than the core compulsory courses, the learning space also provides many additional supplementary courses which require honor points to unlock, and of course there are also games and other types of entertainment available. You may freely choose how you would like to use these honor points. Use? Does this mean that honor points are not that easy to get? Asked Ling Lan calmly. She knew very well that number 1's words may have some hidden meaning. It could even be another test, so she couldn't just take things at face value. Unfortunately, her questioning was not fruitful this time round. Number 1 did not answer, merely keeping his silence, though Ling Lan could sense a very light trace of humor in his eyes. Perhaps she had guessed correctly that honor points were indeed very precious. Or perhaps this first seemingly generous award of honor points was another trap, trying to fool people into thinking honor points were easy to get so they would spend them thoughtlessly. A large screen suddenly appeared in front of Ling Lan. On the screen, there were many general category selections. It looked like these were the things that she could redeem with her honor points. Do I really have to choose right now? Ling Lan asked doggedly. Since she already knew that honor points were important, she didn't want to use them recklessly. Number 1 said, You must. This is also one of your lessons. Number 1 smashed her hopeful plans and continued, You must choose within 10 minutes, or else the system will enforce a random draw. At these words, Ling Lan's heart thumped. Something niggled at her mind, so without wasting any more time, she opened the redemption window. Ling Lan flicked through the options on the screen. There really were all sorts of courses, from harp playing to chess and various art and literature courses. Even embroidery was included. Of course, there were also all sorts of martial combat skills, and even some really strange and bizarre courses she had never heard of before. The points to redeem these courses ranged from 1 point to several hundreds of points, while some even required up to 1 or 2,000 points, and perhaps even more. The gaming and leisure options were noticeably more expensive, starting from a base redemption amount of 50 points. With the more expensive options reaching up to 5,000 points to 10,000 points. Of course, this section also had a smorgasbord of options. Take games for example. There were traditional games with retro designs, magic and sorcery games, futuristic apocalyptic games, galactic mecha games, martial combat games, and they actually even had dating simulation games. As for the other leisure options, anything you could think of as recreation could be found there. When she had tapped into that category, Ling Lan hadn't even known where to look. There were just too many options. Hell, was this still a learning space meant for the cultivation of young talent? Why did she feel a corrupting influence emanating from these options? Ling Lan decisively exited from the recreational categories and opened up the learning courses. Time was counting down, so she did not have a moment to lose. Since she had to redeem something, she might as well use the honor points she had now to redeem something she needed most at present. With a rough idea of what she wanted, Ling Lan clicked open the combat category, and then chose the subcategory of defense. Countless defensive combat techniques and skills immediately popped up on the screen. Ling Lan selected the option to list the skills and techniques according to honor point requirement in ascending order, from the lowest to the highest. The first skill she saw cost only 1 honor point, Iron Skin. The description below it explained that the skill could turn the skin of a person's entire body into iron, capable of withstanding heavy blows. With mastery, the practitioner's skin would become a metallic color. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan immediately sent the option flying. How could a soft and delicate girl like her allow her skin to become metallic in color? It's not like she wanted to become Iron Woman. Next were the skills that required 10 honor points to redeem. There were a few more than those requiring 1 point, but when she counted them, there were only about 10 options. Ling Lan found that interesting. There was one skill which cost 1 honor point, and 10 skills which cost 10 honor points. Did that mean that there would be 50 skills which cost 50 honor points? Of course, Ling Lan was just thinking about this idly. Her full attention was actually upon these 10 options before her. She only had 10 minutes after all. There was no time to waste. Eagle Claw? What? Mastery meant having claw-like hands. No can do. Iron Head. She needed to bang her head against hard objects every day? That was just asking for pain and suffering. Dismissed. Golden Finger? Practice by jabbing her fingers at trees every day? Ridiculous. Ignored. Crippling Legs? Mastery meant legs with exposed veins? Dear God, that would be terrifying. No way. Long Ape Arms. What? Mastery meant one's arms would become as long as an ape's. Damn it. Even though she would have to live this life as a man, she still didn't want to live as an ape man. That would be too tragic. No way in hell. Why did all these skills either change a person's appearance or require self-mutilation to achieve mastery? Ling Lan complained internally. Just as Ling Lan was about to give up on redeeming any of the 10-point skills, she noticed the final skill on the list, Rabbit Sky Leap. Rabbit Sky Leap, a conditional skill, requires a high degree of body flexibility. Minimum requirement of B rank flexibility, but A rank and above flexibility recommended. This skill does not change one's appearance after mastery, but will increase overall strength by 3 times or more. Precise increments will depend on practitioner's flexibility and intensity of practice. Please observe changes and adjust accordingly. Practice method. This Rabbit Sky Leap skill captured Ling Lan's heart immediately. It seemed like a perfectly normal skill, no torture or mutilation mentioned in its training method. Besides that, the conditions seemed tailor-made for her. The basic 9 stances she had been practicing had focused specifically on increasing a body's flexibility. Instructor number 9 had clearly stated that once she mastered the 9 stances, her body flexibility would be at A rank. In general, babies were born with a flexibility of B rank, but if they didn't practice any sort of physical skill such as the 9 stances, their flexibility would decline as they grew older. A regular adult would have a flexibility between D rank to F rank. If one trained in offensive physical skills, flexibility would drop even more, perhaps not even reaching D rank. Meanwhile, a practitioner of the balanced series of physical skills would at most be able to maintain a flexibility of C rank, with exceptional cases being able to achieve B rank. As for the defensive series, there were 2 branches within the set itself, the endurance series and the flexible series. The endurance series focused on increasing a body's toughness, hardening it to increase defensive ability, thus reducing flexibility, which would result in a body flexibility similar to those practicing the balanced series. Only the flexible series, as its name implied, focused on training up a body's flexibility and would allow practitioners to achieve a flexibility of A rank and above. The basic 9 stances that Ling Lan learned were from the flexible series. The learning space had automatically assigned the flexible series to Ling Lan because she was a girl and because her natural flexibility had already been very high. It looked like the learning space also had some recognition of gender and had been unwilling to produce an iron-muscled woman. At this point, Ling Lan had already made her decision, but she still cautiously browsed through the skills which required 50 honor points. The quality of the skills naturally increased as the cost of the skills increased, but the associated restrictions and conditions also got increasingly tougher. Many of the skills required a certain level of body strength, resilience, or flexibility, as well as a certain level of physical skill. Ling Lan knew that even if she redeemed these skills now, she still wouldn't be able to practice them for 3 to 5 years. After all, her body was just not at that level yet. There was still much more training she had to do first. Just then, number 1 reminded, "There is not much time left. Have you chosen?" Ling Lan smiled and said, "Yes, I choose the Rabbit Sky Leap." Number 1 warned her, "The Rabbit Sky Leap only requires 10 honor points. You still have 139 points. What else will you choose? Please choose immediately." Ling Lan shook her head. "I only want this one. I don't need anything else right now." Number 1 sniffed. "You still have so many honor points left. Do you really want to waste them?" Ling Lan smirked like a little fox. Will they really be wasted? Number one just stared at her placidly. His gaze was steady and indifferent, as if telling her that if she really chose only the rabbit sky leap, all her remaining honor points would be cleared away. Ling Lan's resolution started to waver under number one's stare. Should she just redeem all her honor points now, and just wait to learn those skills later on when she met their requirements? But then that was also a problem. Since she had no idea what the learning space would assign her next, if she redeemed her points now and chose something that was unsuitable for her later on, that would also be a waste. Should she gamble now? Or gamble for the future? Ling Lan struggled over her decision. She lifted her head to look at number one, hoping to get some sort of hint from him. After all, the reason she wanted to save her honor points to begin with was because of number one's earlier words. Had she misunderstood what he was saying? So that she could hold on to the free treatment provided by the country in her past life. Over her 24 years of illness, Ling Lan had learned how to observe body language and react accordingly. She had learned how to appeal to the doctors and nurses around her, acting cute and being well-behaved. The quota for free treatment was limited, and there were always plenty of other patients waiting in line, so she knew she had to get the researchers and caregivers to like her and care for her personally. This way, subconsciously, they would want to keep her around and would put in a good word for her when necessary. Her skills in this area were no use here against number one. However, he was a battle-hardened veteran warrior. How could little inexperienced Ling Lan hope to glean anything from his body language? The more Ling Lan stared at number one, the more helpless she felt, until the point where she felt that it might be better to just redeem all her points now after all. It'd be better than letting them all go to waste. Just as she was about to ask to continue redeeming, the system announced, "Time's up. Exchange 10 honor points for Rabbit Sky Leap. Successful." Ling Lan was abruptly jolted into awareness. Unconsciously, it had already been 10 minutes. Knowing that there was nothing else she could do, Ling Lan resolutely pushed aside all her anxiety. Since God had already helped her decide, there was no point having regrets even if she was going to lose all those honor points. It had to be said that Ling Lan was a very mature and adaptable girl. Perhaps those 24 years of torment due to illness had taught her that there was no point in obsessing over the unobtainable. The system continued to announce, 1 redemption successful. Redemption mission completed, 1 honor point awarded. Remaining honor points, 140 points, shall be reserved for the next redemption. Ling Lan was ecstatic. She had guessed correctly. As expected, honor points could be saved up. Number one's words had been a hint after all. The word use had been a subtle hint that honor points were precious, while the following statement that a random draw would be enforced after 10 minutes indirectly implied that only 1 exchange was required. This seemingly simple statement was actually rife with meaning. The cost of the items that could be redeemed ranged from 1 point up to several tens of thousands of points, and though Ling Lan only had 149 points, the things she could redeem were numerous. This presented a problem. If the enforced draw by the system randomly selected an item that only cost 1 point or 10 points, or perhaps even 50 points, what would happen to the rest of the unredeemed honor points? Number one's explanations had not covered any of that. Based on her previous experience, Ling Lan had quickly sensed something strange about the scenario, fearing that this was yet another trick. Perhaps this forced redemption was actually just a way for the system to teach new users how to redeem their honor points. Just like how an instructor makes you practice a skill once in front of them right after they finish teaching you. Of course, Ling Lan knew that every little action of the learning space was not as simple as it seemed, so the forced redemption must have some deeper meaning beyond that. However, Ling Lan didn't think it was necessary to spend much time and effort to figure it out. So she chose the Rabbit Sky Leap, which was most suitable for her. Not only could she practice it immediately, it was also a very subtle skill. Ling Lan was very satisfied with her choice. As for whether it was the best choice, Ling Lan was not overly concerned about that. She didn't expect the best things to just appear in her path randomly, as if she were the main character in a story, but was content to just take things as they came. Instructor number 1 was extremely pleased with Ling Lan's performance this time as well. Without further ado, he switched places with instructor number 9, who proceeded to instruct Ling Lan in the Rabbit Sky Leap, as well as the next chapter of her physical skills training, the Body Refining 9 Stances. Training for the body refining 9 stances was 100 times more difficult than training for the basic 9 stances. For the following month, Ling Lan trained laboriously to master the first stance with little to no effect. She couldn't even get the positioning of a single arm right. Ling Lan felt that this was a miserable mission. Judging by her current progress, she would never be able to accomplish it within the given deadline of 5 years. Fortunately, Ling Lan had a positive attitude. Even if it felt like an impossible mission, she wasn't anxious or impatient. Every day, she worked hard to conquer it little by little, in hopes that when the deadline arrived, she wouldn't be too far off the mark. Ling Lan had deduced from the first reward of honor points that the system's punishment would most likely be based on a similar principle. The less she was behind, the lighter the punishment she would receive. Very soon, it was once again the time for a session of gene agent injections. Ling Lan had assumed that this third session would be very much like the first 2 sessions, where she would just be laid on the bed to rest right after. Unexpectedly, when all the military personnel had left, Ling Lan's mother Lan Luofeng had picked her up and had walked through several hidden passages to arrive at a small room. There was almost nothing in the room, only a small single bed by one of the walls and a waist-high wooden tub in the center of the room. Nothing else. The moment Lan Luofeng entered the room, she asked, "Is everything ready?" "Yes, mistress." A middle-aged woman stood within the room. Ling Lan recognized her. She was Chamberlain Ling Qin's wife, Ling Nani. Lan Luofeng stepped forward to stand before the wooden tub. Ling Lan could now see that a little more than half the tub was full of an inky green liquid that smelled heavily of medicinal herbs. Ling Lan was deeply surprised. So far in this time period, all she had seen were medications of Western influence, such as injections or pills, which were bland and tasteless. Now, this familiar smell abruptly brought her back to the memories of her past life. She had had to drink so much of this sort of herbal concoction, but still, Ling Lan's forehead scrunched up in worry. Could it be that she was supposed to drink all of this medicinal liquid? Ling Lan felt shudders of apprehension within her heart. From her mother's and Ling Nani's demeanor, that tub of medicinal liquid was most certainly for her. Looking at the wooden tub once again, and then mentally comparing it to her own tiny body. Hell, were they trying to kill her? If she finished drinking all this medicinal liquid, she would definitely be the first baby in the world to die from a distended belly due to Chinese medicine. Ling Lan's mum was not as ruthless as Ling Lan had thought. "Is the temperature of the water all right? Ling Lan won't be scalded, will she?" Thank God, she was supposed to bathe in it and not drink it. Ling Lan cried internal tears of relief as she hugged her mother tightly. Her life was spared. "Relax, mistress. I have tested it properly. There won't be any problems," replied Ling Nani firmly. Ling Lan was the Ling household's only hope. She would never allow any bit of carelessness when it came to Ling Lan's welfare. Lan Luofeng did not hesitate any further. In short order, she had stripped Ling Lan naked and placed her into the tub. Ling Lan felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable, when suddenly she felt a surge of heat invade the core of her body from her skin. An indescribable feeling suffused her entire body, like pain yet not pain, like an itch yet not an itch. Ling Lan, who had never before been afraid of pain, actually couldn't help but moan at the strange sensation. Lan Luofeng was startled by this and looked at Ling Nani anxiously, wondering how Ling Lan was doing. Ling Nani reassured her, "Mistress, this is normal, the young master is fine." As time passed, Ling Lan started getting used to the strange sensation. But then, the feeling escalated into intense pain, almost reminiscent of the body-shredding pain of her previous life. Oddly enough, this intense pain actually calmed Ling Lan down instead, as she knew she was fully capable of withstanding this sort of pain from 24 years of experience. "Huh? What is this thing?" Ling Lan heard Little Four exclaim within her mind. What? Although she could manage the pain, it was still nice to have someone to talk to distract her from it based on her experience. She was very happy to chit-chat with Little Four even while racked with pain. It's a very strange energy. It is actually raising the activation of your muscles and their resilience. Little Four was very surprised and curious. How was this tub of medicinal liquid brewed? There was no information on this concoction within his databases. This must be a secret formula of the Ling family, specially made for refining the body. In contrast, Ling Lan wasn't as surprised. No matter how weak and insignificant the Ling family was, they were still an old clan that had persevered for over several thousand years, so it was not at all surprising that they had developed this secret formula over the years and had passed it on through the main branch of the family, Ling Zhao's branch. Lord, the things in this world of yours are amazing. Heavens, what did I discover? This medicinal liquid is actually 96% plant-based. Little Four marveled. Who'd have thought such an amazing concoction could be made without having to utilize any sort of advanced technology? This was truly a miraculous world. Ling Lan's sweat dropped. What else would a Chinese herbal concoction be made of, if not medicinal herbs? And what's the remaining 4%? Why is it so familiar? Poison? Yep, should be a type of snake poison. And what's this? Scorpion, sucinipede, and spider venom. Little Four's tone of voice kept getting higher and higher until he was practically screeching. It couldn't be helped. Within this 1 year, Little Four had learned about the various creatures that could be found in human society, and although he was okay with most of them, he really had no tolerance for creepy crawlies. According to his sense of aesthetics, they were so ugly that they should be wiped from the surface of the earth. Ling Lan chose to ignore Little Four's manic flailing in her mind. She was busy marveling at the fact that she was actually going through a purification ritual like some main character in one of those novels she had read. Yep, traveling to the future was not too bad after all. The cheat code of the god of time and space travel was pretty powerful. Lan Luofeng and Ling Nani stood beside Ling Lan and anxiously observed her expression and body condition. This medicinal liquid needed to be bathed in while conscious for maximum effect. The effects would be greatly weakened if the bather lost consciousness, and the first soak was the one with the greatest impact. Ling Nani saw that although Ling Lan's little forehead was all scrunched up, her facial expression did not show any signs of the savage struggle that other children had during these baths. She nodded approvingly. As expected of their master's child, this tolerance level was extraordinary. If their master was still around, he would probably be greatly heartened that he had such a reliable descendant. Every time Ling Lan's face twitched, Lan Luofeng subconsciously wanted to pull Ling Lan back into her arms. The pain in her eyes eclipsed the pain that Ling Lan was enduring. She really did not want to see her own child going through this sort of crushing pain. She had never forgotten what Ling Xiao had once said about the medicinal liquid. He had said that it was very effective, but it also inflicted tremendous pain in the process. Lan Luofeng's gaze shone with boundless sorrow, and tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. Ling Nani sensed Lan Luofeng's reluctance and tried to comfort her. Mistress, you need to bear it and let it happen. This will help build up the young master's foundations so he can live a better life in the future. In the end, this world is still a world where the strong triumph. Without true strength, we will not be able to protect what the master left behind. Lan Luofeng nodded. I know. It's all right, I can bear this. I believe that Ling Lan can continue holding on too. Ling Nani was right. A strong foundation was necessary for her child to be able to live freely in the future. Meanwhile, I need to go research this formula. It's too miraculous. If I can understand the medicinal properties and how they work together, perhaps I may be able to develop a new agent. Lord, I'll be going now. Take your time soaking. Without any remorse whatsoever, Little Four abandoned Ling Lan and ran off to his research lab to pursue his next great invention. Hells, this heartless bastard. Ling Lan, who had been hoping that Little Four would continue talking with her to share her pain, was full of contempt for his selfish actions. Later, she would definitely teach Little Four a lesson and would make sure he understood that nothing was more important than his lord. The intense pain caused Ling Lan's body to spasm uncontrollably, low moans spilling in an endless stream from her mouth. Suddenly, she recalled that her qi exercises could somewhat alleviate this sort of pain and quickly began practicing them. It actually worked. The pain was greatly dampened and became bearable again. The violent spasms of Ling Lan's body just now made Lan Luofeng and Ling Nani even more anxious. But while Lan Luofeng was purely heartsick over Ling Lan's suffering, Ling Nani was concerned over what would come next. She knew that the next half hour would be the most critical period of the medicinal bath, and it was also the part that was most difficult to bear. Most of the children would faint then. Even their master had become comatose, though still aware, for half a day back, when he had endured this coming half hour. Perhaps the qi exercises Ling Lan practiced had been deeply ingrained into her body memory since she had been practicing them since she was in the womb. For Ling Lan entered into a deep meditative state very quickly. She could no longer feel the pain racking her body, but merely felt as if she was submerged in a miasma of heat. Seeing Ling Lan's slack face, Lan Luofeng relaxed in turn. It looked like Ling Lan had managed to overcome yet another hurdle. On the other hand, Ling Nani was confused since she knew the true properties of the medicinal liquid. Could it be that the herbal contents had been absorbed entirely? She peered at the inky green water. The saturation of the color indicated that there was still plenty of herbal content left. If so, then the pain should still be present and should have even intensified at this point. It seemed like their young master Ling Lan was either a child with abnormally high pain tolerance or else had deficient pain receptors, being less sensitive than the average child. Ling Nani was leaning more toward the latter possibility, since it was rather inconceivable that a 1.5-year-old child would have such a high pain tolerance. This misconception of Ling Nani would bring even greater suffering to Ling Lan in her future training, as the Ling family tried to compensate for her deficient pain receptors by intensifying their training so that she could know what true pain was like. After an indeterminate amount of time, still groggy from her trance, Ling Lan sensed that she had been picked up from the tub and placed on the bed. Someone started massaging her gently, and Ling Lan felt so comfortable that she could stand it no longer, and fell asleep. After sending away the military personnel, Ling Qin had been standing guard outside the room all this while. Seeing them come out of the room, he asked intently, "How was the effect?" Ling Nani could not contain her elation. She nodded vigorously as she reported, "The effect was much better than expected. All areas have been improved by 30 to 80%. Ling Qin almost broke down at these words. Really, it should be known that throughout the history of administering these medicinal baths, Master Ling Xiao had recorded the best effects so far. That year, the recorded improvements had only been between 10 to 50%. Seeing Ling Nani nod decisively in confirmation, Ling Qin couldn't stop his tears from falling as he muttered fervently, "God bless our Ling family. God bless our Ling family." Ling Nani surreptitiously grabbed hold of her old companion's hand. She knew how much this news meant to her husband. Although Master Ling Xiao had been the master of the Ling family, he had been raised at the knee of her husband. Ling Qin had loved Ling Xiao like a son, and his passing had been as hard on her husband as it had been on the mistress. Looks like the young master has inherited the physical qualities of Master Ling Xiao, being able to absorb 10 tubes of gene-stimulating agent, and even being able to get a better effect from the medicinal bath. Ling Nani said, wondering. Ling Qin was still overwhelmed by his emotions and could only nod emphatically in agreement with tears in his eyes. The old Ling couple could only interpret it this way. They could not know that effects of the bath were so remarkable because of the qi exercises. The shifting of the body's energies during the exercise had greatly increased its absorption ability, allowing the medicine to permeate even deeper into the body, hence resulting in improvements like never before. Just like that, Ling Lan began her life of medicinal baths. That aside, she continued to contort herself into bizarre poses that stretched the limits of the human body every day. Of course, she practiced those poses in secret, lest her mom grow frantic with concern. 1 year passed after another as Ling Lan slowly grew up. Before she knew it, she had become a bona fide glutton, able to eat her mom's full day of meals in one sitting. Heavens, she was only 4 years old. Was she destined to grow sideways? That won't do. Today, she must diet. After all, she had a dream to be a child with 4 greats, great ideals, great morals, great discipline, and great goals. She must not lose to her own stomach. Ling Lan was just cheering herself on when she noticed that the large serving of fried noodles before her had vanished. With a constipated expression, she muttered to herself at the insufficiency of the noodles. They hadn't satisfied her hunger much at all. Rubbing her flat tummy, she mentally cautioned herself not to eat any more. A sudden shift in facial expressions, and Ling Lan slapped a sure hand onto the table, shouting, "Give this young master an extra-large serving of beef steak." Damn it, hunger pangs were the worst. Ling Lan would much rather suffer pain than hunger pangs. Oh well, she was already planning to live as a man this life after all. If she ended up becoming a cool and stylish, elegant and poised, unparalleled handsome gentleman, and caused the women of the world to fall for her and fight over her, that would be a catastrophe. So, for the sake of those clueless women and to minimize her sin, and also so that other men will be able to wed and graduate from bachelorhood, she should just go ahead and become a little fatter. Ahem, ahem, she was such a soft-hearted person. Ling Lan, moved by her own self-sacrificial attitude, resolutely took a large bite of the freshly served steak before her. It should be noted that Ling Lan was very quick to adjust her worldview, just so she had an excuse to indulge in her gluttony. Ling Lan's consistently voracious appetite once again pushed Lan Luofeng into a quandary. It was a blessing that her child could eat. But was it really all right for Ling Lan to eat so much? Ling Qin and Ling Nani were asking themselves the same question as well. Ling Lan's appetite could certainly be classified as monstrous. Even if one tried to explain it away as a sign that her body needed energy, the amount of food she consumed was still rather hard to accept. Looking at Ling Lan's petite figure, however, they could only shake their heads and sigh. It just didn't make sense. Could it be that their young master's stomach was from an alternate dimension? With time, Lan Luofeng's worries proved to be unnecessary. Although Ling Lan ate a lot, her body did not change much besides growing a little taller. Her waistline remained the same. Furthermore, unlike the other children who received injections of the gene-stimulating agent, she did not bulk up, but looked rather weak and skinny instead. Accordingly, Lan Luofeng banished all thoughts of getting Ling Lan to diet. Her child was already so weak and skinny even after eating so much. If she made her diet, wouldn't her child end up a fragile bean sprout? Better to let her eat as she likes. It's not like the Ling household had any problem supplying that much food. From then onwards, no one ever contested Ling Lan's appetite again. In the end, whenever Ling Lan ate just a little bit less than usual, such as skipping out on a bowl of fried rice or a steak, the entire Ling household would descend into a panic. The young master's appetite had weakened. Could it be that he was ill? Habit was certainly a powerful thing. Ling Lan herself was very puzzled at her own condition, and so quietly asked Little Four to investigate. Reliable as ever, Little Four soon provided an answer. The reason Ling Lan was so trim and skinny compared to the other children who received agent injections was that the bulk put on by those children was actually a physical symptom of the accumulation of impurities within their bodies. Of course, this result was not an entirely bad thing. On the plus side, it indirectly strengthened the physical toughness of a child's body, making it able to withstand a certain level of impact. On the flip side, it would decrease a child's flexibility and lower the body's resilience. Meanwhile, the agent Ling Lan was absorbing contained no impurities due to Little Four's interference, so there was no buildup of impurities within her body, and consequently no physical bulk. As for Ling Lan's large appetite, it was due to Ling Lan's training in advanced physical skills within her mind space. The training sapped a lot of energy, so Ling Lan had no choice but to increase her intake of food to replenish the energy used. Part of this could also be explained by the Ling family's secret medicinal formula. It had increased the storage capacity of Ling Lan's body so that it could store the energy from 2 bowls of rice in the same space others needed to store 1 bowl's worth of energy. Naturally, the more energy stored up by the body, the greater the energy potential. The long and short of it was that it was advantageous for Ling Lan. As for why Ling Lan seemed weak and fragile, Little Four was unsure. He searched for a long time before cautiously suggesting that the qi exercises Ling Lan had learned in her past life were to blame. After getting these answers from Little Four, Ling Lan was reassured. As long as there was no harm, Ling Lan didn't mind becoming a glutton, especially since she could indulge her taste buds at the same time. However, Ling Lan's pleasant days of pure feasting and sleeping didn't last very long. Soon, she had been mercilessly thrown into training under Chamberlain Ling Qin by her mother. Apparently, at 5 years old, it was time for her to start learning the hereditary Ling family martial arts. On the very first day, Ling Lan already caught a glimpse of the hard days ahead. The Ling family martial arts were of the harsh variety. There were no shortcuts. All improvements could only be achieved through hard training. A quota of punches and kicks had to be completed every day, or else no rest was allowed. When Ling Lan finally finished her last kick for the day, She immediately dropped to the ground, immobile. Ling Nani, who had been standing watch by her side, picked her up tenderly and brought her directly to the hidden room for her medicinal bath, in hopes that it would soothe Ling Lan's exhausted muscles. The moment Ling Lan entered the medicinal bath, she knew that something was different with today's bath. There was no pain at all, only a tingling warmth which was so comfortable that she was almost lulled to sleep. Little Four chose to pipe up at this moment, saying derisively, "This physical skill set is no match for the learning spaces. It can easily cause problems for the body. If it weren't for this medicinal bath, any child who practiced it would be damaged beyond repair." Ling Lan chuckled bitterly. "It's not like I can choose not to practice it. I have no choice but to continue. I really don't want to see the disappointed faces of the old couple." In her past life, Ling Lan had seen disappointment too many times on her parents' faces. So now, whenever she was on the verge of giving up, the disappointment that would appear in Ling Qin and Ling Nani's eyes would change her mind, giving her another boost of determination to hang on. This was truly self-inflicted. Even though Ling Lan knew this was one of her personal demons, she just couldn't throw off the influence of her past life so easily. After the bath, Little Four found that the damage caused by the training to Ling Lan's body had not been completely repaired by the medicinal concoction. Although the problem was relatively minor right now, it was a seed that would grow into a serious affliction if things continued as they were. Thus, Little Four planned to convince Ling Lan to find a way to skip tomorrow's training. However, early the next day, to his immense shock, he found that all the remaining damage he had sensed the day before had disappeared without a trace. In fact, Ling Lan's body was in a better condition than it had been even before the damage was inflicted. In disbelief, Little Four scrambled to ask Ling Lan what she had done the night before. Ling Lan was befuddled, unsure what Little Four was asking for. Little Four frantically clarified that he needed to know what Ling Lan had done the night before besides sleep. This was indeed relatively important. If he could find out the cause, it would be a revolutionary discovery. Even in the technologically advanced world he came from, it was impossible to fully repair damage to the body with just medicinal solutions. Full repair required some sort of equivalent sacrifice, such as a reduction of life force or cell energy. Although these sort of sacrifices had no discernible negative effect in the short term, they would cause endless trouble in the long run. Ling Lan's situation was entirely different, however. Somehow, she had managed to achieve a full recovery without any sort of sacrifice. Her life force had not been weakened but had instead grown even stronger, while the stored energy within her body was even richer than before. All of this was proof that Ling Lan did not draw on any of her body's resources to repair the damage. Ling Lan thought the matter over seriously before hesitantly telling Little Four that she might have practiced her qi exercises right before bed. At her response, Little Four insisted that Ling Lan continue to attend today's training, and to follow it up with the qi exercises at night. The results proved that Little Four's suspicions were correct. As expected, the circulation of energy prompted by the qi exercises once again repaired the body to its optimum condition, just as it did the first day. Little Four watched the entire process in awe. Who'd have thought that a primitive planet with fledgling technology would have such a miraculous thing? The qi exercises not only had the ability to nourish the body's life force, but could also incorporate a portion of the body's energy into its active circuit to improve and maintain the body in such a way that would go undetected by technological means. Little Four could only see it now because Ling Lan was his host, so they were sharing spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would never have believed that such a hidden wonder actually existed in the world. Little Four felt a smidgen of regret. If only he had known that primitive world had such wondrous things, he would have paid more attention and started gathering them from the very beginning. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. A year's time went by quickly, and Ling Lan was soon about to turn 6. Ling Lan, who had always complained that time moved too slowly, was now singing a different tune, complaining that time was moving too fast instead. Since she had officially started learning the Ling family martial arts at the age of 5, Ling Lan had been able to freely practice the body refining 9 stances. In this 1 year's time, she had managed to achieve 3 times more than what she had managed in the previous 3.5 years. Before the age of 5, she had only barely mastered the 4th stance, but she had mastered the following 3 stances after that within this past year. It should be noted that the body refining 9 stances only got harder the further you progressed, each stance requiring even more time and effort to master than the stance before it. Unfortunately, Ling Lan did not have any room to relax despite that. In fact, her stress levels only increased from that point onwards. The deadline for her to master the body refining 9 stances was fast approaching. She only had 6 months left, and she had yet to master the 8th stance, not to mention the even more challenging 9th stance. She desperately wished that she could squeeze every second of her day into training, even holding combat poses during meal times and inhaling her food at top speed so she could get back to training sooner. This greatly dismayed her mother Lan Luofeng, who began to tearfully repent before a photo of Ling Lan's father. She felt that she had failed her husband by not raising their child right. Ling Lan had none of the decorum and grace of an established family clan member. Amidst this chaos, the final deadline arrived. Although Ling Lan had successfully mastered the 8th stance, the 9th stance was still incomplete despite her best efforts. Ling Lan really did not want to face instructor number 1. Unfortunately, the learning space was merciless and would not allow Ling Lan to escape. The moment the timer hit 0, Ling Lan's consciousness had been dragged into the learning space. When she entered the learning space for her physical skills course, the first thing she noticed was that the air seemed colder than usual. Instructor number 1 was already standing in wait, his posture razor sharp, and he seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Ling Lan rubbed her arms, trying to get her goosebumps to subside. It was impossible for Ling Lan to hold her composure against the menacing cold air emanating from such a formidable warrior. Number 1's aura was currently much colder compared to the other 2 times Ling Lan had met him. Even though his eyes maintained their usual calm, not a ripple of emotion in sight, Ling Lan could still clearly read the signs of Number 1's deep displeasure. Crap, Number 1 must be very unhappy with her performance this time. Ling Lan's sense of danger was very healthy. She immediately adopted a serious manner, head bowed and eyes lowered as she said, "Instructor number 1, I'm sorry, I've disappointed you." Number 1 replied coolly, "There's no need for that. We are only here to guide and instruct. Whether or not you appreciate it means nothing to us. You are apologizing to the wrong person." Although Number 1 said all this with his usual indifference and aloofness, Ling Lan could feel the underlying dissatisfaction running through his response. Ling Lan felt like crying. "Oh, Instructor number 1, what do you really mean? What do you want me to do?" Although Ling Lan was complaining internally, her face showed none of this as she kept her head bowed in respectful silence. Ultimately, Ling Lan was actually feeling somewhat guilty. She had really wasted a lot of time in the first 3 years of the given timeline. She had not practiced seriously back then, although a large part of it could be blamed on her wariness of her watchful guardians in the Ling household. During that time, she would only practice in the depths of the night while her mother was sleeping, thus only managing about 5 to 6 hours of training each day. This greatly hobbled the speed of her progress. Although she had been free to train as much as she wanted after she started her training in the Ling family martial arts, she had not been able to make up for the time she had wasted in those first 3 years. Training in the body refining 9 stances. 8 stances mastered, mastery of the 9th stance at 69%. Mission incomplete. Punishment options. 1. A deduction of 200 honor points. Lacking points can be compensated with other options. 2. Corporal punishment, 200 jolts of electric shock. 3. Exchange honor points for an extension of the deadline. Punishment will be doubled if mission is still unable to be completed. Please make your choice. The learning space announced all of Ling Lan's punishment options in its unforgiving flat tone. The options were both a shock and a relief to Ling Lan. What shocked her was the harshness of the punishments. Between the large deduction of honor points and the shocking corporal punishment, she did not want to choose either unless she had no other choice. Honor points had proven to be supremely precious, so she was unwilling to lose them this way, while the corporal punishment was, ahem, she really had no masochistic tendencies. On the other hand, Ling Lan was relieved that the system provided a chance for her to fix the situation. The only catch was the possible doubling of the current punishment. Just thinking about it made Ling Lan's little heart shudder in terror, and she could feel a chill creeping up her spine. "Tone icy," Number 1 asked, "Speak. Which do you choose?" Ling Lan asked carefully, Instructor number 1, could you please explain the third option to me? If she did not have to spend much honor points in exchange, she was willing to try it. Number 1 gave her a cool look as he said in clipped tones, you can use 10 honor points to extend your deadline by 30 days. In those 30 days, you may continue to practice the body refining 9 stances. If you can master it in that time frame, the punishment will be canceled. If you fail, the punishment will be doubled. Ling Lan's heart leapt. 10 honor points were an acceptable loss in her opinion, although it was a little harder to decide whether she could really master the final 9th stance within 30 days. Truthfully, Ling Lan was not at all confident of her chances. She may really only need 1 more month to master the stance, but she could just as easily require 2 months or 3 months, or perhaps even 1 more year. Ling Lan remembered very well that instructor number 9 had told her that mastering the 9th stance required a certain degree of chance and enlightenment. Mastery would be impossible without one or the other. Should she take the risk and try? Ling Lan hesitated, but in the end, she just could not sacrifice the precious honor points she had earned, nor could she convince herself to take the corporal punishment. So she decided to take the plunge and chose the third option. The moment Ling Lan stated her choice, she felt the temperature of the room rise to a more comfortable degree. Number 1 decisively processed her choice for her, and before Ling Lan could ask any more questions, she had been summarily kicked out of the physical skills learning area. All Ling Lan could remember was a final cold stare, full of threat, a clear warning that she had better complete her mission properly this time. Back at the general learning space, Ling Lan did not even spare the time to greet Little Four before hurrying back out to the real world to train. Although Ling Lan had no idea what number 1's final threat-filled gaze was meant to convey, she knew down to her very bones that if she did not manage to master the body refining 9 stances by this new deadline, she would die a very gruesome death. And so, Ling Lan trained like a demon possessed in the subsequent month. Every day, she would train until she only had enough energy left to keep breathing before she dared to stop. Under this brutal routine, Ling Lan finally succeeded in mastering the 9th stance. When Ling Lan entered the physical skills learning space and found that there was only 10 seconds left till the deadline, she broke out into a cold sweat. Honestly, till the very last moment, she herself was unsure whether she would be able to complete the mission in time. All she could think of was to keep circulating her internal energy and push her body into the motions of the body refining 9 stances over and over again. A rather stupid approach perhaps, but this reckless method may have led to the final push that Ling Lan needed. Ling Lan had trained to the point where her consciousness had started to blur, when she felt like a mental wall on the edge of her mind had crumbled. Her body had started going through all the poses of the body, refining 9 stances involuntarily, imprinting all the hard work she had put into learning the 9 stances firmly into her body. Just like that, Ling Lan resolved the sword of Damocles hanging by her neck, and finally returned to a life free from debt. Little young master, are you ready? Standing before the room where the strength test was taking place, Ling Qin's expression was even more nervous than Ling Lan's, who was about to be tested. Ling Lan's lips twitched. This Grandpa Chamberlain had completely lost his usual calm ever since they had entered the Scout Academy. Did he really have such little faith in her? Well, of course there were things that were out of her control, like, who knew that the test of intelligence would be so incomprehensible? Recalling her shame in that part of the test, Ling Lan's face darkened. Still, to reassure her Grandpa Chamberlain, who truly loved her from the depths of his heart, she said, "Relax, Grandpa Qin. I promise I will complete the mission." If not out of sincere worry for her, why would Ling Qin lose his usual composure? He was a trained combat expert. At her words, Ling Qin seemed put at ease. That'll do, that'll do. Ling Lan was standing here now because it was finally time for little Ling Lan to enter a Scout Academy. According to Federation law, every child must enroll at a Scout Academy at the age of 6 and receive 10 years of mandatory schooling there. So even if Lan Luofeng was reluctant, she had no choice but to bring Ling Lan to the Scout Academy to take the enrollment tests which would decide which class she would be in. There were 4 parts to the enrollment tests: intelligence, strength, stamina, and speed. The first part, the intelligence test, was easy. It was so easy that most did not even consider it a real test. as all they did was let the child being tested talk to the appointed examiner for 3 to 5 minutes, and then the results were out. Ling Lan only scored 80 marks in this test, placed among the sea of 90 marks scored by the other children. This score was humiliating, leaving Ling Lan speechless. Till now, she still could not figure out how her mature mentality honed over 30 years of life had lost to the intelligence of those 6-year-old brats. How did that even make sense? Who knew how those examiners determined the scores? There did not seem to be any basis whatsoever. Regardless of how wronged Ling Lan felt, she had no choice but to accept this result. According to regulations, any objections about scoring could only be raised after all parts of the enrollment test had been completed. The second test was the test of strength. Ling Lan grimly swore that she would redeem herself in the following tests. No way would she let those little brats continue to beat her. The learning space in her mind was no joke. Finally, Ling Lan's name was called. As she prepared herself to enter the testing room, Ling Qin pressed lightly on Ling Lan's little shoulder. Do you remember what the mistress told you? You must not disappoint the mistress. Lan Luofeng was waiting for them outside the academy. Perhaps worried that her agitation would affect Ling Lan's performance, she had decided to remain outside and wait for them to come tell her the final results. Ling Lan obediently nodded her head. Yes, Ling Lan will do it. Mummy should relax, Uncle Qin too. Acting cute was rather embarrassing, but this was the only way to reassure these people who loved and cared for her. So Ling Lan had learned to ignore her shame and just do it. Under Ling Qin's fond gaze, Ling Lan stepped into the examination room. In the area set aside for the strength test, 2 soldiers in military uniforms were seated in one of the rooms. One of the officers was flipping through Ling Lan's intelligence test results and its accompanying examiner comments. The shockingly low 80 marks stood out starkly, causing him to frown, but he could not help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the examiner comments written below it. Curious at his partner's reaction, the other officer asked, "What's up?" Calm and collected, no sign of leaps of logic, lacking imagination. We've been in charge of testing children for almost 3 years, but I don't think we've seen these sort of comments before. After listening to these comments, the other officer said with some dissatisfaction, "I'm not going to comment on the rest, but what's wrong with calm and collected? In battle, only the calm survive. Isn't this scoring a bit ridiculous? Who do you think is in charge of intelligence testing? They would never let this sort of child who's hard to brainwash and hard to win over into the special classes and waste their resources." The officer who had read out the comments curled his lips, full of scorn for the examiners of the intelligence testing. That's true. Those great clans are only concerned with recruiting talent for their clans for their own profit, having long forgotten about the good of the Federation. Quite a few promising talents have been shunted into the regular classes because of them, losing the chance to be cultivated with better resources, and in doing so losing the Federation some great talent, the other officer said with some regret. Unfortunately, those people had both power and authority, and held a lot of influence and decisive power. For example, they have claimed priority in arranging the enrollment classes of the Scout Academy, letting them place students loyal to them in the better classes. The other common soldiers involved in the process were powerless even if they wanted to help some of the unaffiliated talents. Hopefully this child will perform better in the following tests, or else he will have no hope of getting into Special Class A. Class A? He should thank his lucky stars if he gets into Class B. He might just end up being pushed into one of the regular classes. The other officer did not think highly of Ling Lan's chances with such a low intelligence score. "Hello, examiners. Ling Lan is here for testing," said Ling Lan loudly. When she had entered the room, the 2 officers were in deep whispering conversation, so she had walked up till she was about 2 meters from them before standing at attention and announcing her presence. "Oh, he's got presence." One of the officers laughed. They were used to seeing nervous and timid children, so it was rather refreshing to meet one so brash and unafraid. At heart, Ling Lan was an adult, and she had also had to withstand Instructor Number 1's terrifying killing aura more than once. The weak presence of the 2 officers before her was really no threat at all in her eyes. The other officer smiled kindly and pointed over to a row of barbells at one corner of the room, saying, "Lift the barbell that you can lift. Don't force yourself. This is just a test, not a competition." Hearing this, Ling Lan nodded. She walked over to the barbells and saw that each barbell was labeled with their weight. Ling Lan knew her body well. She had finished learning the foundational stage of the Ling family martial arts and had now moved on to train in combat techniques, so she was very clear on the limits of her strength. Ling Lan did not choose immediately, but turned to ask, "Could you tell me which weight would give full marks?" Her abysmal intelligence score meant that Ling Lan needed to get as much marks as she could in the remaining 3 tests, because she just had to qualify for the special classes. This was also the mission given to her by her mom. It wasn't that Lan Luofeng wanted the glory, but only those students enrolled in the special classes had the right to build their own study plans, select their preferred instructors, and choose to stay at home. For the sake of protecting Ling Lan's secret, this was the only option. The 2 officers glanced at each other. This child was certainly full of himself. Even now, they would not dare to claim that they could lift 500 caddies one. And this child wanted to take on the 100 marks challenge? 500 caddies, one of the officers finally replied. At this, Ling Lan strolled over casually to stand before the 500 caddy barbell. She clenched her fists over the bar, considering 500 caddies was already slightly over her best established record. If she were to brute force it, she could be injured if she was unlucky. Still, Ling Lan wanted to try. After all, it was not like there was no chance of success, and she had her reliable chi exercises to fall back on if she really did get injured, so she was not afraid of the consequences. Of course, another reason why Ling Lan wanted to try was that the strength test was a section where points were easy to get. The marks in this section were all objective. How much you could lift equaled how much score you would get, unlike in the following tests of stamina and speed where there was some room for interpretation. Although Ling Lan also had confidence for the next 2 tests, she was also wary of inexplicably losing marks again like in the intelligence test. Still, Ling Lan would not recklessly go ahead and lift the barbell. She wanted to protect her body as much as she could, so she surreptitiously circulated her chi once and filled her entire body with energy. Only then did she grab hold of the bar with all her might, lifting up the barbell with a mighty bellow. She waited till the monitor rang out with the signal sound of success before placing the barbell down again. The heavy thud of the barbell hitting the floor roused the dumbfounded officers from their stupor. He really did it. The 2 officers' shock and disbelief were writ all over their faces. One of them even ran over to the monitor display to take a closer look. When he saw the distinct word of success on the screen, he was instantly too excited for words. Who'd have thought that after 3 years, I'd have a candidate come out of my hands with a full strength score? The officer was both moved and proud. This wasn't the intelligence test, where the score could be manipulated due to its black box workings. This result was a direct reflection of strength. He was actually witness to the birth of a new combat genius. The higher the strength, the easier training would be, approximately half the effort for the same results. The 2 officers wrote down Ling Lan's score with excitement and added their comments at the bottom. Their comment consisted of only 2 words, combat genius. Only these 2 words could represent what they felt at this very moment. In their excitement, they did not notice Ling Lan's strange pensive expression when she put down the barbell. Of course, Ling Lan was puzzled. She actually still had strength to spare when she lifted the barbell. She had initially thought that 500 caddies would be a little beyond her limits, but when she actually lifted the weight, it was rather easy. Gee, could it be that she had eaten some sort of strength-enhancing pill without her knowledge? Unable to figure it out, Ling Lan could only let it go for now as she walked out of the room and got ready for the next test. Ling Lan assumed that the following tests would still be conducted individually, but unexpectedly, she found that that wasn't the case when she arrived at the site of the next test. Both the stamina test and the speed test would be held at the same place, the Academy's large field. When Ling Lan and Ling Qin arrived at the field and tried to enter, Ling Qin was immediately stopped by one of the waiting staff members at the entrance. He told them that parents and guardians were not allowed to accompany their child into the testing area. Ling Lan did not need Ling Qin's company to begin with. She had only let him tag along since she wasn't able to refuse his kind intentions. Now, seeing Ling Qin's worried eyes, she hurried to reassure him before saying a firm goodbye and entering the field. These thoughtful actions were noted by the staff member escorting Ling Lan into the field. "You are surprisingly considerate," praised the staff member. Among the many children who came for testing, he had seen many who cried and fussed threw tantrums, or clung to their guardians. In contrast, Ling Lan's mature handling of the situation amazed him. Ling Lan merely smiled without saying anything in reply. She couldn't very well say that she was already over 30 years old, which was why she wasn't going to cling to her parents like other children, right? Ling Lan's calm and even-tempered attitude may have endeared her to the staff member, for he decided to provide an explanation as he pointed out the other children waiting ahead on the field grounds. There are the children waiting to be tested. That group on the far right with less people is the commoner children. The middle group consists of children from military backgrounds, while the largest group on the left is made up of the descendants of the elite families. Ling Lan looked towards where he pointed and saw that there were already a lot of people gathered on the grass, all of whom were children enrolling for the year. On the planet of Doha, there were countless scout academies just like this one. However, the one Ling Lan was trying to enroll in was reputed to be the best in Doha, with no close competition. Just to qualify for the enrollment tests, one had to either be from an elite family or a military family with a reserved spot, or else they would have to be like Ling Lan, who was an inheritor of premium military benefits. Those who inherited premium military benefits could come from commoner families, elite families, or even military systems. So the children on the field had knowingly or unknowingly drifted into 3 distinct camps. Of course, if any of them failed the enrollment tests here, they would have to settle for the Scout Academy closest to their residence. This was the harsh reality of the matter. The Central Scout Academy of the planet of Doha only accepted the best. They would not lower their standards just to boost their enrollment rates. However, it should be noted that a large majority of the children who failed were those from the commoner families. The Academy had released a statement to the public explaining that these children's physical fitness was not up to the Academy's standards. Whether that was true or if there was something fishy behind the matter, we will never know. Because every year, this Academy, which claimed to only accept the best, would still open 2 exception classes for enrollment. To qualify, you'd have to have wealth, power, and status. Ling Lan knew the staff member was trying to help her, so she responded with a bright smile. Thank you. It should be noted that Ling Lan had a beautiful smile. This smile had been deeply ingrained into her bones, and as long as someone treated her well and with sincerity, she would be generous with it. In her past life, this smile had earned her the goodwill and affection of all the doctors and nurses who had treated her. And now, combined with the attractive face born from her good genes in this life, the sweetness of her smile had only intensified. The staff member stared for a long moment, besotted. And then, he rubbed his nose lightly, peering around to the left and right. When he saw that no one else was paying attention, he said to her, "Little boy, don't smile like that in the future. It's for your own good." If this child did not have enough social and political clout, it was better if he was more careful with his smile. Perhaps it wasn't as dangerous now due to his young age, but in another 5 or 10 years, this smile of his could very well be a problem. Ling Lan was taken aback by this unexpected advice. But before she could ask about it, they had arrived at the fringes of the crowd, and it was no longer safe to ask. Ling Lan could only wave goodbye under the staff member's fond and worried gaze. "Little Four, what do you think that person wanted to say?" asked Ling Lan with a slight frown on her face. Little Four said nothing, but played a recording of Ling Lan's previous smile within her mind. Till now, Ling Lan had never seen her current smile, though she knew that her original smile had been sweet enough to make people lower their guard and ease their spirits. However, looking at her smile now, she finally understood why that staff member had tried to warn her. Damn it, looks like beauty is also a burden. In the past, she could only be considered pretty at most, with a sweet smile that could warm people's hearts. But now, her androgynous appearance and her very attractive face somehow made that same sweet smile even sweeter, adding an almost seductive quality to it. And this was still as a 6-year-old. If she were a little older, Ling Lan was not so naive as to believe that gay relationships did not exist in this era. Although she was a girl in reality, she still did not want a gay man to confess feelings for her. Right then and there, Ling Lan decided that she could never smile like that again. As Ling Lan neared the 3 groups, the children in all the groups started looking over at her curiously. As mentioned earlier, Ling Lan was a really good-looking child. Even among the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women in this world, she would still be considered a top-notch beauty. With the honesty of youth, the children directly expressed their appreciation of her beauty with their focused attention. A pretty child was always popular. In this manner, before Ling Lan could decide which group she should join, a well-built boy from the middle military group had started waving enthusiastically at her, shouting, "Here, here. Come quick." Ling Lan was nonplussed. Who the hell was this passionate fellow? He didn't look familiar to her at all. Still, his greeting helped her solve one of her worries, so she started walking slowly in his direction. Her slow pace was intentional. What if she had mistaken his greeting when he had actually meant it for someone else behind her? She wanted to avoid that embarrassment if possible. However, it was soon proven that Ling Lan's caution was unnecessary. That boy really had been calling out to her, because he had already run over to grab her hand in impatience before she had covered half the distance. Ling Lan stared at the hand that covered her own with some consternation. Who the hell was he? How could he just grab her hand without asking, as if they were familiar friends? Don't judge Ling Lan for her reaction. In the history of both of her lives, this was the first time a strange man, little boy, had held her hand. Our intrepid little student Ling Lan was actually feeling shy. They entered the group to the place the boy had run out from. But before the boy could say anything, a sulky voice could be heard saying, "Qi Long, who's he?" Ling Lan looked towards the voice and saw that it was a plump little girl who had spoken. The girl glared at her fiercely, as if she had taken away her favorite possession. Ling Lan was rendered speechless once again. Did all children in this time go through puberty so early? This girl had already learned how to be jealous? That aside, shouldn't she take a closer look before getting jealous? Couldn't she see that he was a little boy right now? Ling Lan was also a little puzzled, as she felt that she probably looked better than Qi Long in her current body. Why did the plump little girl not seem to notice this, but had chosen without question to be jealous of her instead of wanting to get close to her? Could it be that she was just not the girl's type? What Ling Lan did not know was that this world was no longer like her previous world where leanness was considered attractive. Here, the children were all raised with the understanding that stoutness, bulk, and health were beautiful. So Ling Lan's weak and fragile beansprout look was not going to appeal to most of the female population, no matter how attractive her features were. Qi Long had no idea that his little follower was jealous, focusing instead on introducing Ling Lan to his friends. He was the one who was being tested before me in the strength test. Don't look down on him cause he's skinny. He's really strong. Qi Long liked to befriend those who he felt were stronger than him, as he felt that he could become stronger by mingling with them. Ling Lan blinked. So that's how Qi Long knew her. Ling Lan couldn't suppress her curiosity. How did you find out? The results were supposed to be confidential, only known by the examiners. Also, those examiners had been enlisted from various military regions, and so knew how to keep their mouths shut. With some embarrassment, Qi Long replied, "Actually, when I went in for my test, the two examiners were talking about you, saying that you were a rare genius with unparalleled strength. I figured that if even the examiners said so, your strength must be ginormous." Fine. Looks like the examiners got carried away in their excitement and accidentally revealed some hints. But this gregarious fellow was also surprisingly observant, having managed to grab hold of the most important information immediately. "All right, what's your name?" "I'm Qi Long, he's Han Jijian. We grew up together, and he's the bestest of my best friends." Qi Long had no sense of the typical first-time reservations when meeting strangers. He had jumped straight into an enthusiastic introduction of the little boy standing beside the plump little girl. His expression as he spoke seemed as if he were showing off, causing Ling Lan to throw a curious glance at this boy who Qi Long seemed proud to know. The little boy seemed very serious, giving no outward reaction to Qi Long's enthusiasm other than to slightly nod at Ling Lan, although his eyes held an unmistakable trace of appraisal. Of course, this was due to his young age. If he had been just a bit older, he might have been able to do so more subtly. However, his assessing gaze did not make Ling Lan uncomfortable, because Ling Lan knew that he meant no harm by it, and that he was only trying to decide if Ling Lan was someone worthy of being befriended by his good friend Qi Long. Thus, Ling Lan was instead touched by this act of concern, proof of the deep friendship between the two boys. Looking at the beaming Qi Long standing at her side, Ling Lan recalled the novels she had read in the past. So it was true that every happy-go-lucky boy would have a cautious and thoughtful bro by his side. Even now, She could see the strong bromance between the two little boys. God was indeed fair and kind, and would protect those who were pure of heart. As her impression of Qi Long and Han Jijian rose, Ling Lan's demeanor softened considerably. She greeted Han Jijian amicably. "Hello, I'm Ling Lan. It's nice to meet you." Ling Lan, she is Jijian's younger cousin Han Shuya. She always likes to hang out with us. Don't take her words too seriously. Qi Long did not wait for Jijian to respond, interrupting to introduce the plump little girl. Qi Long did not notice that his words had irritated the plump little girl so much that she was gnashing her teeth, while Han Jijian threw a somewhat apologetic look at Ling Lan. Looks like he was used to playing the mediator for his best friend and his cousin sister. Ling Lan smiled, but did not respond in any way to Qi Long's words. This somewhat placated the angry little girl, who felt that Ling Lan at least knew his place, and as such didn't find him as annoying as before. The emotions of girls were truly a fickle thing, regardless of their age. And so the group of children conversed like they were little adults, but they hadn't conversed for long before they heard one of the other children yell out, "The exam is starting." It turned out that the examiner for this test had appeared on the field, and the staff members had begun separating the children into smaller groups. The way they grouped the children was simple. According to their registration number, every 10 numbers became one group. Ling Lan looked at her number, 7253, and then turned to look at the numbers of the children in Qi Long's group, and was immediately struck dumb. Damn it, wasn't this too coincidental? Their numbers turned out to be right behind hers, 7254, 7255, 7256. Ignoring Qi Long's excitement, Han Jijian's surprise, and Han Shuya's mild discomfort, Ling Lan could do nothing but look up at the sky, the corners of her mouth twitching. Was this the rumored laws of dimension travel? Would anyone fated to connect with her be naturally drawn to gather around her? Just like how Qi Long had just bulldozed his way into her life? Besides the 4 of them, the 6 other people who belonged in their group had also gathered around them. This was only natural as their group had the most people to begin with, so the others who were scattered had automatically come to join up with the largest party. The newcomers consisted of 5 boys and 1 girl, and one of the boys looked very similar to the girl, so they were probably twins. Although there were hardly any ugly people left at this time, the twins were still extremely good-looking by current standards. They were like porcelain dolls, with clear skins glowing with health. The boy looked dignified and confident, while the girl looked shy and adorable. 2 almost identical faces with 2 distinctly different dispositions. Ling Lan couldn't help but steal a few extra looks. Ling Lan's gaze was perhaps a bit too intent, for the twins seemed to sense it and looked over. The princess-like girl smiled at Ling Lan bashfully, which Ling Lan returned on reflex. When the boy saw this, he glared at Ling Lan, as if warning her not to even think about flirting with his sister. Ling Lan rubbed at her nose, speechless. Fine, so she had been labeled as a little lecher with just one smile. Still, wasn't this little boy's guard a little too high at this age? Wasn't it a little too early to even worry about defending his sister's honor from lechers? Qi Long noticed the boy's glares, and glared back fiercely in return as he tried to comfort Ling Lan. Ling Lan, don't mind it. Luo Lang's just like that. His sister is the center of his universe. Looks like Qi Long was also familiar with the twins, or else he wouldn't have been able to call out the boy's name so easily. Ling Lan said helplessly. Oh, so he has a sister complex. A siscon. Siscon. Qi Long paused for a moment, bemused, before bursting out into laughter. Ling Lan, you're just too talented. How did you manage to describe it so perfectly? Siscon. Why didn't I think of that? Qi Long's exaggerated reaction surprised Ling Lan. The term siscon had been so popular back in Ling Lan's original world that it had almost become a cliché, so almost everyone knew it. Who knew that it didn't exist in this generation? A thought rose up in Ling Lan's mind. Could it be that, over the years, due to several catastrophes and major disasters, there had been some heavy losses in culture? In that case, the books and other reading materials Little Four had saved might truly be an invaluable pot of gold. Qi Long's unusual reaction piqued the interest of the other children, who quickly asked him what was going on. Soon, the term siscon spread like wildfire among the kids, until everyone in the group except the twins had learned about it and were giggling behind their hands. Though they tried to hide it, Their laughter was still obvious enough that Luo Lang, the male twin, couldn't pretend not to see it. His face grew darker and darker, until finally, he could bear it no longer and went right up to Ling Lan to ask, "Hey, what bad things did you say about us?" Ling Lan, face full of angelic innocence, pointed at herself and said, "Me? Say bad things about you? Why would I do that?" She wasn't even laughing with the others. If he was looking for someone to blame, shouldn't he look for Qilong? Without his big mouth, how would the other children have found out and started laughing at Luo Lang? "Then why are they laughing at me?" accused Luo Lang angrily. He had seen very clearly that the whole thing had started with Ling Lan. It was Ling Lan's words that caused Qilong and the others to start laughing at them. Ling Lan really didn't know what to do with this accusation. "Do you have paranoia syndrome?" "Paranoia syndrome?" Huffed, stifled laughter once again broke out from behind her. From the moment Luo Lang started talking to Ling Lan, the other children had been paying attention to them, and as expected, they once again heard something really interesting. They discovered that this weak-looking little fellow before them was a great wordsmith, using strange terms they had never heard of before, but which fit perfectly with the situation, causing them to laugh uncontrollably. Heavens, he was really too talented. Qilong was laughing the hardest, while even Han Jijian couldn't help but smile like the kid he was, breaking up his usual serious facade. This new bout of laughter made Luo Lang even angrier. He pointed at them all, so angry that he couldn't even speak. Ling Lan heartlessly wondered if he would get angry enough to faint. It was evident that the physical endurance of the bodies of children in this time period was very high. No matter how angry Luo Lang was, his stance was still tall and steady. The only sign of his building anger was the stormy expression on his face. Seeing Luo Lang's expression, Ling Lan felt a little bad. After all, she was already over 30 years old if you counted the span of both her lives, which meant she could already be considered a weird Annie of sorts. How could she bully a young child like this? A little remorsefully, Ling Lan smiled at Luo Lang and said, "I was just joking. Please don't be mad." Ling Lan's smile startled Luo Lang, and her sudden submissive attitude also threw him for a loop. He stood there gaping, nonplussed, and the other children burst out laughing once again. There was no helping it really, for his bewildered look was just too adorable. Even his sister had started giggling softly. She quickly stifled it, however, and lowered her head bashfully, chastising herself mentally for her actions. How could she laugh at her brother who had always watched out for her? Meanwhile, Ling Lan was having a headache over her reflexive smile. It was so troublesome. After she had accidentally revealed her seductive smile once again, Little Four had gone ballistic, and she now had her hands full trying to calm him down. Leaving Ling Lan aside, who was busy with the ballistic Little Four, Luo Lang had been shaken out of his stupor by the others' laughter. When he found that he had once again embarrassed himself, 2 splotches of red flushed over his ivory skin, spreading all the way to the roots of his ears. Then, he channeled his embarrassment into anger and lunged at Ling. Ling Lan sighed where Qilong was standing and pushed him to the ground. Just like that, the two of them began to wrestle as they rolled around on the field. Qilong and Luo Lang were all tangled up with one another. Qilong's friend Han Jijian did not try to help, only pulling Ling Lan and Han Shuyao aside to watch as they fought. Meanwhile, Luo Lang's sister had also silently retreated a few steps out of the way, but she continued to watch her brother with worried eyes. With some difficulty, Ling Lan finally managed to calm Little Four, only to return to awareness to find that no one was trying to stop the fight. This baffled Ling Lan. In her past world, if any children started to fight, they would be pulled apart as soon as possible to resolve their problems peacefully. But here, although there were staff members on the field not far from them, they just continued with what they were doing as if nothing was happening. What exactly was going on? Ling Lan felt that her worldview was being challenged by this new world's order. Ling Lan was not someone who could suppress her curiosity. She immediately turned to ask Han Jijian about the situation, earning yet another appraising gaze from him. However, when he saw that Ling Lan really did not understand what was going on, he was rather stunned. This was pretty basic general knowledge that should have been taught by a father. Had Ling Lan's father not told him about it? Even though Han Jijian had his doubts, he still explained to Ling Lan, "This is a habit we've learned since we were little. If we need to resolve a problem with someone, fighting is permitted. However, No matter who wins or loses, the matter is considered closed after the fight. What a strange way of educating their children. Are they not afraid of encouraging violence? Once again, Ling Lan was struck by how different the values and principles of her previous education were compared to the survival of the fittest mentality of this world. For example, no matter the origins of a child, whether he was a commoner, an elite, or a noble, the first ambition of all the children here was to join the military. The second ambition was also to join the military, and the third ambition was still to join the military. Because strength was might, and military men were the strongest, especially if they managed to become a mecha operator. Only those whose bodies did not meet the requirements would give up on this dream of the military and reluctantly choose another profession. Since young, the education Ling Lan received was geared towards preparing her to become a mecha operator, the strongest of the strong. Everything she learned worked towards this goal, while her mom and Chamberlain Ling Qin had never even thought to ask her whether she wanted to be one. Honestly, she was rather apathetic towards the idea of becoming a mecha operator. She was a girl, after all, with very little interest in fighting. She could never have guessed that she would travel to this warring world where the people were militarized, and, even more unexpectedly, that she would have a mecha learning device as a contracted follower. Ling Lan couldn't help but rub her jaw thoughtfully. Could it be that this was fate? Was everything that had happened trying to tell her that she was destined to walk the path of a mecha operator? Qi Long and Luo Lang were still fighting neck and neck. Although Qi Long was actually slightly better in terms of fighting power, Luo Lang had stubborn determination on his side. So, although Luo Lang was slightly disadvantaged, he was still managing to hold his own against Qi Long. Ling Lan really wanted to know the outcome of their fight, but when she saw that the staff member in charge of calling out the test groups was getting closer and closer to their numbers, she knew that there was no chance the fight would end in time. With some regret, she called out, "It looks like it'll be our turn soon. Are you guys sure it's all right to continue fighting like this?" The two boys froze at the same time, but Luo Lang reacted faster than Qi Long. He shoved Qi Long aside and scrambled off the ground, and started to fix his clothing and appearance. Although he could no longer revert to his initial pristine princely presence no matter how hard he tried, his proper upbringing would not allow him to face the examiner in such a disheveled state. Qi Long was caught unprepared and was sent tumbling twice over by Luo Lang's push. He quickly clambered up as well and said huffily, "Wait till the test is over. Let's continue our fight then." He was utterly unconcerned with his mussed-up appearance, only swiping at his forehead twice to get rid of some sweat before letting it be. Naturally, Luo Lang refused to back down as well, so the two agreed that they would determine the true winner after the testing ended. Oh, such spirited and competitive young children. Ling Lan felt old, for she could not find any sense in their random fight. By this time, Ling Lan had forgotten that she was actually the culprit who instigated Luo Lang's fight with Qi Long. The testing proceeded rapidly. Qi Long and Luo Lang had barely caught their breath when their group was already being called up by the staff member. The 10 people in Ling Lan's party dared not dawdle and quickly ran over. The 10 of them stood on the race track and made their final preparations. Then, an examiner walked over to explain how the testing would go. He asked them to get ready to run from the start line and explained that they would have to safely arrive at the end line to complete this test. As for scoring, that would depend on how much time they took to complete the course. As Ling Lan got ready, she did not forget to keep an eye on the group of testies before them. This was a habit she had developed after multiple encounters with number 1. Every time number 1 appeared, his every action could be a test, so Ling Lan always had to be on her toes, making sure she caught every little hint in his actions and his words. This strict caution had become a part of her basic instincts. Ling Lan saw the previous group speed off at the examiner's command, and soon she could no longer see their silhouettes. "Do you see it?" Han Jijian leaned close and whispered to her. He had also noticed something strange. "Hn, even though the sun is shining brightly in the sky, there is fog on the track." Ling Lan pointed out the problem, which explained why the group before them had disappeared so quickly before their eyes. "Looks like the track here is under some area of effect illusion technology. This test is not as straightforward as it seems." Han Jijian was an intelligent boy who had a deep understanding of advanced technology which other kids, like Ling Lan, may not have. Han Jijian's warning made Ling Lan secretly raise her guard. Very soon, the examiner at the starting line called Ling Lan's group over. Once he had confirmed they were ready, he gave the command, and they were off. Qilong immediately rushed forward at the head of the group, with Luo Lang close on his heels. It seemed like the two of them were determined to make a competition out of this as well. Ling Lan was third, and Han Jijian was right behind Ling Lan. This strategic child had the same idea as Ling Lan. They were planning to follow behind Qilong for now as they observed their surroundings. Meanwhile, the other kids were all following at various paces behind Han Jijian. They hadn't run for long when the sunny skies above them turned dark and foreboding. Storm clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Right at the front, Qilong cursed. Damn our luck. Why did it only start to rain when it's our turn? Hurry up, everyone, or else it'll be even harder to run once it really starts raining, and our results will definitely be affected. After he finished speaking, Qilong was just about to speed up when Han Jijian called out from behind. Long, don't speed up. Just keep your current pace. Qilong was confused. He didn't understand why Han Jijian wanted to stop him from speeding up. If it really started to rain, they would have to expend much more energy running through the rain, and the rain would affect their speed as well. Their score in this test was based on how quickly they could arrive at the end point. So shouldn't they try to cover more ground now before it rained? Although Qilong's mind was full of doubts, one of his strengths was self-awareness. He knew that his blood-sworn brother Han Jijian was much smarter than him, so much smarter that he could only look on in envy. Since his sworn brother had said so, there must be something that he missed. It had been proven enough times in the past that it was never wrong to listen to Han Jijian, so he would put his faith in his brother. And so Qilong decisively dismissed his worries and kept running at his original pace. It had to be said that none of the children in Ling Lan's group were particularly competitive in nature, other than Luo Lang. And although Luo Lang was prideful, he was also an intelligent boy, so when he heard Han Jijian's advice to Qilong, he also decided not to speed up, merely keeping pace behind Qilong. Among their peers, Han Jijian's intelligence was publicly acknowledged. Even Luo Lang admired Han Jijian for his intelligence, but unfortunately, Han Jijian had befriended that idiot Qilong before he could get to know him. He was full of regret that he had moved too slowly and felt that it was such a waste. If he had managed to get to Han Jijian first, Qilong would never have had a chance. The other kids also maintained their original pace, keeping close to the group so that they weren't left behind. Anyone who could attend the enrollment tests of the Central Scout Academy of Doha was no idiot. Qilong and Luo Lang's fight had shown them that the two were much stronger than them. So if the two of them weren't afraid of wasting time, why should they be afraid? Han Jijian quickened his steps to catch up to Ling Lan and jogged by her side. In low tones, he asked, Ling Lan, what do you think? Han Jijian's gut just told him that Ling Lan knew something. Didn't you already notice it yourself? Asked back Ling Lan with a wounded gaze. Damn it, this was truly what was meant by heaven blessed. Han Jijian was only 6 years old, but he was already observant enough to discover something wrong with the situation. She felt pitiful in comparison. She had only noticed the problem thanks to her experience of 2 lifetimes, as well as the intensive training and trials provided the learning mind space. This year especially, Ling Lan had been free of any specific training menu or missions, but had been tormented by number 1 via all sorts of methods, causing her to view everything with suspicion now. Looking deeper into everything by at least several layers had become her default reaction. Han Jijian was oblivious of Ling Lan's hurt little soul, continuing in a stern manner. HN, it won't matter whether we speed up or not. What will come will come. Perhaps they want to see how we react under pressure. The examiner did not set a clear path for us. I suspect that this test might not have a typical finish line, admitted Ling Lan. Han Jijian's intelligence allowed Ling Lan to speak freely without worry. She could finally throw off her sheepskin of a child. Hanging out with such a talented child meant that her own talents would seem less freakish as well. Ling Lan was so happy she could cry. These 6 years of playing a kid hadn't been easy. Han Jijian turned thoughtful at Ling Lan's words. After a while, he responded, Possibly. The test had already begun the moment we stepped onto the field. What do you mean? Is this really a field? Han Jijian's words jolted Ling Lan into awareness. She thought back to when she first entered the field. That entrance had not at all been like a regular entrance to a field. "Wait and watch," said Ling Lan and Han Jijian in almost perfect unison as their eyes met. Since they had already been caught up in the illusion, all they could do was continue and take things as they came. After that, they had only run a little bit further when it started raining cats and dogs. Ling Lan's party of 10 were quickly soaked to the bone, and the rain obscured their vision while turning the earth beneath their feet into mud. The clothes on their body became heavy with rainwater and clung to their bodies, dragging them down. Under these conditions, having run for several thousand meters, lethargy started settling in. The two girls were hit especially hard and had already started to pant. "This is real water, not an illusion," Ling Lan concluded after paying close attention to the signals her body were sending her. It looked like the setting of this test was using a combination of illusions and real props. There was no doubt that in this space they were occupying, there were sprinklers equipped all over the ceiling overhead. Since they already knew that they were walking within a virtual environment within a room, Ling Lan decided to ignore what she could see as she tried to construct an image of the underlying room in her mind. Admittedly, the virtual field presented to everyone had been nicely done. The racetrack of a field was just a large circular circuit, so even if those caught within the illusion ran multiple laps around the track, they would still never suspect that they were merely within an enclosed room. Ling Lan's group ran another few thousand meters. Although it felt like they had run countless circles around the track, not a single examiner came to inform them about how many laps they had left. This seemingly endless test began to cause the hearts of some of the weaker children to waver. In particular, the two girls' speed had dropped considerably, and they had fallen behind till they were at the very tail end of the group. The two boys who were related to the girls, Luo Lang and Han Jijian, merely turned a blind eye to this, however, continuing to run forward at a steady pace. Seeing this, Ling Lan frowned. Shouldn't they try to help the girls? Han Jijian seemed to notice Ling Lan's hesitation and quickly explained, "To become a proper soldier, one has to rely on one's own strength. Helping her would be harming her instead. On the battlefield, you can't rely on others to survive." Han Jijian's words made a lot of sense, and Ling Lan was not a saint who would insist on helping. She was just about to ignore the girls when a thought flashed through her mind, causing her to pause in consideration. Was this truly just a test of stamina and speed? If that was the case, the objective could just as easily be achieved on a regular field. Was it really necessary to use such precious illusion technology to create this virtual environment? Furthermore, why split them into so many groups? She recalled the marathons she had seen in her previous life, where tens of thousands of people could run together at the same time. Ling Lan had taken note of the width of the race track. It was about 50 meters wide. Even if not everyone could run at the same time, the track could still easily handle up to several hundreds or thousands of people. Wouldn't doing so speed up the testing process and save time? Perhaps the test was meant to test something else as well. What was the true intention of the test? Ling Lan knew that the answer to this question was probably the key to this test. If she could figure it out, then she would know how to pass the test. What other hints had there been in the examiner's speech? Sensing Ling Lan's thoughts, Little For helpfully provided a replay of what the examiner had said, only revealing what he wanted you to know, while keeping everything else a mystery, as expected of special examiners handpicked from the military forces. Wait a minute. Handpicked from the military forces? Military forces? Realization sparked in Ling Lan's mind. She got it. Since all their examiners were from the military forces, was this in itself a hint? Moreover, a group of 10 men was precisely the smallest possible military unit in the military forces. Ling Lan reigned in her elation, turning to ask Han Jijian quietly, "What are the requirements to be a qualified soldier?" Han Jijian was very surprised by Ling Lan's random question, but still answered seriously, "Passion and loyalty in service of our beloved Chinese Federation, and to respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors with a pure heart." Han Jijian recited the oath all soldiers had to swear under the flag of their country when they qualified to become a soldier and put on their uniforms. The oath already included all the qualities required of a soldier. As she listened to Han Jijian's recitation, Ling Lan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She then continued asking, "And what are scout academies?" "Nurseries for future soldiers," said Han Jijian without any hesitation or doubt. The smile on Ling Lan's lips became even more noticeable. Then, we shouldn't lose our pure hearts to respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors. Han Jijian abruptly came to a realization, and his eyes brightened up. He finally understood what Ling Lan was hinting at. Qi Long, Luo Lang, go help Han Shuya and Luo Chao, shouted Han Jijian to the two running at the front. Qi Long almost tripped over his own feet in surprise. Why did they have to help those two girls who were holding them back? I'll explain once the test is over. Although Han Jijian agreed with Ling Lan's assessment, he didn't want to waste time arguing and so decided not to give Qi Long and Luo Lang an explanation right now. Naturally, Qi Long listened to Han Jijian. He gradually lowered his speed, dropping from first place to the last. Seeing this, Luo Lang hesitated for just a moment before following suit. Remember, one of the two girls who needed help was his own biological sister. In contrast, Qi Long had no direct relation to either girl. Also, while it was true that Luo Lang wanted to beat Qi Long once, he didn't want to win in this way. The prideful Luo Lang wouldn't accept this sort of shameful victory. Undeniably, Qi Long and Luo Lang had the best physical fitness among the 10 children. Ling Lan didn't count due to her being touched by the gods. Even though they each took on the burden of another person, their speed was not reduced by much. In no time at all, the two of them had barreled forward again, once more taking up their positions at the front of the group. In a particular observation room, the officer who just happened to switch his screen to view room 72 let out a surprised shout. Each officer in the room was in charge of monitoring 10 rooms. The officers would switch their individual screens between rooms every 1 minute, going through all 10 rooms in 10-minute intervals, and this officer had just happened to start viewing the feed from room number 72. The officer seated right beside him had been focused on his own screen, but couldn't help looking up in surprise at his colleague's shout. He took a glance at his friend's screen out of curiosity, and when he saw what was happening, he also started to exclaim, "Oh, how interesting." Their cries attracted the attention of the superintendent, who walked over with a frigid expression on his face. "What's going on? Why did you both break the command to maintain silence?" "Sir, we've noticed some promising recruits," hurriedly reported the two officers, saluting the superintendent. There was no chagrin at all in their voices. Instead, their tone was matter of fact. They knew that they were in the right because there was an overriding command in the military. The discovery of any promising recruits was to be reported immediately, and that was precisely what they were doing now. Upon hearing this, the superintendent's expression thawed. He looked at the screen, and with just one glance, his demeanor changed. What he saw on the screen had truly shocked him. The two officers glanced at each other feeling proud of themselves, but also relieved that the children were still performing brilliantly at this bloody important moment. Sadly, the screen wasn't cooperative. The superintendent had only observed for a few seconds when the feed switched over to that of another room. "Wu, switch the feed back to the previous room," ordered the superintendent. "Yes, sir." Officer Wu was the one who was in charge of monitoring Ling Lan's group. He quickly adjusted the feed so that the screen was fixed on the room Ling Lan's group was in. From the screen, they could see that the two girls, Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who were originally being dragged around by Qi Long and Luo Lang's brutal pace, had now been piggybacked by the two boys. From the looks of it, the two girls had completely depleted their energy and could no longer run on their own. Meanwhile, behind them, the 6 remaining children, including Ling Lan, had started running in a rotation, making sure to assist the 2 children with the weakest stamina. Of course, they also helped each other, giving each other a push or a supporting shoulder when necessary as they ran, so nobody had been left behind. This current situation was a direct result of Ling Lan and Han Jijian's decisive actions. If they hadn't reached out first to help the weakest 2 of their teammates, there would have probably been a few less people in the group by now. Their actions had sparked some realization in the other teammates, whom they didn't know as well. So when those teammates saw that they were growing tired, they had actually stepped up and offered to take over and help. Thus, the current situation came to be as seen on the screen. "Give me the data of these 10 children." Even as he marveled at the sight, the superintendent's brows furrowed. A seed of doubt grew in his heart. This team was altogether too coordinated, causing him to suspect that someone may have abused their authority to manipulate things so that these children had been put into one group on purpose. Soon enough, The data of Ling Lan's group of 10 had been retrieved. Ling Lan, son of Major General Ling Xiao, God-class operator of the Iron Mecha, vice commander of the 7th Division of the Interstellar Forces. Inheritor of said Major General's premium military benefits. Physical fitness, S. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, S. Rank. Qi Long, son of Colonel Qi Yaoyang, ace pilot of the MT Mecha, lead pilot of the 3rd Division of the Interstellar Forces. Physical fitness, S. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, S. Rank. Luo Lang, son of Colonel Luo Qifeng, commander of the 3rd Fleet in the 9th Division of the Interstellar Forces. Physical fitness, S. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, S. Rank. Han Jijian, son of Colonel Han Rong, Deputy Director of the Federal Central Military Intelligence Agency. Physical fitness, A+, Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 3. Potential, S. Rank. Luo Chao, daughter of Colonel Luo Qifeng, commander of the 3rd Fleet in the 9th Division of the Interstellar Forces. Physical fitness, B. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, A. Rank. Han Shuya, daughter of Major Han Yushao, acting head of the Federal Logistics Base on the planet of Qiyuan. Physical fitness, B. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 2. Potential, A. Rank. Luo Xiaoyan, commoner, nephew of Captain Luo Jiguang, commander of the 3rd Company of the Mecha Protective Task Force for Mecha Operators of the 13th Division of the Interstellar Forces. Inheritor of said captain's premium military benefits. Physical fitness, A. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 1. Potential, A. Rank. Yuan Yuyun, descendant of the Yuan family of the planet of Zhongxing. Physical fitness, A. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 1. Potential, A. Rank. Li Jinghong, descendant of the Li family of the planet of Doha. Physical fitness, B. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 1. Potential, B+. Rank. He Chaoyang, commoner, adopted son of Captain He Xiaoji, deputy captain of the 9th Fleet Assault Forces of the 17th Division of the Interstellar Forces. Inheritor of said captain's premium military benefits. Physical fitness, B. Rank. Spiritual power, Tier 1. Potential, B+. Rank. Taking in this data, the superintendent could clearly see that all the children came from different star systems and had backgrounds from all walks of life, though over half came from traditional military families. Most importantly, however, even the weakest potential among the children was at B+ rank. Even if that ranking might not qualify for the special classes, it was more than enough to ensure a spot in the regular classes. The superintendent looked once more at the first line. Ling Lan's data, in particular, made a surge of emotion rise up within him. The God-class operator of the Iron Mecha Major General Ling Xiao. That man was the role model of countless soldiers. It was such a shame he had died in the death tunnel of a meteor field 7 years ago. He could still remember what a shock it was when the news had first been received. The whole Federation had been shaken to its core, and all the military men had been greatly saddened by the tragedy. For context, it should be noted that there were only 12 God-class Iron Mecha operators throughout the entire Federation. Each God-class operator was considered a national treasure and was the representation of a country's might, acting as a deterrent to foreign enemies. And Major General Ling Xiao, in particular, had been the only operator to have ascended to God class within the past 10 years, and he had also been the youngest Iron Mecha operator. Back then, everyone had been optimistic, anticipating that Major General Ling Xiao would be able to become the strongest God class operator among the 12, with youth as his greatest advantage. Sadly, the tree of his talent grew too high above the canopy one. It was toppled by the wind long before he could truly spread out his branches. Later on, the Federation's investigation had uncovered that the magnetic turbulence within the death tunnel was most likely a sinister plot hatched by an enemy nation, specifically targeting Major General Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the Federal Intelligence Agency hadn't discovered this in time, and the painful price of their oversight was twofold. Not only had the nation lost the potentially strongest God-class mecha operator of the future, but the two countries had also become bitter enemies, whereby the war between them would not stop till one side was annihilated. The death of a God-class mecha operator would never be forgiven by the soldiers of the Federation. The superintendent suppressed his surging emotions, putting his full focus on the performance of the 10 children on the screen. Finally, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "End their test, and let them out." The officer in charge of monitoring Ling Lan's group wavered and asked, "Then how shall we score them?" The superintendent glared. "Do you need me to teach you something so simple? How much time did they take to complete the course? And how is their condition now?" The officer's eyes brightened. "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, on Ling Lan's end, the group of 10 had been holding out for another few rounds. By now, even the indomitable Qi Long and Luo Lang were starting to tire. Running with another person on your back was worlds apart from running on your own. After just a few rounds, they had begun to feel the doubled strain on their bodies. Initially, they had thought that they would be able to persist for another 10 to 20 rounds, but now they weren't so sure about that. Among the 10 children, Ling Lan was definitely the one in the best condition. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she was never tired, because from the moment they had started running, Ling Lan had been circulating her qi. Ever since she had tasted its fruits in the strength test, Ling Lan had harbored suspicions that the qi exercises still had secrets for her to uncover. So, she decided to apply it once again during the running test. Clearly, her decision was a wise one. After running for so long, she was still brimming with energy, and her vital stats remained at the same levels as when she was at rest. These numbers were all supplied by Little Four. While Ling Lan was marveling at her discovery, Little Four had shuffled over. To put it nicely, he wanted to help Ling Lan research the qi exercises and fulfill his role as a contracted assistant. But in truth, Little Four was just bored because he had no access to the internet here. Still, with Little Four's help, Ling Lan very quickly understood the secrets of the qi exercises. Apparently, circulating qi could replenish the body's energy as it was being expended, as well as repair any damage affecting the body's functions, allowing the body to maintain peak condition over long periods of time. Of course, Little Four also noted that the current situation, where her body was maintaining a stasis between expenditure and recovery, was only possible because Ling Lan was not using much energy right now. If Ling Lan were to carry someone and run, like Qi Long or Luo Lang, full equilibrium would probably be impossible. Some energy would still be expended. That said, Little Four encouraged Ling Lan by adding that the amount of energy recovered by the qi exercises would increase the more she trained and circulated her qi, to the point that eventually, she may possibly never have to worry about her energy levels ever again. Of course, this was only a possibility after several decades of training, but Little Four decided that Ling Lan didn't really need to know that. Ling Lan, who was still as sprightly as ever, looked at the sweat streaming from Qi Long and Luo Lang's foreheads as their steps started to slow. She could tell that their stamina was starting to fail and that they might soon be unable to go on. Ling Lan was unsure whether she should offer to take over and help them. She wanted to, but she was also afraid that she would stand out too much by doing that. If only there was a way for her to help without being noticed. Currently, under Little Four's regulation, Ling Lan's outward condition appeared to be similar to that of Han Jijian's. Both of them were panting hard, and the backs of their shirts were drenched with sweat. After all, she had been helping the weakest boy in their group all this time. Although she wasn't piggybacking the boy like Qi Long, carrying part of another's weight was still naturally more tiring than running solo. A devil and an angel were fighting in Ling Lan's mind as she pondered this dilemma. But before one of them could overpower the other, the outside world had already made Ling Lan's decision for her. Luo Lang cheered as he pointed towards one side. "I see a sign. One more lap left." Luo Lang's words were like a shot of adrenaline to the heart. Some of the children who were on the brink of giving up rallied themselves for a final push. Ling Lan looked towards where Luo Lang was pointing at, and saw an examiner lifting a display screen, which only had a number 1 written on it in Arabic numerals. This clearly indicated that they only had one more lap left to go. Seeing this, Han Jijian encouraged the group onwards. "Just one more lap left. We need to hold on no matter what. Make sure no one is left behind." "Okay." All the other 9 members of the group shouted in response, Ling Lan included. They would get through this final round no matter what. Han Shuya suddenly inhaled sharply, and yelled, "Qi Long, put me down." "What's wrong?" asked Qi Long in surprise. "The last round. I can do it." It was impossible for Han Shuya not to have noticed Qi Long's fatigue, and she didn't want Qi Long's results to be affected because of her. Qi Long was meant for the Special A class. For this final round, she would run on her own. Even if she fainted before she could finish, she didn't want to burden Qi Long any longer. On the other side, Luo Chao was also trying to convince Luo Lang to put her down for mostly the same reason. She didn't want her brother's results to be dragged down because of her. The two girls wanted Qi Long and Luo Lang to run at full speed for this final lap so that they could battle it out for the best time. Han Jijian stepped in to dissuade them. "It's already the final lap. If we don't all make it to the end, then what we've been doing so far will all be for nothing. Besides, you all should know what true soldiers do. They never leave a comrade behind." Han Jijian's words were like a ray of light. Several of the quick-witted children had immediately figured out what he was saying. Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who had initially still wanted to protest, also changed their minds at Han Jijian's words. Instead, Han Shuya urged, "Qi Long, pull me quickly, let's move faster." Since they had already decided to finish together, then they couldn't afford to waste even one more second. And so, the strong pulled the weak in Ling Lan's group, and just like that, they supported each other as they hastened towards the finish line. At this time, Ling Lan took charge of pulling along the weakest two boys, leaving Han Jijian free to run on his own. Han Jijian threw a grateful glance in her direction. Ling Lan's help was much appreciated. His stamina was almost completely gone. If he still had to pull along another person, he was uncertain if he could actually finish this final lap. Outside the virtual environment testing room was an open-air cafe where more than a few of the examiners were seated, drinking tea and chatting with one another. This test was a long one which would last for at least 3 to 4 hours. Naturally, the examiners would not just sit outside the testing room and wait the whole time. Most of them would typically order a cup of tea or coffee here to pass the time, and perhaps find a few familiar friends to chat with. Similarly, the on-site examiner responsible for room 72 was talking to a few close friends. He was just getting comfortable when the communication device on his wrist started beeping. He tapped the accept button on the device, and with a silver flash, a holographic screen appeared before him. Simultaneously, the image of the officer in charge of monitoring room 72 appeared on the screen. "Notice, the testees in room 72 are about to complete the test. Please make the necessary preparations." The examiner was bewildered. Complete the test? In less than 2 hours? Really? He really could not be blamed for his disbelief, for there had never been a record of this test being completed in less than 2 hours in all the history of the Scout Academy tests. The only exceptions were the children who had to be removed early from the room when they fainted out of exhaustion. However, there was no such notification from his communication device, which was tracking the status of the 10 children he was responsible for. None of the dots representing the 10 children were red, which indicated unconsciousness, or even yellow, which meant their body had given out on them. All the dots were still green, indicating that they were all still conscious and that their bodies were still capable of going on. The invigilator of room 72 observed the incredulous face of the on-site examiner and couldn't help but laugh. He kindly reminded him, "You should hurry, otherwise you won't make it in time. Also, the kids in that group are great kids. You won't be disappointed." Without giving the examiner any chance to ask any further questions, the invigilator of room 72 ended the video call. He grinned to himself as he recalled the shocked face of the examiner. Coming here to monitor these kids had not been so boring after all. The examiner stared blankly at the dark screen before him, speechless. This blasted invigilator. Couldn't he have explained more clearly? The rest of the on-site examiners had also heard their conversation, all of whom were now looking at him in shock. Of course, there were also those who were burning with curiosity and were just waiting to find out more so they could gossip. "I've got it. Let me find out what's going on, then I'll come back and tell you guys. I need to go work now." Pensively, the examiner stood up, calmly grabbing his military cap from the table and putting it on before slowly ambling over to room 72. Damn it, those children in there had better not disappoint him. The examiner tried to suppress his anticipation. His previous calm had actually been completely faked. The cafe was connected by just one tunnel to a pearly white, awe-inspiring building of epic proportions right across from it. Its walls, which stretched on endlessly, appeared to be seamless, but they actually contained countless electronic doors hidden from the naked eye. The main door to this virtual reality construct was accessible from this tunnel, and it was open to the professional soldiers of the Federation for virtual simulation training and sparring. On the other hand, the entrance Ling Lan and the other children had entered from was actually the back door of this virtual reality construct. It was connected to the Scout Academy and appeared to be just a regular field from the outside. This was also why Ling Lan had been so easily fooled. Who'd have thought that a Scout Academy would have access to such advanced virtual technology? From this, one could see how much importance the Federation placed on cultivating talent among the young. Of course, the convenient access bestowed upon the Scout Academy was not purely for testing purposes. In the future, the assistance of virtual technology would be invaluable in elevating all the stats of the children. The examiner walked along the pearly white wall for a distance. Frankly speaking, without using the signal he had preset with his communication device, the examiner himself wouldn't have a clue where room 72 was. Once these electronic doors merged into this endless wall, they could no longer be seen from the surface, as if they had become one with the wall. The examiner was walking down yet another length of the wall when suddenly, the communication device on his wrist vibrated. He immediately stopped, a smile appearing on his face. It looked like he had found the room. Almost randomly, he brushed his fingers over the section of wall right in front of where he stood, though it was really with focused intent. Soon enough, his fingertips told him that he had found the correct spot, and he pressed down lightly 3 times. The wall reacted rapidly. The spot where the examiner had pressed lit up, and a palm-sized screen emerged from the wall. The screen displayed a password page, with an input keyboard consisting only of the 10 Arabic numerals 0 to 9. The examiner smiled as his fingers flew across the keyboard. His speed was astounding. His fingers moved so quickly that they appeared to leave blurry trails in the air. It was impossible for any observer to see which numbers he was pressing, and then there was a loud click, like the sound of a sealed door unlocking. Within the blink of an eye, a doorway had appeared to the left of the examiner. The examiner strode in, and the door closed behind him, silently blending into the pearly white wall once again. The moment the examiner entered room 72, a wide virtual racetrack came into view. Behind him, neither the door nor the wall could be seen anymore. Only a racetrack, which extended as far as the eye could see, remained. The illusion was so realistic that it was hard to believe that a door and a wall had existed right there just moments ago. The examiner did not wait for long before 10 figures appeared on the distant horizon. Some were running while some were pulled along. Some were dragging down others down while some supported others. But still they staggered forward at a run. No, walk would be more accurate. It looked like the 10 children were at the end of their ropes. In the past tests, the children would usually appear one at a time. Unlike this group that still appeared organized and managed to arrive at the finish line without losing a single member. The examiner found himself slightly impressed. Perhaps this was what the monitoring officer had been trying to tell him. They were truly great kids. When the children saw him, they suddenly perked up and then, as if they had been injected with stimulants, they rapidly stormed towards the examiner like ferocious tigers. The examiner smiled. The fact that the promise of victory could prompt such a reaction from these kids was a good sign. Truly, they had potential. The examiner was very pleased, and his impression of Ling Lan's group improved yet again. I see the examiner. The exhausted Qi Long caught sight of the examiner when he lifted his head, and the welcome sight made him call out in exhilaration. Hearing his call, the other 9 children rallied, eyes turning bloodshot, their appearances just like rabid wolves. Awo! Eerily in sync, the 10 children let out a ravenous howl, and then, just as if they had seen a gourmet dish cross over into their territory, they abruptly exploded with energy, rushing toward the examiner standing in the distance. They barreled over the finish line but didn't slow down at all. Instead, they actually sped up as they pounced on the waiting examiner. The charge of the 10 children was so aggressive that the examiner was taken aback. But who did they think he was? The examiner was a professional soldier who had lived through large-scale galactic battles. He regained his composure within a split second. These little rascals. Facing this sudden attack, The on-site examiner was rather speechless. With a stony expression, without even moving a single step, he slightly twisted his body to the side. And just like that, he completely evaded the children's desperate final attack. Darn it, we missed. Qi Long stumbled face first into the ground and punched the ground in frustration. Luo Lang, who was not far away from Qi Long, also slumped to the ground with a face full of dissatisfaction. The thing was, just as they were about to give up, Qi Long had suggested a plot that had boosted their waning energy. What Qi Long said was that they must take revenge upon the examiner by turning him into a human cushion. That's right, they would push him to the ground and stack themselves on top of him. This would show the examiners that they were not to be easily bullied. All right, so this plot had fanned the festering hatred of the 10 children to the max, actually managing to draw out unknown wells of energy from within them, which had allowed them to continue running all the way till the end. Hatred truly was a formidable force. As for Ling Lan, she hadn't cooperated mainly out of hatred. Instead, her mind had drifted to strange places, just thinking about a group of bratty kids pushing down a mature and handsome examiner. Wasn't this just like some trashy group student-teacher romance? Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Fine, so Ling Lan was a corrupted soul. It was all the fault of her previous life, during which she had read all sorts of lowbrow novels without shame. The examiner stood watching them with his arms folded before him. With a cold smile, he said, "Oh ho, I see you still have energy left. Not bad." The frigid look on his face was like ice, but he was actually ecstatic inside. Hell, this group was just too much like those batches of new soldiers he trained. They had spirit, they had guts, and they could think for themselves. And yet they were only 6 years old. How extraordinary. The examiner felt the itch to just grab these 10 children straight into his boot camp for special training. They were sure to become great soldiers someday. Qi Long raised his arms in surrender. "Sir, we are fully beat." The examiner scoffed. "If you all want to pass, get up." Damn it, still being able to speak in such a loud voice when you're out of energy? Who do you think you're trying to fool? Qi Long ed, but pried himself off the ground anyway. Everyone had worked so hard to complete this test. If they failed simply because they couldn't stand up at the end, how shameful would that be? Qi Long was deeply influenced by his father, who firmly believed that men should face death standing up. Qi Long was the first to stand up, and Luo Lang was the second. Even though Luo Lang's hands and legs were cramping due to exhaustion, he still couldn't bear losing to Qi Long seeing Qi Long stand. He pushed his body to stand out of sheer unwillingness to lose. Ling Lan was next, followed by Han Jijian, Luo Xiaoyan, Li Jinghong, and He Chaoyang. They each stood up one by one, in sequence, until the final two, the girls Han Shuya and Luo Chao, were standing as well. Although they stumbled and fell several times in the process, gracelessly, they all still managed to stand up straight in the end. In their eyes, all one could see was the stubborn persistence for success. The examiner was pleased. "Not bad. You lot are certainly spirited. Now, I order you all to attack me." All the children were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Han Jijian reacted the fastest. The CPU of his brain spun at high speeds, analyzing the intent behind the examiner's words. His expression was serious and solemn as he asked, "Why? Why?" echoed the examiner with a cold smirk. "Do any of you have the right to ask?" Han Jijian was not flustered by the examiner's rebuttal. With his usual level-headedness, he said, "Isn't the test over?" The examiner at the start had stated very clearly that once we reached the finish line, the speed and stamina test would be over. "So we have the right to refuse your command." Han Jijian knew that everyone was already on their last legs. Some were even having trouble standing, only staying upright out of sheer bullheadedness. Leaving aside attacking the examiner, they may not even be able to take even one more step. The examiner looked at Han Jijian, and there was a trace of approval in his eyes. This child was calm and analytical, not easily swayed by an opponent's show of force. In addition, he could defend his stance with evidence, displaying solid logical thinking, and was good at catching on to key points and discovering the logical flaws in other people's speech. Overall, a good candidate for a military strategist. Still, no matter how much he admired Han Jijian, he wouldn't change his mind. With a mocking smirk on his face, he said, "Brat, let me teach you all the first rule you need to know to survive in this world. The weak have no right to speak. He swept a critical gaze over the angry children, and 10 pairs of fierce and stubborn eyes stared right back at him. He was satisfied. If they hadn't been angered by his words, then their parents would have raised them in vain. When the examiner's gaze swept over Ling Lan, he couldn't suppress a soft exclamation. Ling Lan's eyes were the calmest among the 10 children, still like dead water, deep and unfathomable. Was he scared silly? Or had he seen through the ruse? Or perhaps he was just unmoved by all this. The examiner frowned and watched Ling Lan thoughtfully for a beat or two. What the examiner didn't know was that his gaze filled with killing aura was completely ineffective against Ling Lan. Remember, Ling Lan had grown up under the crushing pressure of number one's presence. In contrast, this kind of superficial scare tactic was really nothing to Ling Lan. Reining in his curiosity towards Ling Lan, the examiner's face turned sly, and with an evil grin on his face, he said, "You all can choose to ignore my command. However, your results for the speed and stamina test, well, sorry, you will all fail." His killing aura dissipated as he said this, as if it had never been there to begin with, but his words were cruel, casually threatening to destroy the children's dreams and ambitions. These words caused the faces of all the children in Ling Lan's group to fall. They had come brimming with confidence to enroll in this top-ranked scout academy, not to return home with their tails between their legs. "We have the right to submit a complaint." The expression on Han Jijian's youthful face was frigid. He was indeed an extremely intelligent child, but no matter how smart he was helpless against this sort of irrational bullshit. His chest felt choked with rage. This was the first time he had experienced the futile anger of the weak and downtrodden. No. Didn't you all read the examination rules? Any child who complains or protests will have their results thrown out for this year. Could it be that you all would like to wait and try again next year? The examiner laughed as he shook his head, strolling over to stop in front of Han Jijian, where he then bent over slightly to look the boy in the face with mocking playfulness. With deliberate slowness, he bit out a word at a time. "Smart little repeat student." This expression, these words, and this sort of dismissive look, it was all just too infuriating. Damn, this examiner was just asking to be beaten up. Asking to be beaten up? Ling Lan's sweat dropped, and immediately yelled out in her mind, "Little Four, are you messing with my thoughts again?" Little Four slunk out from a corner, face scrunched up in an unhappy pout. His usually round face now looked like a steamed dumpling as he spoke through pursed lips. "He's too despicable. Bullying children." All right, so Ling Lan wasn't even angry yet, but the mentally immature Little Four had already been riled up by the examiner on her behalf. "Lord, beat him up for me." Ling Lan quirked her lips in a slight smile. "What's in it for me?" Little Four was slack-jawed. He had not expected Ling Lan to ask for something in return for his request. Didn't she know that he was requesting this for her sake? "Why?" Little Four wailed. Wasn't his host angry as well? "You said it. You want me to beat him up for you. Since I would be helping you, of course you should give me something in return." Ling Lan's self-satisfied smirk made Little Four think to himself that she was no better than the examiner, a big bully who bullied children. "But he's bullying you. Don't you feel angry?" Little Four couldn't understand. The examiner was being so mean that even he felt indignant. Why was Ling Lan so calm? "Bullying me? I don't feel it." Although Ling Lan didn't know why the examiner was being such a hard ass, still, she could sense no ill intentions from him. Ling Lan was extremely grateful for all the pressure that instructor number 1 and number 9 had exerted upon her all these years. They had given her an ability that wasn't really an ability, being able to sense when someone had evil or killing intent towards her. Of course, according to instructor number 1, this ability of Ling Lan was still only at the rudimentary level, not really applicable and actually quite useless. If she ever encountered any true experts or assassins, Ling Lan would be dead before she could sense anything. Ling Lan's words made Little Four want to tear his hair out. His host was just too insensitive. The examiner's bullying was already so obvious, like a slap in the face, and she could still say she didn't feel it? Ling Lan was just about to reassure Little Four when her expression abruptly changed. She sensed something off in Qi Long's aura. His spiritual power was fluctuating wildly. "Help me think of a way to pass instructor number 1's exam 3 days later." Ling Lan threw out her request, and without giving Little For any chance to protest, she retreated from her mind space. There was something wrong with Qi Long, and she needed to keep her attention on him. At this point, Ling Lan's nerves were taut, on full alert as she leaned slightly forward with both arms held low and slightly bent, one up and one down in a vague cross. Her right leg was shifted back, with her weight resting fully on her heel. This was a basic combat stance that she had learned this year from number 9. It was the best neutral resting stance for attacking or defending, allowing the body to move and expend energy with ease. Suddenly, Qi Long lifted his bowed head, and everyone could see his bloodshot eyes, filled with killing intent. However, this killing intent was directed only at the examiner. It looked like the examiner's taunting of Han Jijian had thoroughly angered Qi Long, and he was ready to explode. The examiner sensed Qi Long's killing intent and leapt backwards with some surprise in his eyes. But by the time he landed, his entire demeanor and stance had changed, and all his eyes held was the anticipation for a fight. Hollering loudly, Qi Long shot forward like a torpedo, swinging his tightly clenched fists at the examiner. There was a loud crash, and then dirt went flying, blocking everyone's vision. Could it be that Qi Long had actually hit the examiner? Did he throw the examiner to the ground? The other children couldn't see anything clearly and could only look at one another helplessly. Only Ling Lan had a solemn expression on her face, her brows slightly raised. Though the others couldn't see what had happened due to the dust, Ling Lan had seen everything. Little For had displayed everything that had occurred between Qi Long and the examiner in her mind, bypassing the problem of the dirt and dust entirely. Qi Long's punch had missed. The examiner had evaded Qi Long's blow with a tilt of his body, causing it to strike the ground, sending dirt flying into the air. Even so, the gouge left on the ground from Qi Long's strike, roughly 3 inches deep and 1 meter wide, revealed that the power behind it was definitely no less than the 500 caddies Ling Lan had lifted during the previous test. It was impressive that Qi Long could achieve 500 caddies worth of strength with just his own power. This was obviously a purer and more direct reflection of strength as opposed to Ling Lan's performance due to the circulation of qi. A flash of pleasant surprise passed through the examiner's eyes. Perhaps even he hadn't expected that Qi Long would have such great strength. Even though this level of strength was nothing to the examiner, it had to be noted that Qi Long was still only 6 years old. There was no question that once Qi Long grew up, his strength would further grow to become even more impressive. Qi Long didn't stop attacking just because his first attempt struck air. As the others watched, he once again leapt into the air and pounced at the examiner. Unfortunately, despite all his speed and strength, Qi Long's attacks were full of holes due to his undeveloped combat skills. As such, the examiner was under no pressure whatsoever. If Qi Long were an enemy on the battlefield, the examiner could have killed him with one strike. As the dust and dirt drifting through the air finally dissipated, the group could finally see the battle between Qi Long and the examiner. They looked on as the examiner blocked all of Qi Long's attacks using just a single hand. Luo Lang lowered his voice and said to Ling Lan, "I'll go and help Qi Long. We'll count on you to hit the examiner." With that said, he jumped into the fray without waiting for a reply from Ling Lan, using all his might to send a punch flying towards the examiner's face. Luo Lang's attack forced the examiner to bring out his other arm, and his previously stationary body also begun to move. For a while, the three fought to a stalemate. Although Luo Lang had spoken very softly, all the surrounding children had still heard what he said. All of a sudden, the trembling in their bodies diminished as they all turned toward Ling Lan with expectation in their eyes, hoping that she could do as Luo Lang said and hit the examiner. Fine. So the examiner's taunts had thoroughly roused the children's hatred, drawing it onto himself. And the level of this hatred wasn't low, which was why they collectively wished for him to get hit several times so they could vent their anger. Thanks to Qi Long's attack, Han Jijian had regained his usual composure, and he now noticed that Ling Lan was the only one among them that was standing steadily. Although his stance was a little strange, it was oddly pleasing to the eye, making one feel that it was natural to stand that way. Though Han Jijian didn't know what that stance was, he could still tell that it was definitely some sort of amazing combat art. The children's expectant gazes made Ling Lan feel the pressure even more keenly, as if it was pressing down upon her like a mountain. She couldn't take their heated gazes and so turned to face the spot where the three combatants were. Her face twitched minutely as she thought sullenly to herself, why did they all think she could hit the examiner? Could it be that they all knew that she had a learning space in her mind? Of course Ling Lan knew that this was impossible. These kids had entrusted their hopes to her solely because she was the only one among them who could still move. Naturally, if she could really hit the examiner, then that would be the best, but even if she failed, well, alright, they didn't really have high hopes to begin with anyway. This whole attempt was just a shot in the dark. To succeed, they would really have to have the devil's own luck. On the other end, the examiner had figured Luo Lang out after fighting him for some time. Although his strength wasn't as much as Qi Long's, it was still decent, probably around 100 caddies. However, his physical fitness was clearly worse. Fighting up till now, Qi Long's attacks only became fiercer and fiercer, while Luo Lang's breathing was showing signs of becoming irregular just after several attacks. Still, the examiner also knew that Qi Long's current condition was rare. He had pushed past his limits to bring out his latent reserves of energy. In all these years, the examiner had never seen a child who could break past his own limits without outside stimulation from agents. It had to be said that Qi Long was truly talented. Suddenly, he felt a chill seep out from his bones. His battle experience warned him of danger, and without even having to think, his body jerked to a stop on the balls of his feet, and he used the energy generated from his momentum to change directions and leapt back 2 steps. But it was too late. Before his eyes, a small, delicate white fist appeared, on the verge of hitting his face in the next second. In the end, the examiner was still the examiner. He crossed his arms within this split second, successfully blocking this seemingly sweet and harmless little fist, which was actually filled with killing intent. The two made contact with a resounding clap, and the examiner felt a huge wave of energy surge towards him. His body, which had yet to find stable footing, was once again forced to take a few steps back. Meanwhile, borrowing the energy from the rebound, Ling Lan somersaulted through the air and landed securely between Qi Long and Luo Lang. She was still holding that odd basic combat stance, ready to launch her next attack. The examiner's demeanor turned serious, all traces of his earlier playfulness gone. He looked at Ling Lan standing there in the middle, and he could actually feel cold sweat breaking out along his back. Who'd have thought that such a skilled fellow was hiding among this bunch of kids? He even knew how to hide his killing intent until the final second before revealing his fangs. If it weren't for the fact that he had spent many years on the battlefield, gaining much experience and honing his reflexes, he would have certainly been hit by that last move. And although he wouldn't have taken much damage from it, losing face would have been unavoidable. He cursed silently. Where did such a freakish talent come from? The boy looked so soft and fragile on the outside. With his delicate face and clueless expression, no matter how you looked, he simply looked like a cute, naive, and innocent little boy who couldn't hurt a fly. And yes, although he had felt that there was something strange about the boy from the start, Qi Long's sudden attack and subsequent performance had grabbed all his attention, leaving the boy to fade into the background. He would never have thought that this kind of unassuming child would almost make him crash and burn. Ling Lan's unexpectedly strong display thrilled the surprised children. They would never have guessed that Ling Lan would be able to push the examiner back several steps with just one punch. Could it be that their hopes would really be realized? Han Xia was an outgoing and passionate girl. Her emotions ran high upon seeing the current situation, driving away her fatigue and making her shout out loudly, "Ling Lan, beat him! Beat him!" On the other hand, Luo Chao was a shy and reserved girl. She merely smiled bashfully in surprise, eyes shining with just a touch of admiration as she stared at that skinny figure standing beside her brother. Although he wasn't as well built as her brother and the other boy, in her eyes, he was no lesser than them and was in fact even more reliable. Ling Lan didn't know that she had unknowingly caught the budding heart of a pure young girl, romantic feelings twining around her in mistaken adoration. Oh, what a mess. In the invigilation room, the invigilator responsible for room 72 switched his feed to Ling Lan's room once again out of boredom. Immediately, what he saw was a clear standoff between the invigilator and the kids, and the atmosphere didn't seem friendly. Aghast, he thought to himself, what the hell was going on? His curiosity piqued, He fixed his screen once again on room 72, leaving only a small window at a lower corner of the screen to rotate through the other 9 rooms he was monitoring. Ling Lan signaled with her eyes for Qi Long and Luo Lang to start their attack. She knew that if she was the one to lead the charge, they would definitely not be able to handle the examiner. Although Ling Lan had learned basic combat skills from number 9 and had also sparred constantly with number 9, it was all just mental practice in the end. There was still a significant difference when it came to real battles in the physical realm. During her last attack, Ling Lan had already noticed that her physical body couldn't keep up with her intentions. The examiner would never have had the chance to dodge her attack otherwise. Qi Long and Luo Lang, having received Ling Lan's signal, shared a quick glance before they sprung out to attack. Qi Long's speed was just a tad faster than Luo Lang's. He got to the examiner first and threw out a furious fist. This fist had both power and speed behind it, cleaving through the air with an audible sound. This caused the examiner's face to change, and he immediately raised his arm to block it. And then a fiery sensation spread along his arm from the spot he had used to block. The brat's strength and speed had actually increased yet again. The examiner discovered that Qi Long was clearly the berserker type. Seeing the little fellow's impressive performance, the examiner was getting more and more excited. Before the examiner could counterattack to push Qi Long back, Luo Lang's attack had arrived from his other side, a whipping kick. Luo Lang knew that he wasn't very powerful and that his fist would be no threat to the examiner. So this time he chose to change his attack into a strong kick instead. Luo Lang's decision was unquestionably correct. Seeing this aggressive kick, the examiner had to admit that he had miscalculated. Luo Lang, who he had initially considered as the weakest and relatively harmless, had also found a way to contribute effectively, forcing him to spare some attention to deal with the boy's attacks. The examiner felt rather peevish. Why couldn't these kids act like regular 6-year-olds and just come at him recklessly? Why did they have to be so smart and even think of changing tactics? He had no choice but to reach out with his other hand in a grab, catching hold of Luo Lang's foot as it reached him. But just as he was about to throw Luo Lang away from him, oh no! The examiner sensed the danger approaching him from below and quickly let go of Luo Lang's ankle to retreat. He moved just in the nick of time as Ling Lan's attack brushed past where he was moments earlier, a crotch kick. Without his noticing, Ling Lan had positioned herself below him where she had then crouched, both hands flat on the ground, and launched her right leg directly upwards. In that direction was the place that men were most afraid of being injured. The examiner, fortunately, noticed in time, managing to dodge Ling Lan's terrifying attack by a hair's breadth. Damn, that was savage. As the examiner landed, a shudder passed through his heart as his crotch tightened reflexively. Ling Lan straightened up, face cool and expressionless, as his gaze swept across the examiner's lower half with some trace of regret for the near miss. Seeing this, the examiner couldn't help but retreat another 3 steps, putting some distance between him and Ling Lan's group, before he felt a little safer. The examiner couldn't help but be afraid. Just look at the power behind that kick. If that kick had landed as intended, his family line would most certainly have ended with him. The examiner was beginning to regret his whimsy. Why did he have to be so goddamn curious? Overly excited at the promise of great talent, he had decided to tease these kids just a little, but he hadn't expected to end up kicking a steel plate. These were not the adorable children they appeared to be. They were actually savage little wolf cubs in sheep's clothing. The examiner could almost cry, but still he liked them. The examiner looked at the 3 children before him, each with varying expressions on their faces. Regardless if they were wild, Qi Long, angry, Luo Lang, or cool, Ling Lan, their expressions couldn't hide the sheer tenacity in their bones as well as their savage natures. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened. Any soldier would be overjoyed in the face of such promising young talent. Haha, Examiner 072 is in deep SHT. The invigilator couldn't help but jeer as he watched the proceedings up to this point. He hadn't missed how flustered the examiner had been in that last encounter. The superintendent, who was just passing by on his rounds, overheard him speaking and looked over. When he saw that it was that officer who reported room 072 earlier, his irritation faded. After all, it was because of that officer that he had managed to learn about Major General Ling Zhao's inheritor. so he merely gently chided, "Quiet. What are you making noise about now?" The invigilator looked up to see the superintendent and stood up, grinning to salute him. And then he reported in a low voice, "Sir, please look at this. There is a little problem." He pointed at the screen, asking the superintendent to come closer and see. The superintendent glanced at him doubtfully, but still bent over slightly to look at the screen. On it, he saw the three children attack almost simultaneously, one from above, one from below, while the last one exploited any openings. And although their actions were still obviously untrained, they were surprisingly coordinated, causing the examiner quite a bit of trouble. "That's strange. What is Examiner 072 doing? He should just take them down." The superintendent couldn't understand. He just subconsciously assumed that that would be an easy thing for the examiner to do against 2 or 3 little brats. "Sir, take a closer look at this child's movements." The invigilator had watched for a longer time, and so had sussed out part of the problem. The superintendent knew that the invigilator wouldn't mention something for no reason, and so continued to peer at the screen intently. In room 072, Ling Lan was finding it easier and easier to move as the fight progressed. Initially, there was still some disconnection between her body and her intent. A few times, she was already there in her mind, but her body was a beat slower, making her miss out on several opportunities to hit the examiner. During this prolonged fight, however, she could feel her body becoming more agile, starting to flow and work in tandem with her intent. As Ling Lan got into her groove, the examiner naturally found it more and more troublesome to fight. At the start, he still had some room to slack off, but gradually, he found that he could no longer hold back. If he didn't put his full attention on handling Ling Lan's group's attacks, he was very likely to get hit by Ling Lan. After fighting for so long, the examiner had also come to understand the children's strategy. They wanted to overwhelm his guard and find an opening, just to leave a mark on his body with either their fists or their feet. What a bunch of vengeful brats, the examiner thought to himself helplessly. He'd never have thought that a simple joke would cause the children to become so dead set on hitting him. The examiner could only keep warding them off. He couldn't really hurt them after all, could he? Even if the military didn't sanction him for it, he would also be unwilling to do so. I mean, just look. These 3 kids before him had such great potential. The examiner was not at all anxious. He had all the patience in the world to wait them out. A veteran soldier would never lack for patience. Otherwise, they would never have survived the battlefield. These kids were already on their last legs to begin with. He believed that it wouldn't take long for them to run out of energy completely. At that time, they wouldn't be able to do anything even if they had more tricks up their sleeve. Sure enough, just as the examiner predicted, the children couldn't fight on for much longer. Luo Lang was the first to run out of energy and was grabbed by the examiner and thrown back into the middle of the other students where he remained slumped, unmoving. Of course, the examiner did this skillfully so that Luo Lang's body wasn't injured in the process. He was only immobile due to fatigue. And so only Ling Lan and Qi Long were left to fight against the examiner. Without Luo Lang's cover, Ling Lan's sneak attacks could no longer work. So Ling Lan decided that she might as well pull out all the basic combat moves she had learned in her mind space and fight directly. Ling Lan didn't forget what number 1 said. What you learn must be applied, and it was even better if you could apply it in a real battle. Although fighting with the examiner was not really a real battle, it was still a chance for her to apply what she had learned in a combat setting. So of course Ling Lan wouldn't let the chance pass her by. Besides, after fighting for so long, Ling Lan understood that the examiner would never hurt them, which meant that she could go all out without fear. Since the examiner was only going to be on the defensive, if she didn't take the chance to practice all her moves now, then when should she do it? As Ling Lan's moves grew bolder, Qi Long's moves also became increasingly aggressive. Qi Long was a quirky child. He didn't like to think very much, being of a bold and brash character, but this didn't stop him from being strong. He instinctively chose the method best suited for himself, so when Ling Lan's attacks grew fiercer, he felt it was right, and so followed suit. The two fought ferociously to the point where the examiner was actually disadvantaged, where he looked like he was only able to focus on blocking. The observing children on the side all cheered on Qi Long and Ling Lan, with the exception of Han Jijian and the recuperating Luo Lang. The two boys had serious looks on their faces, They didn't think that Qi Long and Ling Lan's current style of attack would be of any use against the examiner. Sure enough, after a flurry of rapid attacks, Qi Long was the first to slow down, as the explosion of energy brought on by his berserk state came close to ending. His aura began to fluctuate unsteadily, and his breathing became labored. Ling Lan knew that Qi Long was likely at the end of his rope. If Qi Long dropped out, she would not be able to hold up against the battle-experienced examiner on her own, much less look for a chance to hit the examiner. Ling Lan's brows furrowed as she considered her options. Deep down, she was actually rather annoyed. If she had known that she would have to fight in this random battle, she would have brought some weapons with her, such as some type of hidden weapon. Even if she could not hit the examiner with them, they would still have served as a good distraction. Unfortunately, all she had on her were some consumable energy fluids to replenish physical energy, which she had brought as supplies for the exam. She only had 3 tubes, so even if she wanted to use them like hidden weapons, they wouldn't be very effective. She might have been able to fool the examiner for a while with a great number of items to throw, but with just these 2 or 3 things, the examiner would never fall for it. What should she do? Let Qi Long eat one of the tubes to replenish his energy? An idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind, and she immediately hatched a plan. So, she started to match her speed to Qi Long's, slowing down as she made her aura waver as well, breathing hard, and sweating freely from her forehead. All outward signs broadcasted the fact that she was about to collapse any second now. Ling Lan and Qi Long's obviously deteriorating condition put a damper on their comrades' cheers, which slowly weakened and finally faded away. Disappointment and resentment was visible on all their faces. It looked like their dream of landing a hit on the examiner would not be realized. Han Jijian and Luo Lang exchanged a look and saw each other's bitter smiles. Honestly, this result was within their expectations. However, somehow, it just didn't sit right with them. They had really hoped that Qi Long and Ling Lan could have brought them a miracle. Was there really no hope left? At that moment, Qi Long traded yet another blow with the examiner. This time, due to a lack of energy, Qi Long was thrown backwards by the examiner's block, stumbling back several steps. These few steps back sapped away Qi Long's confidence, and the strength that had supported him in the fight all this time seemed about to disperse. His stance started to falter, and he looked as if he was about to crash. Seeing this, Ling Lan rushed over to hold him up, and with a few light steps, she rapidly whisked him away from the examiner, putting some distance between them. "Are you all right?" With her back to the examiner, Ling Lan asked Qi Long frantically as she gripped his hand. Qi Long's expression jerked and his spirits rallied, as if Ling Lan's concern had given him confidence and courage once more. He said nothing, but nodded firmly to show that he was fine. Ling Lan turned around to look at the examiner, and then said resolutely, "Then let us fight this one last time." The condition of the two clearly showed that they were incapable of fighting any longer than that. Qi Long clenched his fists, gazed determined as he said, "Okay." That said, he swiped his right hand over his face, as if he were wiping away sweat, but also as if he were wiping away his fatigue to boost his confidence. The fighting spirit in his eyes was ignited once again, and it seemed like it burned brighter than before. Even if he knew he was about to lose, he would not back down. Because this was their final chance, it was make it or break it. Qi Long and Ling Lan's performance pleased the examiner greatly. The care and concern for a teammate, the courage to fight till the end against a strong opponent. These were all qualities necessary to become an exceptional soldier, and these two kids had them. This was very rare. He was glad that he had been able to find such excellent young talent. Qi Long attacked first. Although his combination of punches still had speed and strength behind them, the examiner still managed to dodge them easily. There was no helping it. Qi Long only knew these few combat moves. After seeing them used repetitively, even if the examiner could not remember them, his body was already familiar enough with Qi Long's attacks that handling them was a breeze. The examiner had just dodged Qi Long's attack when, on his other side, Ling Lan was already rushing in. However, the examiner's attention had been on Ling Lan all this time, because, compared to Qi Long, Ling Lan was much harder to deal with. Although Ling Lan's combat moves were not that varied as well, she had only learned one basic set of combat skills. She was much smarter than Qi Long. She moved in unpredictable ways, and would modify her attacks according to the situation during battle. All this required the examiner to spend more thought when handling her. The examiner saw Ling Lan's punch coming, and just like the attacks before it, it came from a spot that was the trickiest and most annoying to handle. These spots were basically defensive blind spots, very difficult to defend against. It was either dodge or substitute offense for defense, counterattacking the opponent to force them to retract their move. Without having to think about it, the examiner pushed a palm out in return, aimed at Ling Lan's chest. His arm was longer and his palm was wider. Even as a counterattack, he was certain that his attack would reach Ling Lan first. And in their earlier encounters, Ling Lan had always reacted as he had hoped and gave up on her attacks. After all, continuing on stubbornly when you knew that your attack would be fruitless would only get yourself hurt, while your enemy would remain unharmed. A smart person would never do such a stupid thing. It was then that an accident occurred. Ling Lan didn't dodge but continued to press forward, and then a figure appeared in the path of his palm hurtling towards Ling Lan. It was Qi Long. Not good. The examiner was alarmed, but because everything happened so quickly, he could no longer stop his attack. He rushed to pull back the force in his arm as he felt his palm connect solidly with Qi Long's chest. "Ah!" screamed Qi Long, his entire body thrown into the air by the force of the blow. In midair, he threw up a mouthful of blood and then crashed mercilessly onto the ground, where he then lay unmoving. "Oh, Qi Long, he's hurt." The observing children all yelled out in fright. Han Jijian in particular had become petrified, his face white as a sheet. The examiner was horrified. Had he pulled back too late? All his attention was now focused on Qi Long. Looking at his prone body lying on the ground, fresh blood trickling out from the corners of his mouth in a steady stream. How did this happen? Could it be that he really hadn't managed to pull back in time, and had struck Qi Long with full force? Had he injured his internal organs? The examiner's thoughts were a mess, with no mind to spare for other matters. All he could see was Qi Long's body on the ground, spewing blood. Bam! The loud sound of a strong fist hitting flesh rang out abruptly, and the examiner was sent flying by a large surge of energy, falling to the ground in a heap. It turned out that Ling Lan had not given up on her attack. Taking advantage of the examiner's mental chaos, she had snuck in unnoticed to land a sure hit. Ling Lan blew lightly on her weapons, her delicate fists, and grinned as she said, "Mission complete. Examiner hit. But sir, you wouldn't fail us just because you were embarrassed, right?" Sprawled on the ground, the examiner's reaction was quick. With a back spring, he flipped back onto his feet. Although Ling Lan's punch had seemed very powerful enough to send the examiner flying, it hadn't actually done much damage to the examiner, only leaving a dark bruise on the examiner's left cheek. Of course, this perfectly suited Ling Lan's intent. She had only wanted to prove that they were not so easily bullied. The examiner stood there unmoving, but his face was an icy wasteland. Lifting his hand to touch the bruise on his face, even though it was numb to the touch, he felt an inexplicable hurt welling up from his heart. Indeed, it was a hurt mixed with rage along with deep disappointment. He wasn't angry because Ling Lan had managed to hit him, but because, with that hit, Ling Lan had displayed a selfishness and ruthlessness that he could not condone. The examiner could not fathom how this promising child, excellent on so many fronts, could be so cold and unfeeling to use his own companion as a human shield to achieve his ends. Although he had been flustered by the accident in the last encounter, his eyes had still seen clearly. Qi Long had suddenly appeared to block the hit meant for Ling Lan, not out of his own volition, but because Ling Lan had dragged Qi Long directly into the path of the examiner's attack. Worse yet, Ling Lan seemed utterly unconcerned about the condition of his companion after the fact, only focused on his own results. This type of selfish behavior was the last straw for the examiner. He decided that he would never give Ling Lan the chance to enter the special classes. The Federation could never give specialized cultivation to such a cold and unfeeling, selfish child. Even if he became a soldier, he would only bring harm to the Federation and to his fellow soldiers. But before the examiner could start yelling, what happened next stunned the examiner into silence. Ling Lan walked over to the unconscious Qi Long, who was still lying on the ground spewing blood, and kicked him several times on the side none too gently. saying with some consternation, "All right, it's done. Aren't you going to get up now? Don't you think you're overdoing it?" And just like that, Qilong sat up, a silly grin on his face as he said, "You really hit him?" Blood continued to trickle out of the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Gruesome to see. Ling Lan said smugly, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" There were times when she just had to be childish. Ling Lan knew that she might already have overdone things a little, so all she could do was try and make up for it now. Qilong nodded repeatedly in open admiration as he said, "Yup, Ling Lan, you're definitely stronger than me." That said, he continued eagerly, "Didn't I act really well, though?" Ling Lan nodded easily without much sincerity, even going so far as to pat Qilong on the head to humor him. All right, so Qilong's current demeanor was just too much like those loyal dogs she was familiar with in her world 10,000 years ago. That earnest begging look was just too adorable that she couldn't help but to reach out and pet him. The straightforward Qilong had no idea he was being patronized by Ling Lan, nor did he know that his image in Ling Lan's mind had been relegated to adorable. He happily scrambled off the ground after being praised, licking at the dried bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. With some regret, he said, "Such a shame we had to waste so much energy fluid. This taste is awesome. I've never tasted such tasty energy fluid." Ling Lan rolled her eyes internally at his words, thinking, of course it was delicious. That tomato-flavored energy fluid was the result of her hard research. How could he compare it to other energy fluids? Thinking of the original taste of energy fluids, Ling Lan's body shuddered reflexively. That taste was really not for human consumption. Probably even the cats and dogs of 10,000 years ago would not touch it. Ling Lan was not someone who would mistreat herself. Since she couldn't stomach the taste of it, she decided that she would change it herself. With the help of Little Four, they finally managed to develop energy fluids in several fruit and vegetable flavors, and tomato was just one of those flavors. She had given Qilong that flavor because the coloring of that flavor also resembled that of tomatoes, a vibrant red, which would easily let others mistake it for blood, lending even more credibility to Qilong's act of getting injured. Looking at the lively and spirited Qilong bouncing around, Han Jijian's face finally returned to its usual color. He asked with some confusion, "What did you all do exactly?" When he had thought that Qilong was seriously injured, he had been too overwhelmed with panic to see what was going on. Han Jijian's question echoed the question the examiner had in his mind. Although he was still uncertain about the details, by now, he had figured out that he must have fallen into some trap set by the two brats before him. How unexpected that a battle-experienced soldier like him would fall prey to the schemes of two children. He wasn't at all angry, however. Instead, joy was coursing through him. The child that he had found most promising, with such impressive abilities, was really not as terrible as he had thought. Qilong heard Han Jijian's question and hurried to explain. "When I was thrown back by the examiner, Ling Lan came to drag me away. It was then that he gave me energy fluid, and when his back was to the examiner, he hinted at me to act, to pretend to be injured using the fluid." Still grinning widely, Qilong scratched the back of his head, sheepish at causing everyone to worry. "So, when the examiner hit me later on, I pretended to get hurt and faked being unconscious." The examiner looked at Ling Lan pensively, then suddenly barked out, "Were you not afraid of making an error? What if I hadn't been able to pull back in time? Your plan could have easily caused Qilong to get injured, even destroy his future." Ling Lan looked puzzled. "Would you, sir, have made a mistake like that?" Implied was her utmost trust in the examiner's ability to control himself. Qilong just continued to grin, face still full of trust. Thinking of something, Han Jijian looked at Ling Lan with an obscure gaze, which contained some hint of admiration but also a trace of anger, but he very quickly returned to his usual stoicism. Ling Lan's words made the examiner splutter, but he really couldn't refute what he had said. He found that he had no idea how to handle this brat before him, but he had to admit that Ling Lan wasn't wrong. He definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. If it weren't for the fact that Qilong's act had been too realistic, spewing blood and all, he would never have doubted himself. In the end, he was the one who had been lacking in self-confidence. The examiner chuckled dryly. To think that Ling Lan had shown him his own weakness. What a remarkable child. This boy was really too extraordinary, bold as brass, yet attentive to details, and vicious in a fight. Scarier still, he had charisma, being able to convince others to join him easily. Qi Long and previously Luo Lang, though both strong themselves, had put their trust in Ling Lan unequivocally, letting him decide everything. And lastly, the boy had used strategy to expose the weakness in his heart. The boy had understood that he would never hurt them, so if someone got injured during the fight, he would certainly be disturbed, thus revealing an opening in his defense. The examiner sighed and shook his head. Children these days were certainly not easy to fool. Rather huffily, he said, "This time, you all pass." The examiner's words caused all the children to jump up in happy excitement. This meant that they had qualified to become students at this Scout Academy. Of course, whether or not they could attend the special classes was still to be decided. That would depend on the final score given by the examiner. Once the scores of the 4 exams had been totaled up, the first 100 students would be taken into the special classes. The examiner ignored the students celebrating before him, focusing instead on turning on his communication device to press the button marking the completion of the test. The originally overcast sky cleared up in an instant as Ling Lan saw the surroundings blur around her. Once she could see clearly again, she found that she was now standing on a sandy plot of land while the original racetrack was nowhere in sight. This sudden change shocked all the children, who could only stand there gaping in surprise. Where they stood now was no longer the outdoor field they had been seeing. It was actually a 700 to 800 square meter enclosed room. There was nothing in the room except a wide expanse of space covered in sand and dirt. Due to the simulation of rain in their test and their running all over the room, the ground was now a disgusting muddy mess. Meanwhile, the roof above had numerous sprinklers equipped, packed tightly across the ceiling and spread out to every corner. They were most likely the source of rain during the test. In contrast to the children's shock and surprise, Ling Lan and Han Jijian merely shared a knowing glance and smiled. The changes to their environment proved that their hypothesis had been correct. They truly had been led unknowingly into a virtual environment training room. The examiner didn't lead the children back through the door he had come from. Instead, he brought them to the door they had entered from at the beginning. Opening it, he signaled for them to leave. The moment Ling Lan stepped out of the door, she saw that familiar field where the children had sat down at the beginning, where they had first been gathered before being split up into groups. Ling Lan understood now. She looked back to see the examiner standing on an empty racetrack, nodding at them in farewell. At this moment, his expression was no longer strict and foreboding, but instead contained some trace of humor. Finally, he turned to leave, walking further and further away until he disappeared at the end of the racetrack. Apparently, the virtual environment mode of these rooms had already been activated while they were outside. When the staff members had brought the different groups of children one by one to the track to prepare for their test, they were actually bringing them into separate rooms. When the 10 children appeared without warning out of the virtual racetrack, the surrounding staff members on the outside couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. After all, it had only been less than 3 hours since the test began, which was an hour earlier than the typical end time for this test. Could it be that these children had all failed and were prematurely ejected from the testing room? Just as they were wondering what to do, they noticed the digital number plates by the students' sides. All of them were lit up with the soft green light, which indicated the successful completion of the test. The staff members excitedly smiled. Didn't this mean that all these kids were amazing talents? Fine. So even the best Central Scout Academy had an insatiable thirst for promising talent. The staff members helpfully led them out of the testing site. When Ling Lan walked out of the main gates, the first thing she saw was Ling Qin's anxious face, and she immediately felt warmth bloom in her heart. Yep, being with family was still the best. Only now did Ling Lan feel the aches and pains all over her body. Although she had already held back her strength in the previous fight, the excessive exercise had still damaged her muscles, which were now making their protests known. The parents and guardians of the other children were also there waiting. Seeing their children appear, they all gathered around, asking about the test. The outcome of this test would determine the future of the children as well as influence the future of their respective families. Learning that they had all passed, the guardians were very happy. Meanwhile, the children themselves had also established a deep bond by going through the test together. They all promised to reunite on the first day of school before reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Ling Lan said goodbye individually to each of the 9 children, her manner polite and reserved, no hint of impropriety in her actions. This greatly pleased Chamberlain Ling Qin, who took pride in the fact that his young master was such a gentleman, as expected of Major General Ling Zhao's child. Feeling that she had done everything as necessary, Ling Lan turned to leave with Ling Qin. But she had only taken 2 steps when she felt Ling Qin suddenly stiffen beside her before relaxing again. At the same time, there was a violent sound of rushing air behind her, an ambush. Ling Lan didn't sense any evil intent, however, so she simply moved 1 step to the left to evade this fierce tackle. With a loud whomp, her attacker was splayed on the ground, face down in a spread eagle position right before Ling Lan's feet. Seeing this very familiar figure, Ling Lan's eye twitched. She shouted, "Qi Long, what do you think you're doing?" Qi Long was now covered in dirt. He quickly climbed up, face calm as he brushed off the dirt from his clothes before saying, "I have come to say goodbye." Hearing this, Ling Lan facepalmed internally. "Just now, didn't I already say goodbye to you? Damn it, when did this brat learn how to talk nonsense? Was he just being contrary?" Despite having his lie exposed by Ling Lan, Qi Long wasn't at all embarrassed. With no trace of shame on his face, he continued, "That was just a group activity. Right now, this is my personal goodbye." Qi Long lifted his head to smile winningly at her. "Hee, Ling Lan, aren't you touched?" "Touched? Not at all. Shocked. Maybe a little," said Ling Lan drily, face expressionless. Qi Long was the type that would take a mile if you gave an inch. She couldn't afford to show him any favor whatsoever, or else the situation would spiral out of her control. Qi Long chose to ignore Ling Lan's jab, instead looking intently at Ling Lan, as if trying to confirm something. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, causing Ling Lan to shift uncomfortably. But before Ling Lan could say anything, Qi Long had said, "Ling Lan, you really are stronger than me. I submit to your strength. From now on, you're my boss." Ling Lan blinked. Boss? What the hell? Had she heard wrongly? Or had Qi Long gone mad? Also, did she look like she wanted underlings? Why would Qi Long bring this up? Furthermore, why didn't anyone notify her of this? Was this decided privately just like that? Ling Lan's face was stuck in a deep frown as she thought all this to herself helplessly. Honestly, Ling Lan had never considered becoming a boss. Bosses were always at the head of the pack, the primary target, the one who would get shot first. Becoming a boss would go against the resolution she had set from the start, to live a humble, low-profile, and safe life. The moment Qi Long finished speaking, he waved goodbye and fled, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Ling Lan never had the chance to say anything. However, for Qi Long, Ling Lan's opinion was irrelevant. Qi Long was a single-minded creature. As long as he himself had acknowledged it, even if Ling Lan was in denial, he was dead set on Ling Lan being his boss. And thus, Ling Lan became Qi Long's boss. Ling Lan grimaced as she watched the gradually disappearing figure of Qi Long. She was a little annoyed at herself for being too slow to react. Back then, she should have firmly grabbed hold of Qi Long and communicated with him properly. Of course, this method of communication did not exclude the use of violence to get her point across. Han Zhijian ambled over with a slight smile on his face, clearly rejoicing in her misery. Ling Lan complained to him. "Couldn't you have kept a better watch on that bro of yours?" Bro. Han Zhijian was startled by the term, not understanding what Ling Lan meant. Ling Lan smirked evilly. "Your bromance partner." Han Zhijian was clearly taken aback for a moment as he digested this new term. And then, as if coming to a realization, his jade-white little face turned red. Looks like his skin was still a little too thin to take this sort of joke. Ling Lan was surprised by Han Zhijian's blush. Who knew that the mature-looking Han Zhijian would react in such a childish manner? "Wow, you're embarrassed just like that." Oh, Ling Lan. No matter how intelligent Han Zhijian was, he was still just an innocent 6-year-old child. Of course his skin couldn't be as thick as yours, which had been collected over the course of 2 lives, a total of 30-odd years. Out of intense embarrassment, Han Zhijian snapped back. "You're already going to be a boss. Can't you be a bit more serious?" Ling Lan was hit where it hurt. Internally weeping, she looked at the sky. "I heard nothing. Dear God, she only wanted to live a peaceful life. She didn't have any grand ambitions. She only wanted any children who wanted to rely on her to stay far, far away, and to not disturb her. Amen. But Han Jijian's next words caused Ling Lan's fervent hopes to be dashed into pieces. He's already called you boss. Are you planning to reject him? Also, you should also take care of me in the future. Boss. Ling Lan. Hells. Looks like even Han Jijian was claiming her as his boss. At this time, Luo Lang stalked over with his head held high with his younger twin sister Luo Chao in tow. He rather looked like a peacock, thought Ling Lan to herself in amusement. Luo Lang stared at Ling Lan for several seconds, and then said, "Since Qi Long has submitted to you, then I'll also acknowledge your strength, grudgingly. Please take care of my sister and me from now on." Huh, what was this? Ling Lan stared back blankly. She didn't really have any connection to Luo Lang, right? In her mind, Little Four could hold back no longer. Thunderously, he spat. What else could it be? He also wants you to be his boss. You've wronged me. Little Four's gaze reflected only sorrow, creeping Ling Lan out. What was up with Little Four? Why did he sound so forlorn saying that she had wronged him? Ling Lan's mind started racing, thinking about what she could have done to hurt Little Four's delicate soul. But after much thinking, she still couldn't figure it out, and so could only assume that the little rascal's rebellious phase had come. Little Four was very angry and full of animosity. He hated those shameless people who had come to wrap themselves around Ling Lan's sturdy thighs. He was also mad at Ling Lan's actions. She must have shown off too much to garner so much attention, causing him to have so many competitors to become her #1 underling. Alright, so Little Four was no longer obsessed with the epic Three Kingdoms. He was now addicted to some third-rate novels meant for leisure reading. The sudden drop in taste was just too jarring. Consequently, the way he addressed Ling Lan had also changed. This was how it happened. One day, Little Four was extremely bored, so he decided to surf the net randomly. By chance, he stumbled onto a very obscure website, which was called World of Slash. You even needed a password to log in. This piqued the curiosity of Little Four. Naturally, passwords and the like were useless against him. He easily bypassed them and toured the site. He discovered countless business opportunities in there. So many people were crying out for slash novels, slash fanworks, slash videos, and they were willing to pay for them. Little Four's greatest goal right now was to earn money. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip by? Although he wasn't certain his database had slash fanworks or slash videos, Little Four was confident that his database would at least have some slash novels. Putting aside the other things in his database, the sheer amount of novels he had in there was staggering. When Little Four searched his database, sure enough, the novels tagged as slash were almost more than he could count. This was all the fault of Ling Lan's indiscriminate selection of reading material in her past life. Little Four was ecstatic. He could already envision the Squarehold brothers too pouring in. Little Four also found that the more words a novel had, the more money it was worth, so after some picking and choosing, he chose to publish the rather long Reincarnation in a Time of Armageddon, The Rise of the Cannon Fodder. Of course, he was also very curious to see what these slash novels were about, to drive the people here so crazy. Little Four read as he published, and very soon, he found himself transfixed by the deep brotherly bond between the novel's boss and his underling. He then recalled what Ling Lan had said to him about wanting him to be her younger brother. Little Four was immediately moved to tears. Sweat. Little Four was still clueless about what slash truly meant at this point. He had only read up till around chapter 150, where the sexual tones were still very subtle, and so remained as innocent as before. However, Little Four's joy didn't last for long before competition appeared, and two at once at that. At this very moment, Little Four could fully understand the depressed mood of Little Ling in the novel. The more competition there was, the greater the pressure. Should he treat his boss better in the future so that his #1 position wouldn't be taken away? Little Four started to think hard about the issue, unaware that his internal core chip was starting to heat up unnaturally once again. Let's leave aside Little Four wild imaginings and meaningless jealousy, as well as Ling Lan's concerned amusement about it for now. After the examiner for room 072 escorted the children out, he immediately contacted the invigilation room. In the invigilation room, the superintendent had been watching when the examiner hurt Qi Long by mistake, and his brows had locked tight in a frown, and it only got tighter as he saw Ling Lan send the examiner flying. Only when Qi Long stood up at the end, apparently unharmed, did his brows relax. Seeing the examiner's contact request, he accepted without waiting for the invigilating officer to do so. Not allowing any room for the other to speak, he bellowed. Number 413, once we're done, report back to the training camp. The examiner for room 072 gaped. Sir, why are you there? Damn it. Why was his direct superior on the other side of the line? Why was he so unlucky? With a long face, the examiner asked carefully. Sir, then when should I come back? The superintendent huffed and said coldly, a month later. The superintendent's reply made the examiner want to curl up and cry. Heavens, a month in the training camp. Even if it wouldn't kill him, he would still shed a layer of skin. He'd never have expected that he would have to go back to that terrifying place again after 5 years, to relive the painful and horrible time when he had been a recruit. What? You have something to say about that? Asked the superintendent, tone silky with an undertone of threat. No, sir, not at all. I have nothing to say. The examiner immediately stood up straight and answered loudly. He knew his superior officer well. If he displayed any hint of hesitation, his punishment would be doubled right away. He had no intention of letting a month's worth of punishment become 2 or even 3 months within the blink of an eye. Good. Was there anything else? The superintendent was satisfied by the examiner's attitude, and so prompted him to explain why he had called to begin with. The examiner collected himself and stated formally, I would like to recommend several children for the special classes. Oh. The superintendent's lips quirked up in a small smile as he waited for the examiner to elaborate. Yes, in my opinion, those children are all very promising, said the examiner after some thought, but I'm especially taken by 0723, 0724, 0725, and 0729. How so? 0723, good foundations, with extraordinary strength for a child. His reflexes are also excellent, and better yet, he can think on his feet in battle to the extent that he could be considered a cunning tactician. If we cultivate him intensively, he will definitely become an intelligent strategic-type warrior. The examiner's eyes sparkled as he described his observations of Ling Lan, clearly showing how much Ling Lan's performance had captured his heart. 0724. His physical fitness is definitely on a non-human level. He actually managed to break past his body's limits all on his own. He is a true prodigy. As long as the Federation provides focused cultivation, he is very likely to be the next iron mecha operator. By the time the examiner got to the last part of his report on Qi Long, his face was flushed with excitement. The examiner couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. Aside from Major General Ling Xiao, no one had managed to rise up to the challenge of becoming an iron mecha operator during the past 10 years. And now, he could actually see a glimmer of hope in Qi Long. How could he not lose control? An iron mecha operator, is it? Was 072 for the only potential candidate? The superintendent's gaze was complicated, shaded by his eyelids, hiding away his true thoughts. 0725, cool and level-headed, with commendable logic and an analytical mind. He is definitely an excellent staff officer in the making. I recommend that we focus his training in this direction. The Federation not only needed hot-blooded warriors unafraid of death, but also staff officers capable of planning and taking command, who could deploy strategies from thousands of miles away. 0729 seems weaker than the other 3 in comparison. However, he has an unyielding spirit. If we place him together with the other 3, this attitude of his could push him to become an excellent soldier, as impressive as the others. The examiner systematically laid out his thoughts on the 4 children and then silently waited for his superior officer to make the final decision. After several long seconds of wait, the superintendent's calm voice was transmitted through the communication device. Your recommendations have been approved. As for the reward for your recommendations, you'll receive them after you rejoin the troops. With that said, the connection was severed without waiting for the examiner's reply. Although the examiner had been mercilessly hung up on, he wasn't at all unsatisfied. The tight expression on his face loosened, and the hints of a smile could be seen. He rubbed off the sweat marks on his forehead and breathed a silent sigh, thankful that he had managed to survive his demonic team leader and, of course, pleased at his own penetrating insight. He had initially thought that this assignment at the Scout Academy was just a forced break for soldiers like him, something to spice up their routine while providing them with some extra pocket money. He hadn't expected that he would be so lucky as to find such promising young talent, earning him additional recommendation rewards which would actually influence his career progression. However, he was a little puzzled. Why did even his own demonic team leader get assigned to monitor this test? What the hell was going on here? The examiner for Room 072 was part of the Federation's Special Mecha Forces, a member of the Bladed Special Ops Team, number 413. This time around, his team had just returned from the battlefield, but before they could settle down and rest, they had received military orders to go to the Central Scout Academy to oversee this year's enrollment tests, the final two events. He still remembered that back then, all the team members had been dumbfounded. After all, they were all considered bloodthirsty killers on the battlefield, and now, just like that, they were expected to switch from being butchers to being nannies to coddle a bunch of kids? Of course, as the commander of the Mecha Special Forces, their demonic leader, that is, the superintendent, this was just the rank they used in public. The true rank was only known within the military workings, that had been on the other end of his communication device earlier, had protested this assignment, but had been summarily ignored. Resigned, their commander could only send out the Special Ops team to become examiners. Still, he hadn't expected the commander himself to be physically present as well. The superintendent, who was also the commander of the Special Forces, shut down his communication device and then said to his subordinate invigilation officer, "Number 137, you'll be responsible for this. Arrange it so that the four of them enter the special classes, and their results must be average there." Number 137 blinked, confused. Huh. The superintendent swept an icy gaze at him. But though number 137 did not make any further noise, his face was full of curiosity, as if he really wanted to know what was going on. The superintendent rubbed his forehead wearily. Why were all his subordinates such curious people? For 13 was one, and 137 was another. The tree that grows above the tree line. If their results are too good, it'll do more harm than good, explained the superintendent simply. 137 was a hacker. If he didn't give him an acceptable answer, he'd go looking for one himself and may cause all sorts of trouble that way. 137's curiosity was appeased after receiving an answer, so he grinned and said, "Roger that, sir. Leave everything to me." "Oh, so now he's satisfied he'll call me sir?" The superintendent rolled his eyes and threw a pointed glare at the offbeat 137 before walking away from him to continue supervising his other subordinates as they worked. All right, so just within this short period of time when he had stopped to chat with 137, there were already several officers who had begun yawning in the invigilation room, and some had even slumped forwards and fallen asleep. Hee. Did they really think this commander of theirs was a lowly superintendent? Actually daring to act so slovenly in front of him, the commander of the Special Forces smiled sinisterly. He wouldn't allow his soldiers to be so unfocused and to lower their guard so casually, even though there was no real danger in this small Central Scout Academy. "Attention," he hollered. The entire invigilation room was immediately thrown into disarray, and the sound of howls and wails could be heard. The demonic leader would discipline his soldiers, and he wouldn't show mercy regardless of location. Meanwhile, on Ling Lan's end, she finally reunited with her mother Lan Luofeng under Chamberlain Ling Qin's lead. Lan Luofeng anxiously asked, "Baby, did it go well?" If she hadn't been worried that Ling Lan's gender would be exposed at school, Lan Luofeng would actually care not one whit how her daughter did in the exams. She had never intended for Ling Lan to be a great soldier to begin with. Ling Lan smugly replied, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" The self-confidence writ all over her face lay Lan Luofeng's worries to rest, and she too smiled along with Ling Lan. For the sake of her mother's happiness, Ling Lan was used to acting cute and playing the child. However, her efforts weren't in vain. Lan Luofeng, who had originally been overwhelmed with sadness at her father's passing, had slowly shifted her focus onto Ling Lan and had slowly regained her spirits. Hope had rekindled in her eyes as the sadness became muted. The final results would only be announced half an hour after all the tests ended. Ling Lan didn't know how much longer the other children would take to complete the exam, so waiting here was obviously not a good idea. As such, She suggested to Lan Luofeng that they go home to wait for the results. After all, the final results would be posted on the Central Scout Academy's website, available for public perusal. Lan Luofeng thought about it and agreed, and so brought Ling Lan home. As the sky slowly darkened into night, the final student finally completed the exam at the Central Scout Academy. All the invigilators, who were responsible for keying in the marks, entered the scores they had collected into the Central Scout Academy's main system. The system would then calculate and tally up the marks before arranging them in descending order to produce a name list. Number 137 was excitedly flexing his fingers at this moment, warming them up for his upcoming performance. Being one of the top 10 hackers in the virtual world, he must definitely accomplish the mission his commander had assigned him flawlessly. In Ling Lan's home, Lan Luofeng was seated before a large screen, patiently refreshing the Central Scout Academy's website again and again, waiting for the announcement of the final results. Meanwhile, Ling Lan was lying down on the couch, talking with Little Four in her mind. Little Four, can you go online from this position? Ling Lan asked worriedly. She knew that Little Four could access the internet wirelessly within a certain radius. Little Four looked like he had everything under control. No problem, even a little further is fine. Little Four, I only want you to enter the Central Scout Academy system to ensure that I can enter the special classes. Don't go and do anything else, reminded Ling Lan. Although Ling Lan was confident, she had still decided to let Little Four keep a lookout for her results, just in case. It wouldn't do for someone else to mess around with the results after all. It had to be said that Ling Lan was very cautious. 137 managed to infiltrate the Central Scout Academy's main system successfully. However, his entry didn't go unnoticed by the watchful Little Four. Someone really did show up. He's gonna die. Little Four was incensed. This sort of action was like waving a red flag at a bull. Remember, he was like a god on the web. Who was it that dared to challenge his authority? Ling Lan sensed Little Four's anger and hurriedly asked, "What's happening, Little Four?" Little Four pouted as he huffed. "Someone has infiltrated the system. It looks like he wants to change your scores. Let me get rid of him now." Little Four looked like he already had his knife sharpened and ready to slaughter the poor invader. "Wait, no hurry. Let's see what he wants to do first. Also, can you track his location?" Ling Lan was very calm. Stopping the other prematurely wasn't going to solve the problem and would just alarm the opponent. It would be wiser to just observe for now and try to figure out the other's background. Ling Lan liked to know all the facts before acting. But if the opponent really seemed to harbor evil intentions, of course, she wouldn't choose to be merciful. In the mind space, Little Four acknowledged Ling Lan's reminder out loud and then became silent and unmoving. Ling Lan knew then that Little Four's consciousness had already gone into the virtual network, leaving behind an empty shell. 10,000 years worth of technological advancement, as well as the emergence of spiritual power, had greatly changed the methods and approaches of modern-day hackers. Becoming a hacker nowadays was no longer a purely learned skill. It also required some natural hacking talent. This talent referred to human spiritual power and the ability to disguise and hide one's true self. The assessment to categorize spiritual power could only be done after the age of 10, because that was when the spiritual power of a child matured and started to evolve into different types, which would determine the direction of their development and cultivation. Of course, Ling Lan did not know at this time that spiritual power would evolve that way. Nor did she know that the internet hackers these days were so much more dangerous and terrifying than the ones from 10,000 years ago. These days, a battle between hackers could easily result in death or injury, while brain death was a rather common consequence. In this era, hacker battles were known as death battles without gun smoke. They were, at times, considered even more dangerous than real battles. Still, it was fortunate that Ling Lan didn't know. Otherwise, she would never have let Little Four go into the system. In her heart, Little Four had become her most cherished relative. Even though the risk of her secret being exposed would be much higher if she didn't manage to get into the special classes, the problem wasn't insurmountable. If Little Four disappeared because of the dangers of hacking, however, she would never have been able to accept it. The moment Little Four's consciousness entered the dummy avatar he had embedded in the Central Scout Academy's systems, 137 jerked to a stop, immediately pausing his actions and modifying the scores. As expected of a top-tier hacker in the Federation, Even though Little Four's entrance had been exceedingly subtle, 137's keen spiritual power had still sensed some disturbance in his surroundings. Cold sweat started dripping from his forehead. Examiner 413, who was standing guard beside his physical body, stiffened. Could it be that 137 was in danger? 137 was only trying to change the scores because of his recommendations. If 137 were to be harmed doing so, he would never forgive himself. Although the bonuses he would get from these recommendations were considerable, his teammate was much more important. Number 137 was very careful, surreptitiously sending out mental feelers to investigate. Although he had no idea who his opponent was, he knew that it had to be someone formidable to be able to hide his presence so well. Little Four observed all this coolly. He wasn't restricted by human limits on the net, whereby each person was only limited to one online avatar. Even hackers were not exempt from these limits. The most a hacker could do was to disguise his identity and obscure his entry point. In contrast, as long as he was online, he could divide himself into multiple avatars with a snap of his fingers and conceal himself inside the very fabric of the internet itself. Little Four merely had to trace the spiritual power of his opponent to find his entry point. Although the opponent did use some spiritual power to hide his identity and location, these little tricks were like child's play to Little Four. With no trouble at all, Little Four had managed to lock onto his opponent. However, when he tapped into a monitoring device at the opponent's location and saw Examiner 413, he knew that the matter wasn't the problem he had assumed it would be. He swiftly relayed this scene to Ling Lan in the mindspace, and Ling Lan was stunned at the sight of their Examiner number 413. What are they trying to do? Ling Lan wondered. After all, her current scores had been given by the Examiner to begin with. She had already found out her final score a few minutes ago, and although she did not rank first, because her intelligence score was just too horrible, she had easily secured second place, so she was already certain to get into the special classes. If the Examiner did not want her to enter the special classes, he could have just given her a low score directly. There was no reason at all for him to go to so much trouble with a hacker to change her scores now. Could it be that there was some other motive for his actions? Ling Lan decided to just stay back and observe for now. She could always make a decision after she found out what he was up to. Of course, Ling Lan could afford to be so daring because she had Little Four's guarantee that, no matter what the other did, he could reverse it with minimal effort. Meanwhile, number 137 had spread out his spiritual power to explore the surroundings several times, but still did not manage to catch even a glimpse of the other person in the system. This caused him to be jumpy, and he started to doubt himself. Could it be that he was too uptight, causing his senses to be fooled by paranoia? Time was running out, and no matter how hard 137 looked, he could not find the source of the disturbance he had felt. 137 felt helpless as he saw that there wasn't much time left, and recalling that he still hadn't completed the mission his commander had assigned him, he decided that he would just try to modify Ling Lan's score first. He had already thought it through. The moment he sensed anything off about the situation, he would turn tail and run. 137 wasn't so arrogant as to believe that he would be able to handle a professional whose presence he could not even confirm. Therefore, for safety reasons, running away was the best solution. His decision made, 137 carefully began to modify Ling Lan's score. Naturally, he dared not touch the scores of the first two tests, which had not been under their jurisdiction. Any changes there would be easily caught. Only the scores for stamina and speed had been controlled by their special ops team, keyed in by 413 and himself, and so could be freely altered. If any problem really occurred, their commander would be there to vouch for them, so he wasn't afraid. Of course, before this, for 113, and he had considered just keying in a lower score. However, they had no idea how the other children from the other groups would do. If the score they entered turned out to be too low, or if something happened so they were unable to change the scores later. Wouldn't it be such a shame for these children to lose their spot in the special classes? So, with a mind to minimize the risk of that happening, they had decided to key in the original high scores. Following 137's edits, Ling Lan's total score shifted, dropping her rank from the initial second to the 17th place. After 137 finished his edits to Ling Lan's score, he waited patiently for a long moment. Finding no change in his surroundings, he moved on to modify Qi Long's, Han Jijian's, and Luo Lang's scores as well, causing them to fall from 3rd, 5th, and 6th place to the 18th, 21st, and 24th place. 137 did not forget what his commander had said, to guarantee the 4 children's entry into Special Class A, but to do so in a way that was low profile so that they did not gain too much attention. Right now, these middle-of-the-pack scores and rankings should resolve all of his commander's worries. After all, the first 50 students would enter Special Class A, while students ranked 51 to 100 would go into Special Class B. Little 4 reported the modified scores and rankings to Ling Lan, and Ling Lan finally realized what the examiner had intended. Looks like he was doing this out of good intentions. These rankings right now were very nice. Not too outstanding, yet not too shabby. She had originally been worried whether or not her second-place ranking was too eye-catching since Ling Lan did not want to become the center of attention, which would further increase the risk of her secret being exposed. The only problem was, she had not dared to change her score herself. After all, there were way too many people who were involved with these scores. Any changes would likely be discovered instantly, so Ling Lan did not dare to move hastily. And now, the examiner had solved the problem for her, so she was free to enjoy the results without having to do anything. Still, Ling Lan was puzzled. Who is this examiner really? The other children may not know, but Ling Lan could tell. The inconcealable taint of blood on the examiner's aura was something that could only be found on veterans who had fought and struggled through war and cruel battles. He was completely different from the officers who had been in charge of the intelligence and strength tests. Ling Lan would never forget the satisfaction shining from the examiner's eyes as he sent them off. Perhaps the faction within the Federation that he represented had their eye on the 4 of them, and so were willing to go the extra mile to protect them as they grew. Whatever the case, this was a good thing. Ling Lan quickly put this matter to rest at the back of her mind. Although 137 had successfully completed his mission, he still felt restless and unsettled. Something just didn't feel right. For that reason, after leaving the virtual network, he immediately reported to his commander on the strange disturbance he had sensed in the Central Scout Academy system. After hearing 137's report, the commander's expression became stern. Could it really be as the general suspected? Were the culprits behind Major General Ling Zhao's death on the move again? He indicated to 137 to leave things as they were, and reminded him about the code of silence before letting him go back and rest. He then turned on his communication device and entered a number he rarely ever contacted. It wasn't long before a middle-aged general appeared on the holographic screen, a serious expression on his face. "Yo, Sir General, long time no see." At odds with his usual cold persona in front of his troops, the commander was now casually flippant. "Oh, it's you little brat. Aren't you back on mandatory leave? Why are you free to contact me?" The familiar voice of the commander caused the general's face to soften. "Wasn't it the military who sent us to the Central Scout Academy to take charge of the tests?" complained the commander casually. The general's face stiffened and he said in a rush, "Being with kids is also a way of relaxing." The commander laughed. "True," and the matter ended there. It had been implicit in the general's words that their assignment to the school had something to do with him. "So what do you want, brat?" The general knew that this son of his old friend, who he had watched grow up from a little kid, would not contact him for no reason. Usually, he wouldn't see hide nor hair of him. The brat would scurry away faster than any mouse. Reminded of his purpose in calling, the commander's expression turned grim. He faithfully reported what had happened to Ling Lan, as well as the disturbance 137 had felt on the virtual network. Since their presence at the Scout Academy had been by the general's design, then it was very likely related to the matter of Ling Zhao's son. "Duly noted," said the general calmly. "Let someone else handle things after this. Don't get any further involved." The commander replied lowly, "Understood," and then asked, "Will there be any danger to Major General Ling Zhao's son?" From the general's words, he could somehow guess what the general was planning. The general did not answer his question, only saying, "Enjoy your vacation. Don't worry about anything else." With those parting words, he ended the call. The commander stared vacantly at the dark screen, and a shadow passed over his face. The general's words had indirectly told him the answer. The general himself couldn't guarantee that there would be no mishaps in his current arrangements. The commander knew very well that, for the future of the Federation, some sacrifices were necessary. The moles hidden in the higher ranks of the federal military had to be dug out. Otherwise, another incident like Ling Zhao's would happen again, and the Federation couldn't afford to lose any more God-class operators. Still, he felt a little indignant. In service of the Federation, his idol Major General Ling Zhao had already been sacrificed. Did his child have to be sacrificed too? He stood for a long moment, staring blindly into the distance, and after much thought, decided that he had to be true to his heart just this once. He dialed a contact number and was quickly connected. 413. I'm sorry to inform you that your vacation has been canceled. After coming to a decision, the initial melancholy of the commander had been swept away, and he was even jovial enough to joke around with 413 now. 413's wails of despair came over from the other end of the communicator, but the commander's heart was like steel, and he blithely ignored 413's mournful eyes. He continued to order, "Please accept your new assignment." Hearing this, Number 413 straightened out his long face and stood at attention. Number 413, reporting for duty. Starting now, for the next month, you and your squad are to protect Ling Lan of the Central Scout Academy in secret. The commander hoped that his arrangements would be able to ensure the safety of Major General Ling Zhao's child, as a personal tribute to his departed idol. Ling Lan, who's that? Asked 413, bewildered. They had just finished their assignment at the Central Scout Academy, but before he could even celebrate their release from babysitting duties, here he was, about to become a full-time nanny. Luckily, he wasn't going to suffer through this alone. He had 5 underlings in his squad, which made him feel just a little bit better. "It's that 0723 you like so much," said the commander. 413's expression grew serious. Has the enemy nation noticed him? Is he in danger? 413 knew that there were many foreign spies hiding within the Federation. Many promising young talents had barely had the time to sprout before they were cruelly crushed by the enemy nation. "Perhaps," said the commander, without certainty. After all, it was all just speculation on his part. "Roger that, sir. I'll protect him well with my squad." "You can count on it," said 413 resolutely. He might have moaned a bit more if it were some other child, but if it was number 0723, he had no objections whatsoever. Indeed, if Ling Lan didn't veer off from the right path, it was almost 100% certain that he would become an ace operator, perhaps even an imperial operator. Ever since Major General Ling Zhao had passed away, the Federation was stretched thin for skilled operators. Therefore, any young talent who had the potential to become ace operators were very highly valued by the Federation. "Wait a moment. I will ask 137 to transmit Ling Lan's information into your communicator. Remember, this is a secret assignment. Don't let anyone notice your presence," instructed the commander. "Yes." One day later, the official notification letter from the Central Scout Academy arrived on the Ling family's general notification device, informing them about Ling Lan's acceptance into the Academy's special class. The news made the long silent Ling family rejoice. Looking at the information contained in the letter, Lan Luofeng's mood was exceptionally light. Although she wouldn't have minded if Ling Lan became an idle playboy, all parents took pride in their child's successes, and Lan Luofeng was no exception. Of course, most importantly, Ling Lan's enrollment into Special Class A meant that she didn't have to study on school grounds and could freely choose her own courses, which greatly reduced the risk of her true gender being discovered. This was the greatest source of joy for Lan Luofeng. In a great mood, Lan Luofeng decided that a grand celebration was in order. She thus instructed Chamberlain Ling Qin to prepare a feast for the entire Ling household to come together and celebrate. This was the first large-scale party held ever since the family head Ling Zhao had died. The lively atmosphere moved Chamberlain Ling Qin almost to tears. This was also the first time Ling Lan met all the external servants and workers of the Ling household. Of course, some of the guards maintaining the safety of the Ling household perimeters were not in attendance, but the other servants and workers were all there. Seeing all of their excited and hopeful faces, Ling Lan felt pressured for the first time ever. So she wasn't living just for herself. She was shouldering the hopes and dreams of the entire Ling household. And this group didn't even include the Ling family loyalists yet. If the Ling family ceased to exist, there would be no reason for the loyalists to exist either. For the first time, Ling Lan truly understood what her new identity meant, along with the responsibilities she had to carry with it. Although the total age of her two lives was already over 30 years old, making her a mature adult, she was still just used to being an average person, only responsible for her own well-being. But now, all of a sudden, she had so many people's hopes and livelihoods resting upon her shoulders. She panicked. The typically serene Ling Lan, finally unable to hold on any longer, subconsciously reached out for a glass of red wine and gulped it down in one shot. And then, she tragically fell over, dead drunk. If you must know, in her past life, due to her body's condition, Ling Lan had been prohibited from consuming any drinks and alcoholic beverages that might affect the body. And then, in this life, she had been prevented from imbibing by Lan Luofeng due to her young age. Therefore, neither her mind nor her small body could withstand the assault of alcohol, causing her to be downed by just one glass of wine. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.